nothing to do with me, Ma. My feet got sweaty.
Crazy.
It was like I was slipping in the bathroom. Well, that's good. I'm glad I didn't really freaking want to see her, so. Your mom said that. I'm like, what? Why wouldn't you tell me that like way earlier?
What'd she say?
She said, my mom's bringing by baked goods. I thought she was actually going to bring by baked goods, not store-bought. Like, it's not baked goods. That's just freaking buying cookies from a store. What is this stuff?
What? Come in.
What this, who's seeing it in there?
That's peaches.
What is it? Oh, it's peaches?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Alright. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
So we got this week, huh? Wonder if I've seen it all. It's kind of funny because I watched all those other videos.
Yeah.
Someone was wondering if like I've seen it all. I do have, we have to start with that show again though for school. Just to like have a context behind it to see like.
Oh yeah, and I love watching it too. I used to watch them all the time.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like, yeah.
Why are store-bought cookies always so sweet?
Because Dodger didn't make it. Or me. Whenever I put stuff in, the only reason I listen to the sugar ingredients is if I'm mixing it with yeast, because the yeast has to take the sugar, then it poops out the stuff that makes it like leaven, right? That makes it so. Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Yeast on its own, it would take forever for you to get it to go. It always does that too. You want to turn that on? I really wish it was like actually for every channel, so I could have like Rumble always on bright. So this is the one, right?
No, it's watch history.
Oh. Oh. I thought you said watching streak.
History, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You're just funny. Like you talk so fast that it's like you so remind me of Aunt Keely when you talk. Come on. It's this one, right?
Yes. It's like 205 or something.
What's being so slow? 204, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on. They're getting shorter, though. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Had so much fun. But what was really incredible is in every single restaurant, the people willing to talk to us, we could only find one Harris Porter in every restaurant. And we left no stone unturned. I approached every single person.
Yeah. That was fun.
I love you back.
What's your
most important issue?
What's she talking like that?
The economy, getting the interest rates down, getting it where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's too expensive.
Okay, now let me maybe ask like a slightly impolite question. But you know, if you can afford a boat, you're not hurting so bad, right? Because a boat costs a lot of money and it's a lot of upkeep.
Listen, nobody gave me shit. I earned everything that I've got. I'm retired military, retired power plant, and successful and retire with boats, jet skis, because I did it right.
He's
And
got the
everybody has
Alabama.
a chance, whether they choose or not.
Roll Tide, boy.
I would never try to take anything away from you in that way. But what I'm asking is, groceries are probably a smaller part of your budget than, say, someone who's like a little worse off. I think it's interesting that.
Do you get to go back? Okay, yeah, sorry. I wanted to see why that weird accent she had. I didn't realize that was going to explode on me. Sorry. What is happening? I don't like how Rumble.
Listen, nope.
I like how it works fine on the computer. What the frick? Okay, I just wanted to go back to see what that weird accent was. Is that on, by the way? I can't really hear it coming through the speakers. What's it on?
I don't. Straight
No. What's the number?
25.
Oh, interesting. All right, maybe it's not on, or on the right channel, maybe.
Choose the channel.
No, it's fine. Okay, just go back. Stop turning the volume up. I'm backing out. What's up with our internet? Do I need to reset it?
Listen, nobody gave.
Is he gonna do it again for real?
You just exit out.
I didn't. I'm just putting the back button to rewind. I don't know what it's doing.
Interest rates down, getting it where we can afford to.
Can you play?
One Harris Porter in every restaurant, and we left no stone unturned. I approached every single person. I love you back. What's your most important?
I lie you back.
The economy, getting interest rates down, getting it where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's too expensive.
Okay, now let me maybe ask like a slightly impolite question. But if you can afford a boat, you're not hurting so bad, right? Because a boat costs a lot of money and it's a lot of upkeep.
Listen, nobody gave me shit.
Wow.
I earned everything that I got. I'm retired military, retired power plant, and I am successful and retired with boats, jet skis.
Just going up to someone and someone saying, even if they're a billionaire, things have gotten really expensive, because you got to understand, a billionaire, right, has to support how many people probably underneath him, right? He's got like CFOs, he's got like managers, he's got employees, he's got accountants, all the stuff that he's got to pay, right? So to go, well, maybe if you can afford a boat, it's not that rough for you, right? But the problem is that he was able to afford this boat and the upkeep and everything else, but then the economy got bad and he's like, oh, it's more expensive now for this thing. It's like, he's probably not a billionaire, I'm not saying that, but he probably has enough money to be able to do that. But it's like, now he's like, well, now it's harder. I don't want to waste my money on this. It was cheaper before. Like, I just don't understand the whole concept of being like, well, if you have something, it's like your uncle, well, I guess he's not really your uncle anymore, Joe, Aunt Coco's ex-husband. He had a $250,000 car. He could afford a $250,000 car. He bought it because it made, he thought it made him look cool. He was obviously not being faithful to your aunt, and that was probably one of the reasons. He would probably take his chick, when the chick goes, oh, a Ferrari, I'll hop in a Ferrari. So, but nonetheless, it's like, he couldn't afford that thing, and if the economy got worse back then, there's no way he would want to keep that car, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's just sort of like, the whole ideology of saying that, well, you have this, so that means it's not a big deal. Your grocery bill is probably higher than most people's. What the hell does that mean? Who cares? Like, I would never walk up to your papa and be like, well, you can afford it, so it's not a big deal. Give me some money. What? Yeah, could he afford giving us money? Sure. Should he? Or ought he? No. There's no ought to do it. He can do whatever he wants. It's his own money.
I did it right, and everybody has that chance. Whether they choose or not, that's up to them.
I would never try to take anything away from you in that way. But what I'm asking is, groceries are probably a smaller part of your budget than, say, someone who's like a little worse off. I think it's interesting that people who are a little bit more comfortable are still so concerned about the economy. Did you see what I'm saying?
Because I want my money to go further.
Right.
I want inflation to go down. I want interest rates to go back down. I want all that, but that covers everybody in the economy. Not just me, not just the poor, not just the rich. It covers everybody.
Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters. And my sorors.
She is sparkly as hell.
We talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people. What are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard.
What's middle class?
She was
So
able
they
to
have.
fund
We went back to a class
That's
system
enough.
again. So back in the day, it was like you were a subject of like a king or like some kind of dictator or whatever it may be, and you were under them, right? And so whatever they, if you had a great king or a great whatever, you'd benefit more, right? Because the economy would be better. You'd take over more places. You'd have more things like that. So they brought back the class system, which was lower class would be somebody who's poor, middle class is someone who makes a median amount of money, which is like the median, like a median or higher amount, but under still a million. And then you have the 1% that's a million plus. So that'd be like the upper class, right? But I mean, people get into all kinds of things like they would the 10 scale. That's why I still like the 5 scale for girls or for guys. It's like 1 is, 2 is, 3 is, 4 is, 5 is. You know what I mean? Like I don't think there should be 10 classes of those things. It's like people be like low class would be like upper middle class. It's like no, there's poor, there's middle class, and there's the rich. That's pretty much all there is. There's nothing in between really. You can go ahead and say sure, the median income means you're middle class because it's the median, which is in the middle, or the average. Sorry, the average. But the middle class is who pays most of the bills. They're the ones that start most of the small businesses, things like that, to where like rich people just like invest. So when you go to a restaurant, right, that someone started, they're probably middle class because they started a business. Most likely they're not rich, unless they have a bunch of them, you know, like when somebody started, not McDonald's because that was a real estate company. Like let's say a person who started In-N-Out. Okay? Now they're rich, right? But at first, there was a person who started a business and then kept expanding. So middle class is just the people who basically run the country, that have most of the blue collar jobs. They're the ones doing the garbage trucks. They're the ones doing policing. Those guys. And then you have the lower classes, people like me and your mom who like work in retail. Then you have the billionaires who don't really have to do much of anything anymore. But it took something to get there. You know what I mean? Even Elon Musk. He got most of his money, don't get me wrong, his parents had money, but he got most of his money from the federal government to start Tesla because it was an electric car and they wanted to push that electric thing, right? So he took a big risk and took a bunch of money from them and he grew that money into, I mean, yeah. He bought Twitter, let's just say this, he bought Twitter for like, it was either 26 or 42 billion, I can't remember the number, sorry. 42 billion and 26 million, I always get it confused, I don't know why. So X now it's called, but it was called Twitter. That's how much money he made from subsidies, but like I said, he could have taken all that money and completely failed. He didn't. People love his cars. I don't know why. I wouldn't buy one. You couldn't pay me to buy one. So,
even like Amazon.
Right. You know what that started as?
Yeah, like
A book?
Yeah.
like
It was an online book retailer. That's all it was. He just sold books. All of a sudden, he's selling way more in books. I mean, don't get me wrong. He lost half his money to his
Yeah.
estranged wife now, but
Why would he? What was the thing?
people don't think that women are going to leave
What's
them.
his name?
Uh,
Yeah.
I forget too.
Gosh, you just had me.
Just look it up on your TV.
Yeah. Hey Siri. Bezos, Jeff Bezos.
Yes, Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos, yeah. But I mean, yeah, you got to take risks and stuff like that. Like it's like that's how rich. So middle class people most of the time just like go, I want a comfortable life. I want to stay here. It's like your me, mom, papa. We just want to be here, right? Let's just stay here. Because taking risks, like everyone talks about Trump. I think he like bankrupted himself like 13 times. He spent all the money he was inherited and kept bankrupting. But then it's like he brought himself up out of that. It's not easy to be rich. it's a lot of freaking work. I mean, we're talking minimum 12-hour days every day of the week. So it's, I mean, some people get lucky. Like I remember what's his head, the guy in Shark Tank. You guys seen that show?
The Ring guy?
The Shark Tank.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So not the bald guy, Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban. He has like the dark hair. He owns the Dallas Mavericks. Anyways, he heard that this is before the .com. You know what that is, right? Before they got big, right? We're all using AOL and stuff like that, and like searching the internet from there. But they were like, he took a huge risk. He put all of his money into this he bought all these .coms, .com, because he's like, well, people are gonna want to buy these because the internet's blowing up. It worked. So it's like, it's sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time, but then also at the same time, like you still have to take that money and make it go even further, because you can't just go, oh, I'm gonna make $1 billion, live that kind of lifestyle, and then think it's gonna last for the rest of your life. You gotta turn that money into more money. So, anyways, middle class people. So poor people are the people walking around with like Louis Vuitton bags, and Chanel bags. Middle class people are the dudes with like you see going to the beach, the big trucks, like you got ATVs and a boat and a trailer behind it, things like that. And then rich people are the dudes who don't even really see. They're just everywhere, and they're always making money. They're always turning their money into more. It's crazy. So that's what she's saying. She's like a middle. So like,
what's wrong with that? Middle class is not that bad.
Well, middle class is the one that gets taxed the highest. That's the worst part. Because we don't have across the board tax, lower class doesn't have to pay. Like me, I have to pay. I don't even have to pay taxes, Bailey. I do, but I get them back.
She's so old.
The older people, like the richer people, they don't have to pay taxes because they can keep just saying, "Oh, we'll get subsidies." Oh, this tax break, this and that. Middle class is the one who's putting all the money into our country. We wouldn't have a country without the middle class. So.
Money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I
Oh,
grew
what?
up in a community of hardworking people. Construction workers and nurses and teachers, and I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience. A lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn.
Yeah.
He's probably much more politically motivated. The last shooter in Pennsylvania, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to promote him in any way, but he was clearly a guy that was looking for the notoriety of taking that shot. I would think we're going to find that this guy's extremely politically motivated, and that he probably was spurred on by much of the political diatribes
They killed the
that
guy
are
that
going on
tried to
these
kill
days,
Trump again?
talking about Trump, equating him to Hitler.
I don't know if he died. I don't know. Sorry.
This is the last we'll see
First
of
guy
places
died.
out there trying to do
Yeah.
this.
I don't know about this guy though.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
We'll see if
She has
crazies out there
empty
trying to
eyes.
do this.
They're both ugly.
Look at her eyes though. Why do these people always have empty eyes? They look soulless. It's the same thing twice.
Learn English. Learn it. You get money in America. This isn't you get money in America. Learn English. I don't give a fuck. Learn it. Learn it. You ride on the roads. Learn English.
He ain't wrong. There's a thing we used to have in America called assimilation, right? So you'd come into this country and you would assimilate. You would. Don't get me wrong. You could still speak a language: Chinese, Japanese, Asian, whatever whatever you wanted, whatever language, place you came from, right? No problem at all. But you would come and learn English. Now they just come here, and I know this for a fact because I worked for a long time with a bunch of dock workers. They call it, but it's just basically a giant warehouse. They call it docks. There's a bunch of docks that you load trucks in. And you talk to them, they don't care. They're like, I don't fly the American flag. They're like, I hate America. The only reason I'm here is because I have freedom here. And it's like, well, wouldn't that be a good reason to love the country? Because you're not. So he's not wrong. How he did it though, nah. You don't talk to people like that. You just be like, bro, if I can't conversate with you, like, just no. I get what he's saying. Oh, what the farts? Yeah, no, don't do anything back. Don't do anything back. Oh.
Oh shit!
Oh my gosh. It's like that one guy. This always a fat bitches. The fat bitches need to shut the fuck up. How did that start? I hate these out of context videos because it never like shows when it starts. Somebody always starts filming later. So who did what?
The employee that this girl.
She threw something at them?
Yes, and then they jump over, and then they jump over and attack her. Oh shit!
I wonder what happened though.
They obviously got into a disagreement.
But I just don't. Listen, I've worked in retail my whole life. I couldn't imagine the situation where I'd want to attack a customer. Like, there's nothing. I've been yelled at, degraded. I mean, it's like, you know, people calling me names. Somebody like spit at my foot one time, and it's like, oh, okay, bye, have a good day. I don't understand the violence when it comes to.
Because you're allowed to now.
I guess.
What's happening? What's happening? Hey! Hey!
So here came this white girl from Iowa.
The kid
And I
put you
started
down.
watching the WNBA much more closely than I ever had, and I started to think, deep down in my psyche, wait a second, she's really good. But I'll be the first to admit, I felt guilty saying so on TV or on social media. I did not want to look like this red state white guy cheering for this red state white girl. Our country feels
You are a
split enough
stupid moron.
racially already. I didn't want to pour gasoline on that fire.
I knew I always hated Skip.
For years, sticking out our location that had all black employees. You come here, you know, the order was gonna be fucked up, the attitude at the little drive-thru was gonna be shitty. You knew all this stuff when you came here, so you had to come and you had to prepare yourself. Well, one day I came in here, and all the black, my complexion people was gone. And it was replaced by all Spanish people. Now usually I say, oh, my people losing their job. But in this instance, right, they replaced all the black employees at this location with Spanish employees. And now it's some of the best customer service I've ever received.
Surveillance footage obtained exclusively by Fox 5. You see her stop as her dog sniffs a wall. A man dressed in black walks past her. Her back is to him. He turns around, heads towards her, punches her so hard she's knocked off her feet. We intentionally pause the video before the punch lands.
When you knock me, I hit my nose here and then I fell down.
In the video, you can see her attacker calmly walking off. Her dog tries to comfort her. Passers-by rush to help her. She's laying still on the sidewalk.
And this guy didn't say anything to him.
Like, you were gonna get up when I saw that video. But here you are.
Because I didn't want to see the tape. And maybe because I feel so lucky, because he could have had a knife, right?
She suffered a concussion and doesn't remember much of the attack. But it has now been added to a growing pile of NYPD data showing misdemeanor assaults up 9% from this time last year.
Breaking news, police have arrested someone for the murder
Because
of
you're
Veronica-
angry about life. Listen, we're all sinners, right? You're angry about life. You don't like what's happening in life. You're not happy. That's what I keep telling your mom. You're not happy, right? So when men do this whole thing, well, I need to be happy. They build up this aggression. It gets up inside of them, and they know that that person's much weaker than they are, and that they can ruin their day, and it makes them kind of feel good for a moment. Like it's like this dopamine hit. It's like dude. That's the only thing I can figure. I don't get a. I don't.
Would you feel better if like destroy someone stronger than you, not weaker?
So man wanted for murder in Dominican Republic flees to U.S. and murders family. Cool.
Family
There we
in
go.
their own home.
Wow.
Last month, police went to the Ubaldo Santiago home with the coals of a fire.
That's when they found the two young parents and their two kids dead in the basement. Jennifer Lukey joins us from outside Ironically
How did
Town
one
Court,
man kill all
where
of
the
them?
suspected killer has a scheduled appearance.
Because people don't have guns, sweetie.
Julio Soriano was arraigned on 4 counts of murder in the first degree here at the Irondequoit Town Court last week. He is due back in court right now and about to head inside for that hearing. Police tell us that he is originally from the Dominican Republic. He was wanted for murder there and fled to Puerto Rico. They believe it was in Puerto Rico where he got fraudulent identification and made his way here to the Rochester area.
I live in Springfield. There's the water tower. A lot of people are asking what's really going on here, and I can tell you that 3 years ago we had a very large population of stray cats, and now they are gone. You don't see any cats. Our visitors are kind of violent. You know, you'll see them threatening people. They threatened my family with machetes. It's not a safe place. Most of the stuff that the people are saying to City Hall are true. If you put 2 and 2 together, you can figure some stuff out. But it's definitely not somewhere you want to be.
Some facts about immigrants. They usually do very well here.
Immigrants are not illegal aliens, buddy.
Are hardworking.
He says he's not, but yeah, I think he's a faggot.
They commit less crime than native-born Americans, and they will.
That's actually an impossibility when they say that. They commit less crime. The second you walk over the border illegally, you committed a crime. So you're saying every single person, every single illegal alien has committed a crime, to where every single born American has not. Maybe a violation, right? People forget. Going 75 into 55 is not illegal. It's a violation. It's not a misdemeanor or a felony until you go over a certain amount that it is. But
they have the same kind of grace that we would want our ancestors to have when they moved here, with our Haitian brothers and sisters who moved here too. And nobody's
God, he's so
cat.
freaking gay.
Nobody's eating dog.
Yo.
What is that?
What is this they got?
It's a dog or a cat they're cooking.
Is that why Trump said they're eating the dogs?
Yes.
And the cats?
Because that's what they do in those countries.
Man, look like it's homies on the grill, man.
Oh no!
Migrants first started arriving in early 2022. The traffic has picked up. On December 28th, Whitewater's police chief and city manager wrote a letter to the White House. They're asking the Biden administration for help as this city of about 15,000 handles an estimated 800 to 1,000 migrants.
I'm not gonna lie, we did close for 2 weeks
Well,
at one point just to sort of
Sweetie, as I've said 100,000 times before, if you had to, you would.
Would it taste good?
No.
Would it fill you?
It doesn't matter when you haven't eaten for weeks. It's something to eat. These people are so used to being that starving that they'll eat anything. They don't care. And remember, you have to remember, just about 200 years ago, we basically had we had a couple mercantiles, you know. People would jar food and you could go pick the kind of stuff, you know, it was a little bit canning, you know. But before that, how do you think you got food? Either someone killed it and sold it to you, or you killed it and ate it. So if you lived in the middle of frickin' nowhere, where this would have been, right, like 300 years ago, right? We would have had to go hunting. We would have had to put a roof on. Like, there's people don't understand. Like, it's not just like this. We are so cushy. We can walk to a store down the street and come back with a Slurpee.
That's so true. Because back then you couldn't.
Right. We live such cushy life. This is why I always tell your mom, I'm like, calm down. It's like, we're poor. I'm like, you're poor? What do we talk about every day? How does it make you poor?
We're really not that poor though.
You just don't have everything you want. You don't have the beautiful home. You don't have the beautiful car. You don't have like the clothes you want to wear. You don't have the $2,000 Chanel purse.
But she's always buying clothes. How she not have clothes she wants to wear?
I don't know. She hates all the clothes. Have you not noticed that? She's always saying how much she hates your clothes.
Who cares?
I bring her free clothes all the time. She kept a pile of like short shorts because I found a bunch. It was like a pack. It was crazy. I was like, what? and they're all the same size. And I thought she was 12, but I guess she's bigger. Your mom is a big booty. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not bad. It's not bad. I like it. But so I brought her home the jeans. She goes, "Oh well, I'm just gonna keep them to hopefully fit into it." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. Like that's great. It's great." But it's like we're not poor. Poor is like, listen. Okay, here's one example. I know this is anecdotal because it's just one person. I've been in many houses, but this is the worst one I ever saw. Okay, so we were walking around neighborhoods, just trying to find out people who needed food in San Diego. This is in San Diego, California. Okay, downtown, one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen in the whole world. We were walking by, this fence was knocked over. And we're like, okay, well, what's going on over here? Just trash pile. There was like a giant hole, probably. Let's just say the hole was where we're sitting, and like the trash was past the couch, and it smelled awful. There was no electricity. You could tell like nothing was on. So we walked in. A wall was knocked out, not a door. A wall was knocked out. Okay. These people were shitting in holes. Okay. It was just a bunch of illegal alien Mexicans that moved over and taken over this ruined down house. They had no food, they had no water, they had no electricity, they had no gas, no way to wash their clothes, no way to take showers. They had nothing. And I understand they're illegal aliens, but that's in America. Okay? Nothing. They had nothing. They stole. They'd go to like churches, or they'd go to like back in the day you could go to Trader Joe's and you could go. They'd throw all their stuff out at the end of the night, all their frozen expired food because you just couldn't sell it past the date. I used to do it all the time. That's how I made. I got so many good freaking chicken breasts and freaking steaks and all kinds of stuff. I'd go to Trader Joe's. It was like, oh yeah. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna spend money. It was like I just go to the trash can. Oh no. No, they have to donate it now because too many people realize like they just throw away expired frozen food. Like it would just be totally frozen when you picked it up.
Donut shops do, right?
Huh?
That's what donut shops do. They throw away all the.
No, they do day old, and then after the day, then they throw it away. After the day old, they'll toss it out. But gosh, I saved so much money, and I ate well. I would just go freaking 7-Eleven at Trader Joe's. I just stand there and wait. And sometimes the guys would be cool, and they're like, "Here you go. They just give you boxes of it." And you just load up your truck and take it and put it in the freezer. You're like, yeah. I'm not going wrong. It was as good as fresh. But anyways, like, this is what we're living in. Like, we even in America, people live in desolate. Like, it's don't get me wrong. They're here illegally. They probably couldn't get jobs very easily. Things like that. I understand all that. I'm not dissing him for that. But this is how far we come as a country where we can't even. Everyday people don't have food. So, and even when you do get food, it's not like you get a whole lot of food. So. But yeah, then he sent a bunch of people to a city. What did it say? They have like 8,000 people there, and they sent 1,000 illegal aliens. It's like, what are these people supposed to do? You can't. That's not sustainable. This is crazy.
The needs of everybody.
Christine Zabayo, director of the community space, says there was not a huge increase in visitors, but they were seeing a lot of people with no idea how the space works.
Sometimes we felt that we had people who were maybe taking more than they needed just because they didn't know they could come back.
For the city, the strain was more severe. The letter states police are struggling to watch the entire community because they're seeing 3 times the number of unlicensed drivers. Then, the city says it bought, quote, costly translation software so police could communicate with migrants when handling traffic cases up to more serious cases, including sexual assault and the death of an infant.
Oh, look, it's my work.
Oh gosh.
This is what they do.
Really?
My work too, yeah. Oh, I guarantee you I'm gonna go tomorrow and it's gonna be insanity.
Why?
Because people just this is what they do. Because people drop off all this stuff, and all these kind of people come and just show up and rip everything apart. They'll break into these donation centers instead of knocking on the door. If you knock on those doors and tell people you have no money, they're gonna give you whatever you need. You don't have to do this, but. This is what happened in Michigan and Minnesota. That's what happens when all these people show up there. They all have 15 kids.
I think they are trying to get even interpreters to teach the kids, let alone get to this part.
They're having a huge problem, I think, with trying to teach. There were 45 Haitians that started kindergarten this year. 45.
Wow.
Yeah.
In what, 2 years? Something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they don't speak English.
I can tell you personally that when I worked at the grocery store and I cashed them out, the receipts were alarming. $13,000 on EBT food, not including the $29,000 that was on EBT cash. It's infuriating. Yes, sir.
So they're not getting the 600.
And while they're dressed
Yeah.
very well,
And when we would try to, oh my gosh, I had a job at Walmart and it was over the certain amount, we couldn't have anything. But then you just come to this country legally and, well,
They don't. We get EBT.
barely. Nothing that's helpful. Not like 13 and 20. If we had $29,000, Dodger, I would turn that into freaking $70,000 as soon as possible when we move out of this damn house and buy a home.
Oh, I thought it was food.
30. No, she said $13,000 in food.
Oh, got it.
$30,000 in cash. What?
Why are they giving money to these people?
I don't know. Couldn't tell
very
you.
well. How are you able to dress like that? Coming over here as running for help that we're supposedly helping them? How are you
No,
dressed
supposedly.
like that when we, the
Not
American
supposedly.
people, are scrapping for the next set of work boots?
They wanna be a homeowner.
We did all the paperwork later in the day, so we didn't do much other than just doing a punch list of all the things we want to do.
I'm too short.
While I was inside, Zizi was outside taking care of some of our plants. I did go on top
It's a
of the
girl,
roof
yeah.
to make sure we didn't have
So
any-
it's a girl who wants to be a boy, and a boy who wants to be a girl, and they're together.
That's
So it's
just
just a
straight.
weird straight couple.
Yep.
Angles, the roof
Very
does
normal now.
actually look pretty good for being a 20
Or
plus
common,
year old.
not normal.
Also, this is my HVAC, otherwise known as my problem. Here's my new tool shop. Look at this! I got an old vice. I got an old work table. I'm in love.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're done.
This is why you bring guns. I would never do any of this without a gun.
Oh, Pete, you talked about your beard.
It's a nice bear.
It's so cute though. What? Bro, is he too broke for
Are
a
you? You're an
skateboard?
idiot. You're done.
How is he?
What?
He's so what?
He practices. This is something he practices.
That's pretty cool.
Hello? Sure. It says, Dear Liam, happy 8th birthday. Mrs. Trump and I hope you enjoy this special occasion surrounded by the love of your family and friends.
Damn!
We are so encouraged by the strength and determination you have shown throughout your young life, and send our love and best wishes to you as you continue to fight. Remember, you are never alone, and we are keeping you in our thoughts and prayers for continued health, for continued care and good health. May God bless
it's
you
real.
and your family. Stay strong. Sincerely.
Is that money?
Can you tell me who signed
No,
it?
but it's a presidential
He knew it was your birthday coming up? What do you say to him? What else do we say?
Nathan just brought a bird from the woods. What do you have?
He's got a hawk? Oh, it's a vulture.
How in the world did you catch that?
I think it's injured because I'm fourth. Yeah, I saw it
touched it. Came up in the tree, I shake the tree and it fell and it was done like.
He shook the
Then
tree.
got hold of it and I pulled it.
Yeah.
What a
Non-chicken
savage.
catnip.
That's a freaking vulture, dude.
I know they eat dead things.
Holy, what the farts? That kid caught a vulture. Well, at least he was honest. He's like, well, I think it's injured because I chased it up a tree and then I knocked it down, so I think that's how I got it.
He shook the tree. Oh, man.
Bro, that was classic. I mean, at least he knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wish I could find that stupid video.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Did you just
Oh, we saw the one already.
from
Okay.
the 56-year-old fat ass?
Oh, saw the ones we went. Okay, got it. Yeah. That's it. Okay.
Are you
Oh, there. Is that it? No. That's him though.
Thank you.
If you smell your own fart, does that mean you're
There's a whole different goal. They make the goal then. What's stopping you? Idiot.
Ava. Oh, Dodger. Watch this one.
There's a whole different goal. They make the goal then. What's stopping you? Idiot.
Is that a guy?
Yes.
I saw a girl before.
Bro. I'm saying, watch out, bro. As a guy, watch out. What's going on today, dude? Like, that's crazy, bro. She's not hot or anything, but it was like, that sounded like a female to me.
Let's see here. Oh, I saw this. So, oh my god. Oh my god. So, this girl, she goes and puts out a Google Doc talking about basically, it's a 90-page document, okay? Like, literally 90 pages of this. So anyway, I know how valuable time is, and I won't take up too much of yours. You should have had that at the start rather than the end. And so she goes around and she's talking about how she got abused and, like, you know, her last relationship was really bad, making people feel sorry for her, etc.
For context, almost every single initial reply is supportive of her and calls out her husband as an abusive prick.
And then people actually, there were apparently a dozen or so people that actually read all 90 pages. And after they looked into it, they found out that, in fact, she was the one that had cheated on her husband.
husband while he was on deployment. So if you look at the engagements here, let's read some of these. And I'd be pretty mad too if my wife fucked 5 different men instead of me. She put out a twit longer begging for attention and looking for approval for cheating on her fucking husband. It's crazy.
Maybe it was a Racco TV or something though.
This is actually insane. Is this real? 6.6.
I'm much older than you. And I'm a tiny bit smarter than you.
Commit to a man? I don't think so, because if he can't pay all my bills.
The desirable truth. Find this.
So yeah, that was crazy. That weird saying that is that like a thing? If there's a hole, there's a goal. Is that like a thing people say now?
I guess so. People are just nasty, dude. They're just freaking nasty now. It's like, I don't know what's wrong with people. Like, sex, listen, I'll be the first to admit it. Sex is super fun. Like, it feels good. But the hole is the I don't understand it. I'll never understand. It's not, dude. No joke. Like, the best steak in the world is better than having sex. Like, some of the best baked goods is like, sex is, yeah, it's awesome. It does this weird mind fulfillment thing, but then it's over in a moment. Like, and then it's over, and then what?
Yeah, you can keep buying that food though.
I know you keep buying the food. I get it, but you don't always buy the greatest food, right? Is that no? It's not her.
Still trying to find it.
This is the guy. I was trying to find the tall girl. Because it was like one of the most interesting interviews I've ever seen. Let's see, maybe I could find this. Oh, here we go. This is it.
What's your age?
27.
If we were together,
so he's like
and
6'4".
we had problems in our relationship.
Oh wait, that's not her. Never mind. It's not her because she's not tall enough. She was blonde though, so that's why I thought it was her. Gosh, there's a lot of tall women. It's wild. Because he's not short. He's like 6 foot, I think.
Yeah.
So anytime like anyone's taller than me, like, damn.
That guy's taller than.
Is it this one?
How old are you?
No. Well, black girl being tall is not weird. Goodness gracious, where is it? Maybe he talks to more than one girl in the videos. Fix it. Oh, okay, what was that crap?
It was the chlorine, like the stuff in our tap water.
No, because it's never done that before. We had to put something in that was weird, like plastic or something.
It wasn't plastic.
I didn't say it was plastic. I'm saying it had to be something like that.
Intimidation thing because they have. Short man syndrome. So it's like.
Have you found it yet?
No, I freaking can't find it.
Yeah, that's I hate when that happens.
I can't see.
Sorry.
What are you doing?
The benefits of a girlfriend, why would he want to make it official with?
What are you going out there for?
Oh, I'm
And be exclusive.
Huh?
I'm grilling
What are you grilling?
burgers.
Okay. Didn't you just eat? You ate like 2 hours ago.
It takes a while to cook.
Well, next time, ask. I don't want you going in and out all day right now.
Next time what?
Next time, ask. I wasn't expecting you to be going in and out for the next however long.
Yeah,
Don't just
I won't. I'll
grill.
stay out there.
I'm just saying, don't just grill because you think you can.
Okay, so I just didn't want to smoke while you're here.
Is that it?
CPM around. And then they start.
Offer a man.
안녕하세요. Hey guys.
아리가또.
안녕하세요. Hey guys.
아리가또.
Shane.
Shane awake from there. Stuff like that. Bro, this is like a drug addict on Family Matters.
Why, Carl? Why, Carl? Why can't I play with Steve?
Sam.
Hey guys.
Arigato. Hello.
Cheyenne.
Brother.
Not shying away from this.
Start this off by saying, Brody is like a drug addict on Family Matters.
Why, Carl? Why, Carl? Why can't I play with Steve?
What do you call a girl with uneven legs?
Ooh. What?
Eileen.
I know about 2 or 3 Eileens. Why did Spider-Man join the computer class?
What?
He's interested in web design.
That was great.
Peter Parker's real smart. Like, I think that it, you know, along with science, I think computer science is, yeah, so that sounds feasible. What does your mom have in common with sourdough bread?
What?
They're both very dry and yeasty.
That's kind of cool, Sling.
That was crazy. That was good.
What did the father tell his son when his son asked him if he was gay? He said, son, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20.
So that dude,
Gotta do what I gotta do for a dub.
What's the worst day of the week to be a potato?
Oh, I
Friday.
know this one.
Do you?
Friday.
Okay.
what do you call a vampire orgy?
Good time.
A bang bang.
Why did you do that? That was weird.
Chance at a winning trip and a chance to clinch a postseason berth today with a win.
You have that guy right there, Shohei Ohtani, who wants to be in that playoff, and he wants to get to the World Series.
Never been to the playoffs, 865 games. That will change.
Marlins give the ball to Edward Cabrera. This will be his 19th start of the season.
Shohei, of course, will lead off the lineup for Dave Roberts today.
You gotta pay attention when he is at the plate. You never know. He is getting closer and closer to a big league milestone.
Ohtani smokes this ball right center field, off the wall. Throw from Conine is late, and it's a screamer of a double to start this ball game. So now Mookie Betts, he flies the first pitch that he sees into shallow right field. Lopez and Berger go out. It's out of Lopez to make an over-the-shoulder catch. Freddie had the 3 hits yesterday, but prior to that, out of sorts. Walk for Freeman, and they're at first and second.
Next stolen base for Shohei Ohtani not only would be number 50.
If he gets the third, he's picking the bag up, I'll bet. That'd be kind of great. Like Ricky Henderson, hold it over his head and go, I am the greatest.
There they go. Throw to third. Beats him, but he got his foot in. The 50th for Ohtani.
Stolen base number 50 for Ohtani, and they are standing at Lone Depot Park.
Throw beats him, but the foot avoids the tag. Will Smith homered last night's game. Fly towards the right field corner. Conine drifts over. Should be deep enough. Ohtani tags. Conine's got a good arm. His throw's up the line, though. Throw will be squeezed by Fortes. Ohtani's in to score the first run of the game. Gotta grab that base. One more Ohtani touches for his 50th stolen base.
Jack Flaherty on the mound coming off a club. clunker, the only clunker in his 8 starts for the Dodgers. He has been fantastic in acting like an ace.
That was not a strike.
Right there, that pitch was a few inches off. Ring up Xavier Edwards for the first out.
That's not a strike.
In the air to left center field. Taylor's got it spotted. And Flaherty's got first 2 out.
He got called Flaherty, but it's the Dodger, but it was like, that was not a strike. It was terrible luck. Like, that call was so bad. I couldn't even imagine being called out on that.
On the mound, coming off a
right here.
The only clunker in his 8 starts for the Dodgers.
You could see this was not a strike.
Fantastic and acting like an ace.
Not even the dot. You could tell it was off the.
That's out of the strike.
That's what I'm saying. I would have been so angry. I would have been like, bro, what the frick?
That was the worst call.
Oh my gosh.
Flaherty's got first 2 out. Here's his 2-2.
Like that was a strike. That wasn't a strike. It doesn't. No, it doesn't work. You can't. Oh, just out of the zone too. He went for a hit, but still, you can't freaking. I don't care that I'm a freaking Dodger fan. That was not a strike.
Stole his 49th base in game 2. Has stolen his 50th base in game 3. 2 on, 2 out. That's a base hit to right field. Ohtani's 2 for 2. Muncy's headed for the plate. Conines throws cut off. He's got 2 hits. He's got a stolen base. He's got a run scored. He's got a run batted in. And this game's been going for like 20 minutes. He said to him, how about 50-50? How about 51? Into second with a stolen base. His second of the game already. How about 60-60, Shohei? We got 10 games left.
The changeup from Cabrera works around further damage. 2-0 lead for Jack Flaherty and the Dodgers. Berger 1 for 8 in the series. That one a home run, and it turned out to be a good one.
Damn, that was gone.
Center field, and it is long gone.
Wow. That was freaking. He like went down for it too. Damn. No, it's curveball. Or a slider, sorry. Could have been either.
Third strikeout for Flaherty.
The Dodgers have the bases loaded with a 1 out.
Looks at an infield hit his first time. Chance at a big one right here on this 3-1. He takes ball 4.
Oh. That's like the worst.
Free pass, specifically to Cabrera.
Get a run by walking people.
Walks, 2 hit batters.
Brings up Pahe.
So lame. Oh my God, he did it twice in a row.
And it's 4-1 as Edman steps on home.
6 consecutive walk. Yeah. He walked 2 people in.
Fastball lifted the other way.
Oh. Oh.
He's got
Oh, no.
That's not it.
In from third comes another.
Look, me.
3 for the
It's me running. He was on third.
2 innings. He's got 2 hits, 2 stolen bases, a run scored and a run knocked in. Slashes his 3rd hit of the game.
Wow.
Center field gap. Looks in to score. Here comes Pajes. Ohtani heading for 3rd. Relay is in time. Just shy of finding himself a home run shy of the cycle.
And the Dodgers now lead this ball game by a score of 7-1.
Regardless, Betts at second. And now this one floated into shallow right center field.
Oh, that was a good catch.
Diving play by Conine. And Betts is out at second base. Wow! What a day for Griffin Conine.
Breaking stuff is under 50% as far as throwing it for strikes.
Up the middle. What a pick by Tommy Edman. Oh, what a play.
Launches off the mound. Now it's going to be how do you do the hop, and he does it perfectly in front of it.
Oh my gosh, he's done it again. Tommy Edman.
Damn.
This is sweet.
Tommy Edman throwing the leather around here in Miami.
Muncy.
This one flipped over by third.
Oh. That was a good catch.
Are you watching?
Oh, just recap of a game. These guys are just making some great defensive plays, though.
Otto Lopez
Yeah.
has been on twice.
Who has displayed some exceptional defense this afternoon with 2 diving
Yeah, yeah.
catches in a right. He's 0 for 1 at the plate.
And Conine lifts
Ooh.
the fly ball
That looks like it's gone.
Back at the wall.
Yeah, that's gone.
A home run for Griffin Conine. Two sparkling defensive plays and a two-run shot.
Now it's 7-3 Los Angeles here in the fifth.
They only had 2 base runners over the first 4 innings, 4 of them here in the fifth.
Get him refocused, especially like a guy like Sanchez coming up.
Rounds it again. Freeman there to smother it. Feeds Flaherty and ends the bottom of the fifth. And to get Ohtani back to the plate. 3 for 3 through 3 innings today.
3 for 3.
Seemingly different and better than
Freaking imagine. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, but that was just a straight up like there was no way that curveball was gone from the second he threw that thing. That was something.
Back to the plate. 3 for 3 through 3 innings today.
everything that Ohtani does is just seemingly different and better than everybody else.
Oh shit. Oh, it was a changeup. Sorry, it was a changeup. It almost hit the ceiling. He's 4 for 4. Every at bat. It's like a video game. He just needs a triple and then he's got a freaking cycle.
And he is one away from the first ever 50-50 season. Oh, what a blast by Shohei
Holy
Ohtani.
shit.
He is a one-man show. And he will face
God.
Andy Pages with 1 out of the bases loaded in the top of the 7th. Dodgers at 9.
Oh, this is going to be a home run, isn't it?
Pages hits this ball.
Yeah, he got it out.
Left field corner.
Oh, never mind.
Bounce up against the wall. Pages knocks in 2 with a double. So Andy's got 2 hits.
He went down for
2
that.
runs scored, 3 runs driven in.
Damn.
And here we go. Here he comes. He's matched the franchise record for a single season of 49. He's 1 away from the first 50-50 season ever. On an 0-2 pitch, Ohtani takes in the dirt, adds to the backstop, and wants to jog in. Triple for the cycle, homer for history. On a 1-2, Ohtani.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What the farts? No one's ever done it. That's history. No, dude. It's 50-50 season. He has 50 home runs and 50 steals. No one in baseball history since the 1800s has ever done that. This Asian dude that everyone said couldn't hit, but could pitch, and he's gonna be pitching again. This is him rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. He'll pitch again. Like, he can pitch, he can hit, he can steal. Dude, the dude is an anomaly.
Yeah.
Like, he's an anomaly. It doesn't make any sense. It's like we're in the Matrix and he, like, is the only one that understands it. Dude is crazy.
He is the new all-time single-season home runs leader for the Dodgers.
Wow.
History with a one-day rampage. September 19th, 2024.
What a day for Shohei.
But
Wow.
Ohtani waits on deck.
Taylor's got to reach. Let's go. Do it for the people. Yes!
And we will see Shohei Ohtani one more time today.
Ohtani with a curtain call. Y'all are watching this guy.
Oh. Third home run of the game.
'51 home runs for Shohei Ohtani.
Holy
It's
crap.
the first time Ohtani in his career has had a 3-home run game. 10
Wow.
runs added in for Ohtani. That's also a career high.
Yep.
This is the show that never ends.
Look at the game. It's 17-3.
Edman strokes a base hit through the left side. Couple more runs gonna come in. 19 for the Dodgers.
Holy
Inning
crap.
started with Muncy getting hit to reach for the 4th time today. And it continues with them getting a hit. They've got 20. So 1 out here on the bottom of the 9th.
Cortez
Ooh, that
out
was-
toward left field. Gives that
Smack
one
that
right.
one.
Taylor.
Oh, Taylor, you had that, bitch.
Over the wall.
Oh my God, he had that.
Won the game.
He jumped way too early.
Clinch the postseason and shrink the magic number to clinch the division to 6.
There it is.
the ball game. What a game.
20-4. I'm playing a video game right now.
It almost takes a backseat today to what Ohtani does individually. One of the greatest single-game performances ever, regardless of the landmarks that were reached, and reaches the postseason for the first time in his major league career.
Oh, bro. Dude, that's a video game score, man. That's not like real life. That doesn't happen. Oh. 20-4. Good Lord.
Veteran who first
Embarrassing.
got to the leagues in 2013 with the Los Angeles Angels way back in 2007. And Charlie drives this ball high and deep right field, way back, and caught by Betts.
That's you idiot.
Of the wall.
Gold Glove winner. Mookie with a great route. Checks the wall, times the jump well. Hits that right foot.
Yeah, but it looks like he got hurt.
Chain link fence.
Yeah.
Betts is just such a great athlete. I don't know if he robbed Charlie of a home run, but just his getting back there and making that leap and timing it like he did was just absolutely beautiful. What a player.
Idiot. Don't get hurt.
Dave Roberts put it best after Thursday's win. Shohei Ohtani is one of one.
A young man from Japan who has done something that no one else in baseball has, have more than 50 homers and more than 50 stolen bases in the same season.
Swung on and missed. So Kyle gets the strikeout of Ohtani, and they'll give him another standing ovation, and he deserves it.
They're two away. And Teoscar Hernandez coming to the plate. He had the day off yesterday.
Oh, he got that. He got all of that.
Hilliard back even further, and he'll make the catch, and then lean up against the wall, draw
Freaking
some
Dodger
walks,
Stadium,
lead
man.
off and head down to first, and that'll bring up Tolia. Tolia drives
Oof.
this ball to center field and deep. This has got a chance, and it does. No, it's off the top of the wall.
That's a home run.
Third is Rogers. Ball gets away for a moment, but he will not move up.
What do you mean? That was a home run.
I think they will. I mean, it definitely looked like it hit the top. And
It hit the
there's
top of the
nothing
wall. It's a home run.
There's just netting.
Buddy's coming out. I think he wants a crew chief review.
Yeah, what? What?
Fastball, just middle. We'll see right here.
That was a home run.
It's just off the top of the wall. You got
Ball four, and now they're loaded up for Hunter Goodman, and we know what kind of damage he's done of late. Slowly hit. This will get a run home. Only one play, and that's the first for Muncy. That worked out all right. 1-0 Colorado. Second and third one.
Wait, they really didn't give him a home run? Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow.
Yes, he can.
That's okay.
Nick Cave is thinking here.
So Beck wears that, and now the bases are loaded for Charlie Blackmon, who nearly hit it out his first time up.
He got him. Loaded the bases with nobody out. Limited the damage to just one. Max Muncy since coming off the injured list after the oblique strain cost him 3 months. And an OPS north of 1,000, 12 extra base hits, and 18 RBIs.
And that's mounded back toward Freeland's got that, turns, fires toward first, and got him. Low throw, but nicely done by Tolley at the other end to get that out.
Here comes Ohtani for the second time tonight. This ball's first ever 50-50 guy. And the pitch swung on. There it is in the right center, a base hit. Ohtani's aboard. How long before he takes off for second?
They have the same break that Freeland had the first time.
You got that ball?
Got the swing and miss. That ball was a break.
I don't understand that guy, man.
Kyle's going to get him here. Brendan Rodgers in shallow center will make the catch. Ohtani left at first.
He gets hits that people can't get.
The guy who knocked in the Rockies' run with a ground out, Hunter Goodman, is the batter.
Lucas 1-2, got him swinging. Bookending K's in another 1-2-3 frame of work. 6 up, 6 down against Granarol.
Kyle wins that encounter with Hernandez, and that'll bring up Freeman. Freddie, who's very judicious at the plate, typically swung at the first pitch and hit a fly ball to shallow left. And a weak little semi-line drive to McMahon, 2 outs. Kyle's on his game, and this is going to be a ground ball to short. Another strong inning for Freeland. Tovar perfect throw.
Hudson, appearance number 62 on the season. 6-2 his record. ERA 2.75. Opponents only hitting 192 against him.
Hold up. No, he did not.
Yeah, he didn't hold up. That went over, yeah.
For Dodger pitching, 7 strikeouts on the night. Jordan Beck hit by a pitch against Joe Kelly in his first plate appearance.
Swung on and missed strike 3. Back-to-back
That was a good pitch, though. That's where you want to throw that.
Round of extra bases by Mookie Betts and has struck out. Is hit pretty
Ooh.
well to right center field. This time,
That's gone, yeah.
Nothing's gonna keep it in the yard. Touch him all time.
Bro, why are you pitching like that to Blackman?
His 10th homer of the year. The
Like,
Rockies lead it 2-0.
dude is always a threat, even with only 10 home runs for the year.
This time, no chance
I wouldn't throw to Blackman.
Paez to get that one. That was about 12 rows up in right center field. A good stroke, Charlie Blackman.
Plus, he's got the greatest beard in baseball, so.
7 games for Paez. Dodgers chasing 2.
Boom! That was gone off the bat. You could hear it. Crack!
Home run is 11th, and that gets the Dodgers on the board. It is 2-1.
This young man is very strong, and he gets the ball from the middle of the plate in. He can flex the muscles. That ball middle of the plate in, he owned it. 407 feet on a third of the way up in the pavilion.
2 outs. Here's Shohei tying a run at second.
It's the only thing I hate when pitchers like, or people are like good. Everyone's like, oh, he's up to bat. Okay, who cares? Shut the farts up.
That just went high.
He just got, that was a whole, he hit that
Yeah.
pitch. Wait.
Line to single up the middle, hit his second at bat.
That was, look how, where that was.
That was above the strike zone.
That was like this high above the strike zone.
That should have just went up. Seriously, that shouldn't have gone.
That's how strong that fool is. How in the world? Look at where he hit it. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Look, it's not even ripped or anything.
That was impressive. I mean, the pitch was up and in, and he gets to this ball. Look where this pitch is.
How did he hit that?
And the batter will be Sam Hilliard.
Wow.
He'll
All right.
run with a walk.
That's gone.
The end a little bit.
That was gone.
Yes, he did. He just tied it up. That's how
Do people not hear it when it hits? It hits a certain way. It hits the bat and it goes like a.
left against one of the toughest lefties in the National League, Alex Vesia. Good for Sam on an
Wow, on that home run from Ohtani, though.
Wait, the pitcher
You saw the exit velocity
Oh, yeah.
just under 100 miles an hour. That tells you it was not on the barrel. And Sam doing a good job.
What's up, kiddo? What do you need?
Fastball, staying through it because it's away. Catches it off the end just a hair.
That one?
It's enough. His 9th homer of the year.
Oh, maybe right here? No, that's not it. That's not it. Huh. Can't see. Is this it? No.
Bobby on PlayStation.
Oh, it's right here.
Never mind. Oh wait, it is that.
Oh, hang on. Really dusty. We'll put that to ears. I haven't dusted in weeks. I gotta dust again. I gotta start dusting again. Okay. I don't know if it's dead though, so let me know. It's been charged before, but it's been sitting there for, I don't know the last time we even used that thing. Probably dead as a doornail. That was crazy to hit that ball.
Hernandez, 31-year-old from the Dominican. Had a big year with Toronto a couple years ago, 2021.
Oh, yeah, that was gone. Wow, they didn't. I don't think they thought they were going to bring in 30 home runs. I don't think they thought they were going to bring that in when they got him.
I mean, he gets a breaking ball over the heart of the plate. It's not missing.
Dang. That was like 400 something feet.
Shohei Ohtani with a home run in the fifth. He's 2 for 3. He is now second in Major League Baseball in home runs.
There's that speed again down the line.
Surely saves a run, but Hill could not get to the bag with that speed by Ohtani. He beats them both to the bag.
You lock up 50-50. You think, hey, take the foot off the gas. Not that one. Third hit of the game. 13 games with a home run and a stolen base. That is tied with Ricky Henderson. Most Major League history for a single season. Let's see. Ohtani's on the move.
Ah!
You go first move.
Look at thing too. You don't have to worry about that first and third or step the third coming back.
How are you? Wasn't he like 6'3"? Yeah. How has he run that fast?
Yeah, with the fastest.
Touch the base. Touch the base. Touch the base. There we go. Gosh, that's like a Little League thing you almost didn't do.
Teoscar Hernandez is the hitter. Hit a home run his last time up. Bouncer over the head of Hill. No play at home. The throw across. Not going to get Hernandez. Another RBI for Teo. It's now 6-3.
Damn.
Only a double and a couple of strikeouts tonight.
Oh, that's gone.
Ball hammered to deep.
Damn.
And take a good look. It's gone.
Yeah.
One run back. 25th for Tolia.
Touch him all time for Michael Tolia. His 25th. Dave high fly ball right field. Mookie Betts on the warning track. He is going to make the catch. That is a win for LA.
I'm just glad he didn't jump.
Series opener for the Rockies.
But you know, they said
Buffalo
the Dodgers
6-4.
suck this season. Now they're destroying everyone.
No, they don't suck. It's just like everyone was. You have to understand when it's you have all your team is injured. The hell are you supposed to do? So they had to bring in like a bunch of minor league baseball players that weren't never been in Major League Baseball. When you have everyone injured, what are you gonna do? Like it didn't suck. They just missed a lot of their players. Just got injured all season long. It was Ohtani, freaking Betts. It was what's his head, Muncy. I think Freeman got injured. It was like everybody on the team. That's good. So it's like, what are you supposed to do? You're not going to win games when everybody's hurt. It's just not going to happen.
Clay's still on the team, right?
Who?
Clayton?
Oh, Clayton Kershaw. Yeah. I'm sure he'll retire with the team. I don't think he can really pitch anymore. He's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any new other games?
Not today, no. I was just watching those two because that crazy one was a 20. That's just wild. So. But it was like, where's that? No, hang on. I don't know how to get all the... I like the app better than this thing. That they should do the game like the app. They don't. Okay, it's this?
Okay, yeah, it is dead. So I was using it and then it said power off.
Okay, yeah, I gotta charge it for you. I'm sorry.
I'll just use it tomorrow then.
I want to be charged in a little bit.
Yeah, like an hour or so.
You could probably use mine if you want. My other one. Here. You know how to connect it to the thing?
No.
Okay, well, bring your tablet. Excuse me.
Bluetooth, right?
You're gonna go to Bluetooth, and then I think you have to hold this button. That's it. Isn't it another button? There we go.
No, I'm just gonna wait until the headset is fully charged.
Okay, it's alright. I get it.
Yeah, but you can try still.
Do that because it's trying to find some MP3 4705 crap.
Oh, that's
So it's
the other
freaking it out.
headset.
I know. It's like freaking out. There we go. Wasn't gonna let me find it because of that. See now now it's actually doing other devices.
And then I'll check if it works after that.
There we go. It does.
Okay. Thanks.
You've been in the kitchen for hours. What's going on? You shop for ground cleaning stuff? Okay. It's a steak like that. What do you mean? Look, vinegar. You drink vinegar? What pot? Oh, just some meat I saw. It's like good. I don't want something that's like vinegar when I cook in it. Holy freaking. Oh, those chia seed things? Everywhere in here right now. Those things are gnarly, bro. Ugh. It's sorry, it smells so strong of vinegar.
It smells awful.
Oh god. Which is so weird because I love sea salt and vinegar chips, but how much did you use? House smells like it. $6? $9 for some freaking processed crap. Canadian people will pay. Did you let it cool down?
Yeah, it was all cold.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let it cool down.
Yeah, it wasn't hot at all.
People probably think I'm a weirdo because I was cleaning the barbecue and I'm like, but if you don't clean it, it looks like crap. Yeah. It's like garbage.
Watched several long form whatever podcast episodes.
I have seen one or two full 7-hour, all 14-hour of your guys' content.
Yeah, so then I don't understand the criticism because you should know then that almost always the conversations are very kind of mundane and talk about kind of mundane things. They only get heated if we kind of brush up against political topics or if when ideologies begin to converge, right? That's not only expected, but I don't even understand why you would have a problem with that. You know for sure that that's the most divisive thing on planet Earth you're carrying around with you.
Oh, yeah.
So what the hell is this criticism?
the criticism. Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, it's be respectful to the women's because you're going to hurt their feeling. They won't come back to the show.
Yeah, the criticism was specifically directed to people who had opened up about being bullied before and receiving a lot of harassment for their character, and then doubling down on that after you had already shattered their worldview, and like I said, not presenting them with the truth. And I ultimately feel like that's more condemning.
Yeah, have you ever heard the term cry bully?
Say again?
Have you ever heard the term cry bully?
No.
So cry.
That's it?
Hell yeah.
Hey, $2, my boy. That's all you getting, my boy?
You said what?
That's all you getting?
Yeah.
$2.
Alright.
Hey, my boy, you look kind of familiar, bro.
Where you think you know me from?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You on the website?
What, boy?
Like, I'm saying, like, you posted your picture there?
Post what?
Like a picture.
What's wrong? Is you cool, gang?
What you mean, bro?
Like I said, it's cool.
Why you say that?
Like, what is you playing me? It's yeah.
I am.
You what? Hey, you funny as hell.
Hey, look, my boy, I'm recording the video, bro.
Oh, my fault. Hey, I damn near tweaked on your boy.
Now, I was trying to do a prank on you, but that was way too funny, bro.
Boy, what?
What you mean, bro?
Why you touching my hand?
Come on, bro, what you mean?
You just touched my hand for.
I'm saying, what's wrong with touching your hand, bro?
But that gay.
Y'all don't be touching hands? So how y'all be shaking up with it? How y'all be dapping each other up? Y'all dap up?
Yeah, bro, we don't hands.
So how y'all dap up if y'all don't touch hands?
Like that. We don't do this little.
At the end of the day, y'all touch your hands, bro.
Bro, yeah, you touch it like this.
My bad, gang.
Nah, that ain't on my bad.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I thought you was a goofy goober in the beginning, bro. I thought you didn't care about that.
We need somebody here for that.
What?
What we did?
Cause I touch your hand like how y'all dap each other up?
Yes.
What the hell, bro?
Look, he said he did it again.
My bad, bro. I apologize, bro. Ain't no compensation for that.
Alright.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you have a blessed day. Hey, my boy, you be on the dating app?
What?
You be on app?
Stop playing with me, boy. Hey, boy. That's all I'm doing.
And my boy, you look kind of familiar.
What you mean?
You be on
Hey, bro, stop playing with me, gang, bro. Before I end up tripping ass up.
Damn, bro.
Jeez, bro, stop playing me on, bro.
What you mean? Hey, bro, I was gonna ask you a question.
What's up?
Hey, are you single or taken?
What you mean?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think I seen you. Are you gay? Nah? I thought I saw you on the dating website, bro.
That's playing, right?
What you mean? Nah?
Hell no. You tweaking.
Yeah?
That's my girl right here. You tweaking.
Where's she at?
What?
Can I?
Can I help you?
That's your man? Yeah? I ain't gonna lie. I thought, bro.
Hell no, sir. You saying that shit for, bro?
What you mean?
What the fuck you keep saying that shit for? What you keep saying?
What you mean, bro?
What you keep saying that shit though for?
I'm just saying, like.
I'm saying though, what you keep saying that shit for?
I mean. What you mean?
What you mean?
I'm saying, like, bro, you don't gotta be.
Your ass tweaking, shorty.
Nah, you know.
I just told you, my girl right here, you keep saying that shit. Your ass so you the goofy, shorty.
My bad, bro. I ain't even. Nah, it's like. Hey, chill, bro. Hey, chill, bro. Damn, that's how you feel?
Come on, man.
You have a blessed day. What you mean, bro? Damn, chill.
Come on, man. Nah, man. Hey, bro.
What you mean?
Why you giving me a pink lighter, bro?
What's wrong with a pink lighter, bro?
Look at me, man.
What's wrong?
Cause I got on a purple shirt. You think you gonna give me a pink lighter, bro?
I'm saying, bro, it works perfectly.
Nah, that, bro, give me a different color, bro, on my homie. Look, get my money back.
Yeah?
Yeah, get my money back, man.
You gonna quit smoking because
Nah, get my money back, bro.
But just because of a pink lighter?
Give me money, bro.
I got another lighter.
Hey, bro, you done did too much, man. Give me the lighter, gang.
Damn, lighter?
The money.
The money, you got the lighter, bro.
Give me the money, bro.
Damn, that's how you feel, bro?
Hell yeah, let me get that.
You not gonna lie, bro. You doing too much, bro.
Alright, I'm putting some.
My bad, bro. Lighter than that bag of chips. 150.
On his Apple Pay?
Yeah.
I just lied.
Yeah, I went through. Here you go, bro.
Is it cool?
What you mean?
What's this?
It's a lighter. You said you wanted the lighter, right?
It's me.
What you mean?
It's pink. What you mean what I mean?
I'm working. Nah, it works.
Is it cool, dude?
What you mean?
I'll take off right now. Is it cool?
What, you want another color?
You gonna give me a pink lighter?
You want another color?
Man.
Damn, that's how you feel, bro? He already paid for the lighter, too. You paid for it, bro. Here's your receipt, here's your lighter.
Hey, bro. Let me get a different lighter, bro.
What you mean? What's wrong with it?
Do with a pink lighter, bro.
Use it. For fire.
Bro. Man, I don't want no pink lighter.
My bad, I thought, bro, your hair is pink.
Man, bro, give me another lighter.
Bro, your hair is pink.
Bro, that don't mean shit. This right here ain't do with a lighter, bro.
My bad, I thought you was gonna be cool with it, bro.
This shit, let me down. Look, it's playing my hair. That ain't got shit to do with this. That, I need that for my. I'm not gonna be lighting up with no pink lighter, bro.
I'm saying, what's it? I'm saying, like, what would it mean, bro?
Bro,
like,
what you mean, bro?
If you got
it spicy as hell.
Spicy.
I'm a grown ass man.
Yeah.
I'm so fruity to you.
A little bit.
Bro, I'm like, alright, that right there, can't do that. Let me get another one, folks.
So you're not fruit?
Hell nah.
My bad, bro. I got you.
Come on, man.
Black lighter cool?
What shit is this? Man, that right there.
You couldn't do it. Yeah, but when you say the Holy Spirit, you could think something's the Holy Spirit and it's not. You still have to gauge and judge things with when you say discernment. That's what we're talking about here, right? If everything that's coming out of your mouth is counter to what I'm saying to you or to the argument that I'm giving to you, there is literally no reason you could ever give me why I should think, oh, they get it.
Yeah.
How could you ever know that?
So I think you could still be led to say things that wouldn't make sense in the time based off of your own judgment from God.
Yeah, through the argument though. It's still going to be placed in the argument, right? Like where else is it? Where else are you going to put it?
You could divert and just talk directly to them, talk to their heart instead of just the words they're saying.
Yeah, you can make emotional appeals. That's true. They don't last long, and they're very poor because you know what happens? Somebody else makes a counter emotional appeal.
Yeah.
So I was arguing with a woman the other night on Twitter. This woman was stupid, right? But she said her entire argument was, but abortionists have been able to convince me multiple times on the SA thing because it tugs on my heartstrings. This means that what she's actually saying is people have made great logical arguments to me, and I agree with them. But once that emotional appeal is made, I still want to lean towards it, right?
Yeah.
So you have to get in that worldview. Now, I can't make great emotional appeals because I'm not really an emotional guy, right? It's not my thing. But I can make great logical appeals. I can make great logical arguments. That's the best way I know how to interact.
Yeah. Then maybe we just disagree, or we agree to disagree, and we have different styles and how we would show someone the truth and how we would try and counter them and point them to Christ.
I can't really kind of let you get away with this though because of this.
Yeah.
Because you said, and I'm gonna try to quote you.
There's not enough alcohol for this
That
tonight, you guys.
the best way.
I'm done.
Well, I can't quote you. I'm sorry. I didn't write it down. I wrote something else down. But
the best way.
I want to make sure that I don't strawman this position. So I'll
Is that the Book of Mormon?
If you're
What's he got there?
You with
Is that a
somebody else,
devotional journal?
and they say to you, "I disagree with everything you're saying right now, and you're completely wrong." How could I ever make the value judgment that they think anything other than that? I can't.
Sort of Holy Spirit inspiration.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but even that would be very hard to detect, right? Even that would be like,
Gives me the
I think
creep.
that's an appeal, that you're making an appeal, a standard appeal that you would never have towards anything else, right? You'd be like, in that case, the Holy Spirit should have filled you up, Andrew, and it's like, well, what does that look like?
Yeah.
Right?
It would look like being given the words to say, boldness, confidence.
But I I can easily make all of those kind of right appeals, right? But I'm just not arrogant enough to think it's because the Holy Spirit is necessarily directing me, right? Like, I'm just not going to be arrogant enough to state God speaking through me right now. I'm just not going to be arrogant enough to do that.
You don't have to say God is speaking
That's
directly.
actual
But, I mean,
humility.
so when you make that appeal, it's to me, it's just kind of a nonsense appeal, right? Yes, the Holy Spirit moves through people. I've seen it myself. I know for sure that happens, right? I have no idea how you would. That's rational and reasonable.
In 1 Corinthians, I believe 14, it talks about a word of knowledge or a word of wisdom, a gift of discernment. And I think that might just be something that we see differently, of being able to see someone and see the words they're saying and see a different approach of their heart posture behind it. But that's, like I said, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. We can move that one on, Brian. I don't know where else to go with it.
Sure. Austin, can you pull back up the notes? All right. So we addressed the please be respectful of the women.
Okay,
Second,
Carly
your
is
treatment of Nicolette
I don't
is
remember
inexcusable.
which
She
girl
is
Carly
clearly
is.
broken. That was the whole point of the stream, right? Show how logical and dumb she is. This is something that. Well, we'll let this go.
Living on this coordinated $100.
He did actually write a
for the
strongly
bandits on
worded
White Knight.
letter to
During the
manager, you
apocalypse.
guys.
Nice. Thank you, Living. You somehow got around the.
Was Nicolette the one I said had a gun?
I don't think so. I don't remember that.
Was that the one?
That was the one.
Okay.
And I disavow the guns.
Of course. Yeah.
I disavow the guns comment.
But I wanted to make. I think that creates a reference for the whatever audience. So they know what's being referenced.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, that was that girl.
Yeah.
The horrible troll.
I don't remember hearing that word, but sure.
Oh.
Maybe I should have just not even brought that up then.
Yeah.
It's more ammo to my side.
Do you want to
Yeah. Can you pull the criticism back up, Ryan? The treatment of Nicolette was inexcusable. She's clearly broken. It's not clear. So when you say, these are like loaded terms. You're using kind of loaded terms here. When you say things like it's very clear, X is true, it's not clear X is true. When you say it's obvious, it's not obvious, right? I'm going to take issue first with the idea of what is clear, what is obvious.
Yeah.
It is not always obvious to me. In fact, it's almost never obvious to me. What's going through a person's brain until they verbalize everything that's going through their brain, why they think the things they do. People have such a wide array of motivations. Some people could be on the show for the purposes of trolling or derailment. Some people could be on the show for the purpose of pushing their own agenda. Some may be here for just really good faith dialogue. I like all of it, right? For me, all of it's fun. The whole gambit. If you're a troll on Tuesday, I like dealing with that sometimes. I like dealing with the great faith combos, and I like dealing with the heated arguments. I like the full kind of spectrum of that.
Yeah.
But when you use loaded language like this, when you say it should be clear or X is obvious, that to me is again just framing. You're just saying you should have known better than X. And so now's the time where you get to demonstrate. Now's the time where I get to listen and you get to demonstrate how that was clear, that treatment of Nicolette was inexcusable, and how it was clear that she's clearly broken.
I would say it comes to the point where the person has talked about the wounds earlier on, the reasons why they were bullied or harassed or they were made fun of, and then lead them to the point where they're literally saying, yeah, I think I'm siding with the devil instead of God for doing OnlyFans. You broke them to that point where they really...
That is not the same chick. Nicolette did not say that.
Nicolette.
No.
You guys,
Sorry, could you just repeat what she said? I can look it up in the
questioning her.
transcript.
She had claimed to be a Christian.
Yeah, that was a different chick though. I'm pretty sure, but that's not Nicolette. I don't think Nicolette would. Honestly, like maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that Nicolette would say if you asked her what would God prefer that you do this versus that. I don't think that she would take the gambit on that. The one that I called.
What did she say? We can look it up.
Specifically, you guys were asking her. I believe Andrew was. He was asking asking a very probing question if you guys were following up on, like, all right, you believe in God, why are you still doing OnlyFans? And it came to a head where you say, okay, who do you think wants you to do OnlyFans, God or the devil? And you said, yeah, well, probably the devil.
That was Nicolette, though, or was that another girl on the panel? I think that was the other girl. I think it was the girl who was sitting there.
I mean, we're gonna have to shoot in the dark at this point.
We got transcripts. We can look.
The redheaded woman who was dating.
No, it's the one next to her. Like the quiet girl, I think. She was kind of quiet.
You'll have to give me a few moments to look this up, but
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not actually sure that that's the right girl.
Well, so the one on that
panel, Nicolette was just kind of like a trolling brat, but I'm not sure that she would.
So I mean, on that panel, the only two women who were involved with OnlyFans were Nicolette and then the redheaded woman who claimed she dated Tristan Tate.
Yeah, I mean,
it was most likely. I think it was most likely Nicolette.
Okay.
This was the Satan God question.
Yeah.
I can look up the transcript. I'm pretty sure you posted to her, though.
Was it?
If you want definitive, I can look up the transcript, but I do think you might have posed it to her.
I don't remember, but go ahead with the criticism.
The point being said, I think we both agree. Do you think it's a positive or a negative for a woman to be doing OnlyFans?
Yeah. Okay.
Negative, right?
Yeah.
Do you think positive or negative, large scale for our generation?
No.
Yes, negative.
Negative.
Ah.
Okay. So she's clearly shown you
Hey,
can
man.
adapt her logic, and she's showing the fact of where she's coming from with a place of hurt. And I think it's that.
There you go. It's the last part.
Come get him.
Yeah, that's.
Why'd you guys let him out?
Into OnlyFans just being super confident and self-secure, and then they.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that people will. I think I've never ever endorsed nor bought into this kind of stupid idea that people themselves are not capable themselves of evil, or themselves of adjudicating what they think evil is for their own personal motivations.
Yeah.
While I think that the devil leads the world astray, I've never taken the responsibility off of the human being themselves for engaging in evil behavior.
Yeah.
And so when you say the idea of, well, it's broken, well, that's not clear, or there's past trauma, well, that's not clear. The only thing that's clear is I've made the decision to do that. What you're doing there is creating an inference that actually removes the gap of responsibility by giving them something else that they can point to other than them for this is why I do what I do.
Yeah.
Why do you think that that's appropriate?
I don't think I want to absolve them of responsibility. I think responsibility is actually the highest form of agency, and that is the one thing you do bring to the scandal of the gospel, and the fact that there's only one thing you bring to the cross, and that's your own sin. And the person has to take responsibility for it, and I think you were at a prime example of showing her the gospel and showing her Christ, and instead that was not made, and you instead...
That was not the point to beat her over the head with the Bible. That was not the right point to do that.
You just agreed that it's better for her not to be doing OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a better way to remove someone from
but listen, so from her view at that time, right, it wouldn't matter what woman you were talking to at this point. Unless you can provide credible evidence of what this hurt or, thing that must have happened that led you to do X, right? I just don't have the same faith in I guess, in these women that you do, where you think that they're just kind of like born angelic or something. I don't know. They're not. They have all sorts of their own motivations, all sorts of reasons they want to do things, totally external to the kind of motivations I think you think they all have. I just think it's good old-fashioned American greed. They want money, and this is a really easy way to get it, and they don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Couldn't that just be the simple explanation?
It could be a simple explanation.
So if that is the case, and let's assume she said it, because I usually do make them say it, right? I usually do get to the heart of the motivation.
Yeah.
Assuming for a second that she did, that's what I have to go on. That would not have been the key place to insert gospel. It would have been the key place then to continue down the avenue logically of, do you think it's okay to be a selfish person, and why?
Yeah.
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror and go, oh shit, maybe being a self-centered, nihilistic piece of shit who does this horrible thing to myself and society isn't very good. That might be a good time to interject a different worldview, right? But again, that's also kind of up to the person in the argument when to insert these things.
Yeah.
Not up to you, the viewer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So how does this I don't even understand where this criticism would come from.
Following down, I saw instead sledging.
Good. What's wrong with that?
You've already shown that they're broken, and I think you don't need to condemn them anymore.
No. Me showing you a thing is different than you accepting the thing. You saying you already showed her this gap in the logic. You get to have this great primo seat. The whole audience right now, right? All of you looking at the camera, all of that whole audience gets this primo front row seat, right? They're sitting down on the couch. They've got their popcorn, right, or whatever they're eating, right? I hope you guys are, having something delicious right now. They're having a beer. They're enjoying themselves. They have the primo front row seat where they can be like, okay, from the bird's eye view, here's what I think is going on.
Yeah.
You, the person who is the interlocutor, the engager, right? You have a different perspective than the external viewer. You would agree that that's true, right?
Yeah.
So from the perspective of the internal viewer, the idea here is, no, you're not actually taking responsibility. No, you're still fighting against this. Yes, you may have accepted that what I've said is true, right? But you have not admitted yet that it is true. So, kind of the placement of where you're going to insert ideology to, that's a much harder thing to gauge, right?
Yeah.
Much harder thing to gauge.
Yeah. I agree. I think where you go with the ideology and where ultimately you do present the gospel depends on the person and depends on the situation.
It has to.
But I would say I don't think slut shaming has any part of a gospel presentation.
Why not? What's wrong with slut shaming?
Jesus says that we will be held accountable to every word that we speak, and that by our words will be justified, and by our words will be condemned.
And as he says, with a plank in your eye, be judged by the same standard for which you judge others. So that means that I should be willing to accept being slut shamed. Yes?
I think shame is where I draw the line.
Why? That's not... Wait a second. Now you're conflating two different ideas. Do you agree that the standard from which you judge is the standard for which you will be judged, according to Matthew?
Yeah.
Okay, you agree with this?
Yes.
Okay, so am I judging by a hand standard that I'm refusing myself to be judged by?
Judging by hand?
Am I judging by a standard that I refuse to be judged by?
I'll have to think about that one for a second. No.
Okay. Ready to move on?
Oh, I thought the whole is slut shaming wrong conversation. You guys want to keep going?
He
on that one?
disagreed with me. It's not. It was an entailment of his logic.
Oh, okay. All right. Austin, are you able to pull back up the, let's see, so you also wrote, and when she admitted to her past bullying, you instead doubled down on the slut shaming. She only played along because that is how wounded girls receive validation. I think that's already been addressed.
Yeah, no, that's that. No,
Or-
no,
oh,
gotta get
okay.
gotta get into this. Okay, so I want you to see what you can you read out what you wrote out loud there for me, if you don't mind.
Which part? Oh.
So right there with and. So this is going to be paragraph
And
4
when she
down.
admitted,
Yeah.
and when she admitted of her past bullying and harassment, you said double down on the slut shaming. She only played along because that is how wounded girls receive validation.
Yeah, so I not only do I reject categorically the entirety of that statement, but I would again ask for the demonstration that is what women do. Pull it up again. I want to make sure I get the words right. She only played along because that is how wounded girls receive validation. Can you demonstrate that for me in a million years, ever? How would you ever demonstrate that?
It's a hard posture, right?
Mm-hmm.
People seeking validation.
So you just think it.
Sure. I would say it's a conviction I have, and I've talked to people that have.
But why should I believe it?
Because I've talked to people in relational currency that talked back to me and admitted in the past when they were the most broken, were looking for the most validation in the most cheap, lustful, usually online ways.
Yeah, you ever heard of a guy named Ed Schultz?
No.
Yeah, probably not. Way before your time. He was this big fat Democrat, right? Just a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
He came to the Democrat Party because he was a Republican, and he had an epiphany while he was eating a bologna sandwich that Republicans were evil. I'm not kidding. You can look this up.
Yeah.
He had an epiphany. For some reason, this bologna sandwich gave him the epiphany that he needed to switch over to become a scumbag Democrat and go on, by the way, to do horrible things. Okay. The idea. What do you think that he was wounded? Was
no.
Why? But why are the women then? Why are the women always wounded or have some trauma that we have to base their decisions on? I don't understand this view. This view really bothers me because this is actually, I think, in this way, I have way more respect for women than gentlemen like you do, because I do not infantilize.
I'm not trying to infantilize.
But how is that not infantilization to make the statement that the reason you're doing what you're doing is because you're broken, rather than maybe they're not broken, they made this choice actively and they like it. What about that?
I would say my approach comes from a place of compassion, knowing the person is not yielding the fulfillment that they wish to from that, and that there is a greater way that comes through Christ. And I think approaching people knowing that they are searching and that no one's completely content and fulfilled in their sin, from my perspective, like I said, I see that in Scripture. I see that God commands everywhere to repent. He says that.
No injured all goes back to childhood trauma. Hasn't Desiree taught you anything? You need to revisit the Bad Bitch Handbook.
I'm sorry, Giovanni. I'm sorry, my bad.
That came in automatically. So do you want to, Luke, if you want to just continue
I was
on
just
with your
finishing
point?
the point that says Scripture is clear. 1 Timothy 2:4, I think it talks about that it's God's desire that all men are saved. And I think it is our
I agree.
responsibility as Christians
Agree.
to echo that and call others to repentance, and also realize too that people choose sin for a reason. Yes, obviously it is enticing, but they also choose it for negative reasons. And I think that all of those negative reasons and all those desires that are unfulfilled, that eternity's been written on our human hearts, and we are searching for life and life abundantly. I think instead of just dragging them to go bad, thinking.
No, I'm listening.
Oh yeah. If they're searching for life and life abundantly, I think they can find that in Christ. And I think more importantly too, realizing that meeting the sinner with a place of compassion, especially when they've recognized that their sin is ultimately wrong and they don't want to be attached to it anymore. But you also have to keep in mind that, like, for myself included, I used to be addicted to pornography for a lot of my early childhood.
Is that like the porn stash? Is that where that comes from? They said.
My friends like it.
You got the porn stash going, bro. I'm just saying.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
So used to be addicted to it for a super long period of time, and a lot of other things, body dysmorphia, eating disorders. It's all part of my testimony. And until I actually read the Word of God, none of that actually changed. And the Word of God started to discern the thoughts and intentions of the heart, right? And I knew that my sin was bad, but I couldn't actually walk away from it because I lacked the power to. And once I found that in Christ, I realized, okay, I actually do dislike my sin, and I want to walk away from it. So I come from a place of compassion when I see other people that are also bound in sexual sin, and I say, listen, I want to come with compassion in the same way that I felt in the past as well too. There is a greater way that you can be let out. I mean, into the audience too. There is hope. There is a way to get out of pornography, and that way is Jesus Christ.
So let me give you the olive branch of some agreement.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you some criticism of the agreement.
Yeah.
So the first idea is I am very glad that you got away from all of that, and I'm very glad that you found Christ, right? Though I may not agree with your theology, it's still far better for you to be going down this path, which will eventually, by the way, lead you to orthodoxy. It's far better for you to be going down this path than down some other path. So we'll just concede that. See, I think that that's the compassionate statement. The thing is, though, is that I need you to also admit that based on your what you call your testimony, that you could be operating from something which is called affirmation bias. And this is the idea that because this was your walk, and because you had other externalities which were influencing your behavior, that then you kind of suppose that onto other people.
Yeah.
Isn't that a really reasonable thing for me to think?
Yeah. No, it absolutely is. I've talked with a lot of young men, and even women too, that are bound up in sexual sin.
Sure.
And I've talked to them all, and it all does come from a place of, listen, I know, like what Paul says in Romans, like, I know I shouldn't do this, but I still find myself doing it, and I lack the power to be free. And he goes on to say, thank our Lord Jesus Christ, who has set us free. And so when I come across with the message of compassion, I see that not only in Christ, who wept over Jerusalem because they couldn't repent, and he used largely tax collectors and prostitutes.
But isn't compassion, the idea of compassion, me telling you what's true, and if you don't like it?
Yeah.
And isn't that really what I'm doing? Just telling you kind of, like, you probably didn't want to hear that you could be suffering from affirmation bias.
Yeah.
But your logical brain went,
no, it's true.
There's a good possibility here that that's true, right?
Yeah.
What's non-compassionate about saying that to you?
No, I mean, I think I value that insight that you're saying I might be coming from an affirmation bias. I've just seen so far what I've run on when I talk to people, when I talk about sexual sin, is that you do a place of compassion, obviously responsibility, and you hold them accountable for their actions.
Yeah.
But at the same time, compassion as well too, knowing that they have usually been, like I said, bought a bill of goods.
But the trick to affirmation bias is that all the contact that you have with people within the frame of the worldview is going to be moved to leading some type of evidence towards your affirmation bias. So in other words, this becomes part of the worldview that you view everything in. You turn everything into part of that worldview to support the affirmation bias, right? Like that's what happens. That's what that means.
Yeah.
So while you say, okay, anecdotally though, Andrew, most of the people that I've engaged with who are engaged in sexual sin, whatever that sample size is, right? Let's say it's huge. Let's say it's like 20,000 people. It's probably not, right? But let's just say that it was. If you then said, and my experience is that all of them X, and it just so happens to correlate with this other thing which happened to me, doesn't that kind of seem a bit biased and moving towards that, considering how widely different people are?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds like affirmation bias.
Okay, it's affirmation bias. Do you think there are people that are bound up in sexual sin that don't regret it at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I really do. I think that the idea here of pre-lest.
Sincere Hypocrite donated $100. Desiree flashes her nasty booty in Andrew's face and risked harming the stream. Yet this feminist is constantly acting like men must be responsible for these women's action.
Yeah, but
what a clown.
Hang on, this is good though because he is listening, right? So I'm going to listen to him and he's listening to me. So so back to this. This idea of pre-lest, which I believe is a real thing.
Define the term.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, right? So what pre-lest is that somebody has submitted so much to the demonic, right? That no, they don't have these kinds of same sincere regrets, things like these types of people that you maybe serial killer. Let's look at that for instance, right? You've given over so much. Now that doesn't mean that you can't be saved, but you've become so rotten to your core that you reject even the idea of salvation.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think it's absurd to think that those people not only don't exist, but that we don't deal with them all the time. We just kind of pretend there's this kind of crux where no, it's external factors. It's always something else. And it's such kind of like female psychoanalysis babble when people are always trying to find an externality. So they're just going, people have the capacity in free will to make choices. And sometimes they might make the wrong choice for the wrong reason and know it and just not give a shit.
Would you say that you have an evidence to prove that people love it and they genuinely don't have any regrets?
All we can do is go off of what they say. What else can you do other than
the term you used for the reprobate? Can you release that term again?
What, the reprobate mind? Pre-lest.
Pre-lest. Okay. Is that not in scripture? I'm assuming. Is it somewhere else?
It's part of the Orthodox teaching. Yes, everything is backed in scripture. Is the word Bible in scripture?
No, it means collection.
Okay, yeah. So no, the word Bible's not in scripture. So the idea is that you can use words which are not bound in scripture, but that scripture reinforces.
I mostly mean the idea being taught.
How about the word Trinity? Is that in scripture?
Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I asked you. Is the word Trinity?
It's a human term.
Yeah, it's a human term, right? So the thing is like me giving you the idea for what the thing
when
is.
When I say in scripture, sorry. Finish your sentence. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, so me giving you the idea for what the thing is. The word itself does not need to appear in the Bible. Jesus Christ himself said his wisdom would fill the enormity of all libraries, right? And of course it would.
Yeah.
You have to extrapolate all principles past just the Bible. That's why you're given those principles.
Yeah. When I said it in scripture, I'm sorry if I communicated just the word. I mean the idea, where it's saying, listen.
Yes, the idea of pre-lest is all over scripture. You can read it in Matthew, you can read it in Luke, you can read it in John.
Yeah, I want to read more on this. Could you have the references?
Yeah, I'll send you all the references.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, on pre-lest. And you'll see the theme all through there. Yes, of course, there are going to be people who choose these things. What do you think free will is? Well, like what if you don't have free will, right? How could you choose the evil path?
You wouldn't.
Yeah, otherwise this would be predetermination, which is a Calvinist belief, right? Yeah. It's not even possible for you to reconcile that there couldn't be people who freely choose to do evil because they just like it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how you logically get around that if you really think you have free will.
I think people can be double-minded. I think they can like something and also regret it at the same time, and I would rather appeal to the side of them having a conviction.
But that's not based in logic or reason. You're just saying this. You're saying I have no evidence of this. right? No real evidence of this, but I do know.
Other than personal anecdote.
Yeah, other than personal, but I do know free will exists.
Whoa, what's going on?
I'm choosing to believe that nobody's free will would ever lead them to go down the path of doing horrors because they just want to.
I don't know what it's called.
Like, that's not free will then. That would be something
Butter
else.
slid through the thing. What does that even mean?
There's the two members in Romans, I think it's Romans 7 that work within you, and they pull you either way. And I know myself too. I have to struggle with two wills of what I know I should do and what I don't want to do.
Sure, but is it going to be true of everyone? That even if they have a pulling force, let's say left and right in this case, just like simplify it.
Yeah.
But some people may not even acknowledge either, don't care, just do what they want.
Yeah.
And they have the willpower to do that. They are given that great gift of free will, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know a way around that logically.
I would just say when I approach someone, I see those two wills, the left and the right, and I would always want to pull on the right versus shaming them for the actions that they take.
What if, okay, but what if you had a crystal ball, and inside this crystal ball it said, okay, if you shame this person, right, they will move to that tub.
Yeah.
Would you shame them then?
I don't like the word shame.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't answer the question.
You do too. Would I shame them? No, I probably wouldn't.
Even if you knew that the result would be, what if it was the only way? Like, that's the only way they would respond to the message of Christ, was to make them experience shame and do it on purpose. If you had a crystal ball, it was clairvoyant, you knew for sure that was the only, would you do it then?
Titus 3:2 says to speak evil of no man. So personally, a conviction I have is not to do that.
These are subjective terms.
Yes, but you're setting me up with a false dilemma.
No, I'm setting you up with a hypothetical. There's no dilemma here, right? That's false. It's hypothetical. It's designed to be false to test the logic.
Yeah.
So the idea here is, would you, if you clairvoyantly could look ahead and see that only shame could be applied to bring the X person to Christ, would you do it? No.
For personal conviction.
Yeah, so
Getting the butter from over there.
So then, backing up, right, if that's not the case, would you shame somebody else who would shame somebody if it brought them to Christ?
I don't think I would shame them.
Then what would you say?
I would try and correct them.
Okay. So if you're unwilling to use shame as a resource, right, and another person is, but you're unwilling to shame the fact that they shame people, why should they even respond to anything you say to them? Why shouldn't they just be like, well, this is really effective. You're not gonna say anything about it, right? How effective is that?
I don't believe that the Holy Spirit works to shame.
I think it does all the time.
I think he works to convict, but I don't think he works to condemn.
I think it works to shame constantly. Look, like, what is hell to you?
I mean, do you want the literal answer?
Yeah, the literal answer. What is hell to you?
It's the eternal torment.
The eternal torment.
Yeah.
You can experience shame?
Probably.
Does God allow this to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I don't understand. Inside of biblical text itself, shame happens all the time. The money changers were experiencing shame in the temple. That's what that was. A corded whip. You're being shamed out of here. Shame. Even the woman at the well. The idea there was shaming her.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get around that?
I think shaming is part of your identity. I think when you communicate with someone, I think you don't want to default to the fact that your identity is wrapped up in your sin. I think you want to communicate the fact that their sin is pulling them towards that place of eternal torment.
Yeah, but I don't disagree.
Yeah.
That is true. What I'm disagreeing with is the pathway of getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, shame is a highly effective tool.
Yeah.
Right. Even your friends going, "Hey, you packed on too much weight." That's a shaming tactic to get you to stop eating. You said you had an eating disorder, right? Were you ashamed of it? Wasn't that a powerful motivator?
It was a powerful motivator.
Then what is? I don't understand the problem here.
I think it's externally projecting shame onto other people, saying you should be shamed for your actions.
But somebody externally projected shame onto you, and that was a powerful motivator for you.
Not for the eating disorder.
What? Nobody gave you any shame for the eating
So
disorder.
people did, but actually, the more shame that they gave me, the worse it got.
Oh, I see. So, in this case, again, we're not dealing with affirmation bias, because in your particular case, when you felt shamed, you refused to, do anything about the behavior. You doubled down, source of pride, right? But you do realize that other people respond very well to shame. Many times they respond well to shame, like even in your own life. For instance, with a kid, right? Do you think would you ever spank a child?
Spank a child? Sure. Yeah, it says in Proverbs.
Would you ever do it in public?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because I think discipline
Why? It doesn't say anything about that in Proverbs.
It's just what I think.
Yeah, right. It's just what you.
Yeah.
Is it okay for someone else to spank the kid in public?
Probably my own personal conviction.
You don't care?
I think it depends on the society and where you are.
Is there a little bit of shame? Do you think the kid feels a lot of shame when you take him over the knee and you swat his ass in front of everybody? Is there a little shame involved there?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
and does it? And does the Bible specifically say in Proverbs, spare the rod, spoil the child, right?
Yeah.
It's literally giving you the antidote here. Now, do you think that spanking the kid, or the Bible is saying to abuse the child?
I don't think it's saying to abuse.
Is it saying to beat the child?
No.
Is it even saying really to hurt the child?
No.
So then, what is the effectiveness of the spanking?
The effectiveness of the spanking is discipline.
It's the shame.
I don't think it's the shame.
It's the shame, dude. How could it not be? If you, I've seen kids, for instance, their mother has spanked them, and the spanking doesn't even hurt them. Their mom's hands are so weak when they paddle their ass, right? It doesn't do anything to them. They cry anyway. Why?
Because it hurts and
because they feel ashamed,
no
bro.
discipline for the present time says please.
They feel ashamed that their mama spanked their ass. They're ashamed, right? That's why they're crying, even though they're not in any physical pain.
Yeah.
How can you say that this is a bad prescription when it's a biblical prescription?
I think a good parent will be able to communicate the fact that I still love you. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm not trying to.
It's not going to lessen the shame. How would that lessen the shame? Oh, I love you. You had it coming because you fucked up. You did A, B, and C. You weren't supposed to do that, right?
Yeah.
The shame is what's making them cry, right? The shame is what makes them want to adjust paths.
We're awfully in the weeds here.
I don't think we're off in the weeds here. I think that we're coming down to the idea of what shame is.
Yeah.
You say it's never okay to correct via shame, and I'm giving you a direct example that you believe in as a correction, which causes shame.
I think verbally versus physically, I think they're interpreting it as shame, but I think you could
What is shame other than interpretation?
Yeah. You could communicate verbally that you're not trying to shame the person while still applying it.
So what? It's still, if you okay, so wait a second. So if you walk over to a woman who's really heavy set and you say, hey, bitch, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to verbally shame you, but...
You just did.
Well, okay, right. So then if that is the case, how would that not be the case with spanking? When you say, oh, I wasn't trying to shame you, right?
It's a punishment.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to shame you, but I'm shaming you. That's why you're crying, right? You're crying because you're ashamed of what it is that you did. You're ashamed that I had to spank you. You're ashamed of all of this, right? Isn't that why kids are crying when they're not feeling physical pain from the actual spanking, but they're feeling shame that their mama had to spank them?
Sure.
So
I'll concede your point on spanking.
But then that's a prescription for shame. You're prescribing shame.
Not really.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what the distinct. So like physical shame's okay, but not verbal shame. Isn't that a contradiction in terms?
Could be. I'll just say from my personal experience and where I've been and the convictions that I've been led to, I don't see it's ever fruitful to shame someone for their actions. I think definitely people cry, right? Godly sorrow that leads to repentance. I think that it's important to speak the truth, but it's always important. Knowledge, 1 Corinthians 8 says, knowledge puffeth up, but love edifies. I think you also do want to communicate discipline in love, calling someone to a higher standard, versus I think the enemy does a great job when people have issues and things that they already feel ashamed for and they don't want to bring it to light. When you then project, oh, your identity is this and your identity is that, I'm just going to continue to double down and slut shame you for your actions in the past and things that you actually do regret, which I still do believe. I do believe people have some inkling of conscience that convicts them. I personally, in my wheelhouse, do not want to use shame as a motive.
Okay. Then let me ask you one more follow-up here. Okay. So this reminds me of an anecdote I'd like you to speak to.
Okay.
So when I was a kid, I was inside of a little like mini mart with my dad. I was maybe 5 or 6 years old. Stole a candy bar.
Okay.
Snuck it, put it in my pocket.
Yeah.
Now I was stupid, right? When I got out of the vehicle, I just like pulled the candy bar out and started eating it right in front of my dad.
Yeah.
Right. He was like, "Where'd you get that?" I was like, "Oh, well, the guy gave it to me when you weren't looking." Right? He gave it to me when you weren't looking.
Yeah.
Now I gotta ask you, are children more vulnerable than adult women?
Sure.
Yeah. And are adult men less vulnerable than children?
Yeah.
Okay, great. My dad marched my ass in that convenience store. He paid for the candy bar, right? And he gave me the worst verbal lashing you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
Right? I was in tears. I was apologizing to the clerk, right? He just tore into me. Got back, got in the car, and I said, Dad, I feel terrible. And he said, good. Now, you know what I never did again? Guess.
Stole.
Never.
Yeah.
How is that not 100% the walk of shame? He walked me in. He shamed my ass in front of that clerk. He shamed me, made me take the walk of shame back out. Then he got home, told my mom, right? She went in on me, right? This was like, it was just a pile-on Andrew Wilson jamboree, okay? I'm sure, I don't even remember, but I'm sure even my brother probably went by and was like, and that's what you get. I never stole another thing in my life, right? How is that not totally effective and totally what Proverbs is really trying to get across here?
Well, I argue that it might be effective and it might have worked for your personal anecdote. I think when it comes to discipline, when it comes to correction, I think shame based on the opinions of others and their opinion of you ultimately does take away from finding your identity and opinion of yourself in Christ. I think understanding that when you are born again, you do have the righteousness of Christ. And I think shame is an attack from the enemy to make you think that your actions are what your identity is based out of.
You couldn't say that shame itself was evil itself. That's never stated anywhere in gospel. No. That's one. And two, I've given you now multiple examples where shame can be used from the place of pure love in order to get you to stop a horrific behavior you would not ordinarily do. When you're 5, 6 years old, you can't understand conceptualizations of ownership yet.
Yeah.
What conceptualization can you understand? Shame.
Punishment.
Punishment, shame. You can definitely understand shame. People don't like when I do this, right? Everybody really doesn't like when I do this thing. That is social shaming. That's the same thing with the brothel, right? If you had a brothel in town and everybody came in the town to say, this is awful and you need to stop doing it.
Yeah.
That's a form of social shame. How's that not effective or exactly in kind of the line of what it is that you're talking about through salvation?
Do you think Christ shamed any of the prostitutes or adulterous women that came to him?
It's saying go and sin no more is a form of shame. It's saying the things you were doing before were sinful, you must not do them. That is part of the shame of that. It's the same thing when Paul had his vision. Paul was shamed in that vision for killing Christians. He was, wasn't he?
He was exposed to the truth.
Yeah, and he felt great what? Shame. All right, I'll leave it there.
All right, we'll get through some more of the notes. Austin, if you can pull back up the rest. So, Andrew, you call yourself a Christian, act like it. How did Christ address the adulterous woman? How did he address the woman who wiped his feet? How did he address the Samaritan woman? How did the Lord command Hosea to pursue his bride despite her past? So, Andrew, you call yourself a Christian, act like it. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think as we've gotten through this conversation, we've actually addressed a lot of this, which is interesting, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that he's saying I'm not a Christian.
No.
He's saying that he wants me to act in such a way which confers with what he believes
to be the image of Christ.
to be Christianity. I want the same thing in reverse. And since I've given you these kind of great logical arguments, then you've refuted none of them. And you've demonstrated none of your worldview, like none of it, right? And I've been willing to hear it out, have these arguments and these engagements. You should maybe set the pride aside, right? And come and conform more over to this side, right? Where I'm trying to explain to you, wait a second, I'm not disputing that Christ is pure love.
Yeah.
There is no dispute there. My dispute is in terms. When you say things like shame, you have a loaded version of this. When you say things, compassion, you have a loaded version of this, which doesn't, I think, take into account the entirety of what these words are trying to encapsulate. Christ himself engaged in shame. Telling people they're in sin is shame. That is shaming. I don't see a way around that. I really don't.
That's right. Like I said, it comes from different ways of reading. I would say you were talking about pure love. The definition of what in 1 Corinthians 13 talking about believing all things, bearing all things, hoping all things. I read that as genuinely seeing other people and believing in them and hoping them for what they can become in Christ.
Do you think I want to hurt these people who are here? Or do you think that I'm here to engage? Now, I do find it fun, right? That's my vanity. Okay, there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah.
I think it's a blast.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that always good for me? Probably not. Okay. But I do have a lot of fun arguing. I do have a lot of fun debating, right? Can that lead to other things which are sinful? Of course it can. Playing the guitar too much could lead to sin. Literally, not kidding.
I
It
haven't
could.
had that happen yet, but yeah.
It could. Okay, eating too much could.
Yeah.
What there's all sorts of different things that could. But you can't honestly believe that my intention here in arguing and tangling with these people who do these horrible things, and there's almost nobody representing the worldview that you have, except maybe just some guy who lives on a farm somewhere who's really good at arguing, right? You can't possibly think I'm after trying to like hurt in any way. I've never gone after any of these personal. I've never even talked about them kind of post show. I don't even do kind of reacts to my own I don't do any of that.
Yeah.
Right? The idea is in the moment, you tangle with the idea, you beat the idea, and you hope, right?
Yeah.
That in this like session of a few hours, you can get your worldview across. It's like the best you can do.
Yeah.
So, that's like, that would be my one rebuttal there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that obviously it sounds like we read the character of Christ differently based off of the loaded terms and the approach that we've had and background and our personal anecdotes. But yeah, like I said, I think it all largely comes back to when you're talking with someone genuinely believing in them and having hope that they will accept Christ and they will turn. And like I said, it's just the tools in the arsenal of how you would go about doing that and breaking down their worldview, afflicting the comfortable and comforting the afflicted.
Well, okay, that's fair. So you say we have some distinctions in Christology. I think that that's fair. And look, I'm not. I'm a layman, right? I'm not here to pretend that I'm clergy or have all the answers here, right? I'm just kind of giving you the broad worldview that I have. I'm still a Padawan, right? I'm still a Padawan learner. But I would like you to retract some of these statements because you have not been able to demonstrate the statements. So I mean, kind of going in order in ones that. Yeah, I'll go in order here. The first is on this kind of loaded idea that Brian is giving drugs to the women, right? And you said, substances, and this kind of language, this vague language, is veiled to say there's some kind of nefarious purpose, right? That's what we say. We say substance abuse, things like that. Yeah. It's clearly cloaked in a criticism of you're giving them some kind of nefarious thing to drug them up.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you could retract and just briefly clarify that.
I'll briefly re-clarify my statement. Could I send over text? Very late night. So, point I will retract is that I think I misread your guys' intentions, with both due to lack of sleep and obviously knowing someone was on the podcast that wanted to leave. And so I apologize for insinuating that you guys had a malicious intent in offering substances to keep people on your platform. While I believe that it could be read that way when the platform does go later than insinuated for financial gain. But yeah, I'll retract it soon.
Now, in many of these, you're going to get a lot of charitability back from me.
Yeah.
Not on this one.
Okay.
And here's why, right? Because it infers almost like in the modern feminist, gynocentric world that we live in, it almost infers that Brian is like drugging these women for the purposes of just getting like entertainment out of them for a bunch of you know what I mean? That's where the criticism leads. So I'm not really going to be charitable back on this one. You were just wrong on this one, and you need to just eat that. The second one, if you can pull that list up.
Scroll up, I think.
Yeah. When it gets into the you don't know what paperwork she signed, keeping her until midnight despite multiple requests was incredible, disrespectful. Okay, so from this one, I can see from the external view that you go past time. Someone's trying to convince you to say you could assume that that's disrespectful. However, with context, I wonder if you would be willing to retract that statement as well, as you agreed it takes two to tango. They willingly came on the show, and you had evidence that Brian did tell them that it may go past that, and so that really isn't a fair criticism. Ultimately,
I don't think I have enough information to fully retract, mostly because of the comment of just did you guys communicate to them when they would be able to leave? And if they
no, it's open-ended, right? Okay. It could go from A to B to Z.
Yeah.
But that's every podcast, by the way. That's basically if it's IRL.
Yeah.
If it's like a show, if you're on CNN, right? You get 9 minutes, and that's all you're going to get.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the format. An IRL podcast, though, which goes anywhere from 4 to 6 to 8 hours, there's no real good, reasonable expectation I think a person would have that if we go past time, there was some like kind of nefarious purpose behind that. It's kind of silly, right?
Yeah, it might be silly on my part, and I do apologize. Obviously, you are correct in calling out. I probably have a lot of pride baked into this, and I apologize. I'm sorry if I did come across in a way that was judgmental.
Okay.
Genuinely, I do want to learn, and I want to.
I think it's okay to assess judgment. Like it's okay to judge things. Otherwise, how do you get through life?
Yeah.
Right? Like you have to make at least value judgments, right? So this value judgment, I can at least charitably say I understand why you made it.
Yeah.
But perhaps now with more context, we can just get like kind of a basic retraction there. And then can you pull the list up one more time?
Be a good clip.
Second, your treatment of Nicolette was inexcusable. She's clearly broken. So on this one, again, going to be very charitable back. I understand the worldview that there must be some kind of like trauma or externality, especially considering your history and how you came to Christianity and all of this. So I'm going to take like all those things into consideration and say, I understand how you came to that view, right? But can you concede that from my purview, from my view, no, there's really no good evidence that a lot of these women are broken, and rather they're just making the choice to do this thing because they really want to do it. Because there's a lot of money, right? They make a lot of money.
I'll concede that, yeah, from your worldview that you've explained to me, I think it makes sense the behavior that you do to go about your way of tearing down their worldview and, communicate with them.
Yeah, okay. And then last one, Brian, if you don't mind. You go down third, and we didn't even get to this criticism.
Yeah, there's still some more to get.
Yeah, I'd like to address this one.
Just one.
Dane _Snyder donated $100.
Thank you, Dane. Appreciate
Paul
it.
said he'd go to hell if his brothers would be saved. This guy doesn't know God or what's at stake because he won't use shame to save the lost. Repent. This is why the American church is so weak.
But we're still going to try to be charitable with it, right? I agree. I actually agree with what Dane's saying here, but in the spirit of being charitable, I at least now understand why you came to your view, how you came to your view, and so I have some respect there. Okay, so I mean I can still disagree with the view, but have respect for how you came to the view. But this one, the third one, we didn't get to.
Do you agree with the statement that I don't know God?
No. Well, here's the thing, right? My parents are Protestants, right? And I remember asking a priest, like, I came to this through Protestantism. All of American Orthodoxy basically came to this through Protestantism. I would never, and no Orthodox, by the way, will ever make a salvific claim or say that you don't know God.
Yeah.
That would never be a claim that we would make. We would claim that you don't know the fullness of the truth. That's what we would say. But anyway, back to this. The third one here. I'm sorry. Third, Carly holds her personal convictions regarding vowing to her husband. Yeah, that's a good one. Because the Lord's guidance in her past, you are right. It is not specifically commanded in the Bible, but submission to authority is granted on the fact the authority does not command you to sin. Okay, so let's find a halfway point here. Totally agree that authority that commands you to sin is authority that must be resisted.
Yeah.
Okay, must be resisted. But I would argue that the way that you know sin is through reason, and the compliance of God's nature is the logi, logic, reason.
Yeah.
Okay, as part of God's nature, you would agree that is true. And so we would have to determine which way you're being led based on reason, and if you're being told to do something unreasonable. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. How is bowing unreasonable?
So this is what I will have to default to her on. It was a personal conviction. I think, as I outlined in Scripture, I think causing someone to stumble, even though they don't have the full knowledge, right? That eating meat offered in the temple to idols, there's no other gods, right? But some people still didn't have the full conscience and the knowledge of the truth, and their consciences were still weak. So Paul's like, that causes someone else to sin, and their faith is weakened. I won't do that. I won't command them to do that.
Sure.
And so that was the standard what I was going by. And
But that would comply with reason.
Sure.
Yeah, so this is in compliance with reason. This doesn't actually answer as to how bowing itself.
I don't think bowing is sinful.
So if a husband says to a wife, like, look, I am insecure.
Yeah.
You know what, baby? I'm insecure. And you know what makes me feel really good? When you bow.
Yeah.
Shouldn't she bow?
I don't think so. I don't think that would help her husband grow in Christ, personally.
Why?
Because he's finding his validation.
If it just helps his insecurity.
Because he's finding his validation in someone other than Christ.
I'm sorry. If a man cries, right, and his wife has come that finding validation other than Christ?
I think his wife can support him, but I ultimately believe his wife should point him back to Christ.
Yeah, but he's not lost Christ. Where's the loss happening here? So when you're talking about idolatry here, idolatry is the replacement of God.
Yeah.
You're not replacing God by, or your wife crying on your lap, for instance. She's not idolizing you. That's not a replacement for God.
I mean, we're getting into the weeds here based
I
on
don't think
the
we
heart
are.
posture. No, I'm going to keep going on this.
Okay.
But mostly this comes from the biblical understanding of how I see husbands love your wives as Christ loved the church.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Christ demanded that sort of vow and that sort of, okay, could be getting in the weeds there, yeah.
I'm sorry, didn't people get on their knees and worship Christ?
They did.
No.
Yeah,
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's, I mean, obviously understanding the husband, can you worship, are you supposed to
And
worship?
who's the bride? Who's the bride? No, the church. And so the church got on their knees and worshiped. And I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I got this right. Are you not commanded, wives,
submit to your husbands
as unto who?
The Lord.
Okay, and everybody bowed to the Lord.
Yeah.
And everybody bowed to Jesus Christ and worshipped him openly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well I don't understand how you reconcile this.
I think if for someone with a heart posture and a conviction and a past that would cause them to tend to idolize the person they're submitting to and show reverence for God, I think that could be communicated in a healthy relationship.
I get it. So let me make sure I get this right. I'm going to steel man it.
Yeah.
If a woman has a past where she thinks that bowing to her husband is going to somehow lead her away from Jesus, she shouldn't bow.
Yeah.
Got it. I agree, 100%. But shouldn't that comport with reason?
Yes.
And if it doesn't comport with reason, isn't she just being kind of an obstinate brat?
Maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, if your wife is just like, I'm not going to bow to you even though you've commanded me to do so, and it comports with reason why you want to be bowed to,
yeah,
she should fucking bow, right?
I don't think husbands should demand respect.
Why?
I think they should earn it.
Well, that's not demanding respect. Maybe you just like to watch her bow because it's fun. Like, what's wrong with that?
I don't think that's a good example of Christ-like love.
Should we play the bow?
Yeah,
video,
but
by
the thing is like this is where you get into the idea of submission and obeyance, which is always so bothersome to me. To submit is to obey.
Sure.
Okay, to lead is not to justify.
Sure.
Yeah, so if that is the case, why do I need to justify why I want you, the obeyer, to do the thing I want you to do? You're supposed to obey as long as it comports with reason.
Because I'm going to go back to the model of Christ in the church.
Okay.
I think obedience is for your benefit. And I think demanding justification.
Agreed.
Yep.
Demanding justification is not always to your benefit.
No. But I do think things that come out of a place of insecurity and then demanding obedience in those ways.
That you, the obeyer, are not the determiner of whether that's a justification. That's requesting justification for the thing. To request the justification is not obeying. It's the opposite of obeying. Why does a husband need to endlessly justify the things that he wants from his wife? He's the leader. She's the obeyer. Why is this kind of idea of like endless justification necessary? Unless he asks you to do something directly which is sinful, shouldn't you do it?
Depends on the relationship. I would say largely, yeah, she should obey.
She should obey.
Yeah.
So bow. When you serve my food, bow. What am I asking you to do that's a sin? Tell me.
Why does he need her to bow?
He doesn't have to justify that to her. We've established this. Why does he need to justify endlessly what he's asking her to do? Again, if Christ told his apostles to bow,
yeah,
does he need to justify it?
Christ was God incarnate.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, what are we representing here in marriage?
Yeah, it's a type, absolutely.
And you're supposed to, as unto who?
As unto the Lord.
Okay, so very strange that now I have to justify, even though I'm supposed to be the representation of Christ who did not have to justify. So
yeah.
This is where I think modern women get submission wrong. They don't seem to understand that in obeyance is not the request of justification. That is not, to obey. That is to not obey. For me to ask you to endlessly justify everything you do, if you're not asking me to do anything that does not contort to reason, how is that me obeying?
A lot of words.
How is it, well, let me simplify it. How is it me obeying to ask you to justify the thing that you asked me to do if it's not a sin?
You're right. You have a point. I think the important part too is understanding. at the heart of obedience, and that you would obey someone because you see what their point and what their goal is.
Yeah. Okay, so that's fair. Okay, so I would say if there's a point and there's a goal, like this is a humiliation ritual designed to punish you, you know what I mean, or something like this, that would lead to sinful behavior. I can get that, right? But what I don't get is the idea that modern women, and this is pure feminist take, I'm just going to tell you, right? It's a pure feminist take. There's an obeyer, and then there's the obeyed.
Yeah.
If the husband is the obeyed do not need to justify to the obeyer, and we have the clear criteria of to sin. So to sin would be when you no longer obey. So if you're being requested to do a thing, and it's not to sin, don't you think they should obey?
I think that they could also communicate, if it was a good, healthy relationship, they could communicate that they're being tempted.
Good. Yeah. But it's also healthy to not do indulgence and constantly have to justify everything you do, especially if you're trying to lead. You can imagine, for instance, a general having to tell a second in command justify every move he wants to make on the board. It's not for him to question, it's for him to obey, as long as it comports with reason. So if the general says, go surrender to the enemy, well, now we have a problem, right? But before that, because now the goal is in question. So but before that, any order he gives is lawful, right? And so should be obeyed. How does this not conform the exact same way here?
I think the relational dynamics are interesting because bowing does significate, I think, difference in equality and level of authority. And I think the authority can be given to the husband.
Yeah, well, they're not equal. You're not equal.
Oh, I think they are.
No, they're not.
I think they're equal in value.
Value is not the same as being equal materially.
No,
meaning
they're
this.
equal in role, but same in...
No, listen.
Sorry, not equal in role. Equal in value, but different in role.
Yeah, then that's not equal. Because you can have some roles which are more significant than others. That's not equality. It's the opposite of equality. So, for instance, I agree with you that a woman is equal to a man ontologically. Her soul is worth just as much. She's every bit as valuable. Unless we're on a ship. Unless we're on a ship where it requires a lot of physical strength, this type of thing, her physical value now is not anywhere near what my physical value is.
Do you think her intellectual or emotional value would compensate?
No.
Okay.
Why would it?
What about her ability to...
Like, what is her like emotional investment in running what is that going to do? But it doesn't assist with the running of the ship. So when you make it this kind of like role differential, your role is to lead and your role is to follow, you're actually saying point blank, you are not equal here. One is the obeyer, right? And one is to be obeyed. You're making a category error. You say, both of you are 100% equal ontologically, your soul.
Yeah.
The thing that makes you you, totally equal to the thing that makes me me.
Yeah.
I have no dispute with that. I have a dispute when we get to the role idea, though. You are not equal in role. You are not. You are to be obeyed, and they are to obey. That is submission. I don't see a way around that.
Yeah, I think it just comes at the heart of why you're commanding a thing.
Yeah, but why do you need to justify that?
Because I think you're supposed to model Christ.
Yeah, but Christ didn't have to make these justifications.
But Christ laid down his life to serve, not to be served.
Yeah, but what does that mean exactly? That when he lays down his life to serve, right? He says, I am the way, and you must obey me, everything that he commands you must do.
Because you love him.
Yeah. So everything that he commands you must do. Okay, so if the wife is supposed to treat the husband as unto the Lord, everything he obeys, which is within the criteria of what Christ commands, she must obey.
I think in imitating Christ as a husband, operating out of insecurity to ask for a vow would be in direct contrast to the character of Christ.
Yeah, but when you say insecurity, I would say the opposite. I'd say it's the most secure thing you can do as a husband, to not endlessly burden your family with nonsensical justifications from women making endless demands for them when it's unnecessary. For instance, do you think it's good for your wife to constantly second guess you? No, it's not. But that's a justification. The second guessing is the asking and requesting of justification. That's second guessing.
Yes. But I think you would be showing her through your character, and she would eventually learn to trust you based off of your intent and your purpose together.
She doesn't need to learn to trust you. She's your wife. That's already inferred. That's already implied. That's already done. Otherwise, why'd you get married?
I think it grows with time, right?
Yeah, maybe, but right from the beginning. Are you saying we can only have a biblical marriage after 7 years, or can we do it right away?
No, you start from the beginning.
Yeah, it's not for her to endlessly question the authority of her husband. It's not for her to do, and this is a modernist Christian view. This has never been the view historically in Christianity, ever, that you were to consult your wife about blah. It's never been the view, ever. When has that ever been the view, honestly?
I don't think, obviously, church history, I haven't studied church bowing and husband-wife relationships, but I would say just being pure in heart, especially me, and wanting to guard my intentions and actions and why I would demand that from someone, like I said, maybe it's a personal bias, maybe I'm reading into this too much, but I would say that coming from that perspective, I don't think that's something you could justify, largely speaking, because I think the tendency would be to come from a place of pride.
Then let me ask you this, if you think that that's actually true. Do you think that the world right now, the United States, would be a better place or a worse place if wives mostly did what their husbands said?
I don't know if I can answer that question.
Think about it for a second. Do you think that the United States would be a better place?
Defining which one do you think is more right?
No, just which one do you think has the burden of responsibility? And if it's their job to lead, it's your job to be led. And if you want to allow yourself to be led, how can anybody lead? It's this adage of, well, men have the authority. Why won't you give it to them then? Well, they have to earn it. Well, then they never had it. So the question becomes to you, would the United States, do you think, be better right now if wives did a lot more listening and doing what their husbands said, or less?
I think I would still need more time to think about it.
And take as much time as you need.
All right, Austin, can you pull back up the sheet, please? Oh, wrong one. Okay.
Yeah, what does that mean that she doesn't push her convictions on them? Who are we talking about there?
Well, so, and just to finish, I guess, reading this, Carly does not want to put herself in a situation to idolize a man. Bowing itself is not a sin, but that movement encourages that heart posture. A true husband would never have any reason to ask her to bow, short of his own insecurity. If you want scripture to back this idea up of offending another's conscience, please consult Romans 14, 12, 23, and 1 Corinthians 8.
Yeah, actually, we can consult both. When you're talking about the offense to the conscience, I think in this context,
it's food.
Yeah, well, yeah, but what we're talking about specifically here is not offending somebody's conscience. What if their conscience is wrong?
Yeah, you would inform them.
Yeah, you can inform. Well, not only that, but you have to risk offense to inform them.
I would say you inform them before you demand the action.
Yeah, but you still are. So what did the apostles get killed for? Wasn't it for offending the conscience of others?
No, I'd say it was for preaching the name of Christ. It was.
And what did that do?
Then the Holy Spirit said it, and people decided whether they wanted to repent of their sin or not.
Yeah, and it offended the conscience of the powerful. Right? And in turn, the powerful killed them. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm going to take this, and I'm going to say this of mischaracterization. I don't even think discourse is possible without risking offense to the conscience. If you're talking about worldviews, I mean, imagine if you break a person's worldview down to the point where they go into cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
That is like the most offensive thing possible that you've done. It's actually physically painful, by the way. You know this, right? It's physically painful. So I don't really understand. Maybe you can just clarify it for me.
Repeat the question.
The question is the offense of a person's conscience. You should never do this.
I think offending another person's conscience and causing them to stumble in their walk is directly from what I've read in my forte in Scripture is a command not to do. That you're not supposed to violate another's conscience. You can instruct them in love, like I said. You know, love edifies versus just knowledge.
Okay, well then, I think we're just talking about two different things. Then, if you're saying, so if you're saying that you're not supposed to cause them to stumble towards Christ, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
But I think that's different than the offense to conscience, which I think moves people towards Christ.
Yeah.
So I just want to untangle those. Maybe you can explain it better for me.
I mean, yeah, I think the conscience is towards what does not proceed from faith is sin. And so if someone, like I said, Romans 14, is talking about people feeling like things are sins that actually aren't because of the true knowledge of coming to Christ. And so I think the loving thing to do is to instruct them, to let them know, obviously in the time being, yeah, listen, we can eat food offered in the temple, we can do these things, because there's nothing inherently sinful with them. To the pure, all things are pure.
Yeah, because we're talking about intentionality.
Yes, intentionality.
Mhm.
But at the time being, when the person's conscience is still convicting them, you wouldn't say, "Hey, eat this meat." My approach.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. So you're saying that at the time, if you were to move in to say that,
Yeah.
right, that would actually be counterproductive moving towards Christ.
Yeah.
Then why earlier did you give me the criticism that I didn't pull out my Bible and start reading it to a woman, even though it would have done exactly the thing you just described and offended her conscience?
It would have enlightened her conscience, because I think you're.
It would have offended it. It would have offended it by that metric.
Do you know that?
Well, but
He's
here's the
talking-
thing.
Paul's
But here's the
in the
thing. Here's
context
the
of
thing.
believers in Romans
Paul isn't saying you will know when. You will know when it will.
Yeah.
He's saying you have to assess the situation and then you'll know. So if they're eating this right while they're eating it, maybe not the best time to go over and say, oh hey, by the way, that's a sin what you're doing right now. Probably not the best time, right? So he's saying, okay, now we have the intentionality portion here. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think in 14 he's talking, but he also says too, like if eating meat causes another one to sin, I will never eat meat again. And so he actually sacrifices his personal liberty.
Yeah. So if he's in vegan land preaching to the vegans, right? He's not going to come in and eat a bunch of meat and risk offense in this context because they'll never hear his word. These people are hearing what the words are that I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not risking offense by even engaging in discourse in this way. So I don't even really see how they're comparable. But yeah, I'm good there. If you want to move it to the next one.
Okay, really quick, I'm going to read this super chat from Pelagic. Pelagic says, thank you for the super chat, man. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot, so then because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Revelation 3:15-16.
Yes, I just want to be really clear, and maybe the Christians in the audience will laugh hysterically at me, but I've read Revelation now multiple times, and I still don't understand a word of it. So literally just don't understand hardly any of it. And anybody that you go to get it kind of clarified says, well, nobody really understands very much of it because you're not really supposed to understand too much of it. So I appreciate the quote, but I'm just being completely honest, right? Multiple times, I still don't really understand it very well.
Andrew, you asked him a question and you needed a little more time to think about it. It was the question about wives, I think, listening to their...
Yeah, would America be better if more wives listened to their husbands?
Can I opt out of this one?
I mean, if you don't know the answer, that's fine. You just say, I don't know the answer. But I would ask you to give me, like, your intuitive answer, the thing that you would just kind of intuit off the cuff, and I won't hold you to it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So generally, my thought process behind all of this is that I do think biblical submission is what would generally fix most marriage problems. The problem is, I think, commanding submission because of submission and just, I have the authority is wrong. I think all submission should come out of a place of love, knowing the person is actually laying down their life for you in an effort to grow you and allow you to flourish, and you obeying them actually is a mutually synergistic combination.
Yes, but I don't think that the dispute is around whether or not, when you say synergy, that a man and his wife are supposed to work well together. Nobody's disputing that. It's the operation of how they work well together that is a dispute here. Okay? So the question is, if more wives obeyed their husbands, right, instead of second guessing and questioning every single justification they have for why they want a thing done, do you think that this country would be better or worse?
Generally speaking, I think I could say yes.
It would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And so that's what I push towards, is the actual idea of what submission really is, through the logic of trying to bring people through point A to point B. What is actually rational here?
Yeah. But I think as men, speaking to other men, we actually need to call men to a higher standard, to lay down their life like Christ, and then you won't have to command the wife to submit because she will already submit because of the respect she has for her husband.
Yeah, but this is creating a dualistic standard, and now you've ruined the synergy. So when you're talking about a synergy between a husband and wife, your role.
Yeah.
This is the two, and if we combine these two roles, now we have synergy, right? Yeah. But the second authority is questioned. This role is now not in its role, and this role still is.
Yes.
So for you to say, okay, wait, right? Your authority has to first be, I don't know, she has to, feel a certain way, or she has to be kind of brought to it a certain way, or this type of thing. if you're married in a Christian relationship, this is part of your vow taking. Okay, you're already there.
Yeah.
By her not holding up her end, that whole obeyance thing, she's already destroying the synergy.
Yes.
You cannot strip a man of his authority and then say, "How dare you not leave me?"
I think I can agree with your statement and say yes. In a biblical marriage context, it would be much better if wives submitted to their husbands.
Yeah, obeyed.
Obeyed.
Yeah, obeyed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Final question, Andrew. This has come up on previous shows. Perhaps we maybe touched on it a little bit tonight. I don't know if you recall, there was this woman who told a story about a female jiu-jitsu practitioner broke
all the
legs. Two legs of a male assailant. But speaking with her, I think.
Living Underscore donated $100. I've never seen Andrew this chill. I'm claiming Big Ol' Brian gave him a tranquilizer substance. I agree with Luke that shaming is bad. I've been shaming Brian on weight loss for the year, no results found.
I'm probably the #1 target for fat shaming and body shaming online. But thank you, Living, appreciate it. And I did give Andrew some horse tranquilizer.
Well, I've been dropping weight, so there's that.
Yeah. So this woman, I've heard this from some atheists, agnostics, Christians, that Christians, it's unchristian-like to judge. Christians don't judge. I'm trying to think the specifics of how they frame it, but I don't know if you recall her specifically saying it's wrong to make these sorts of judgments. Luke, do you think it's the case that Christians should not judge? Sorry, there should have been a period there, but
just in general, I think we should default judgment. And the Lord says, "Vengeance is mine." I think ultimately we can only judge the outward actions, and He can only judge the heart. But I think we can't operate on the fact if we know how He works on our hearts, and we can reach out to others in the same way that He has reached out to us. I would read in 1 Corinthians, I believe, 4, that He says, "Judge nothing before the time until the Lord comes, who will bring both to light the hidden things of the darkness and reveal the counsels of the heart." So that would be my scripture to back that up of. I'm open to being open-minded. Obviously, I know Jesus commands that you should judge. He says, "Judge not unless you judge others," and then He says that the same measure you judge others
will be used to judge yours.
Yes, and I think there's a difference between
Jesus made judgments daily. Yeah. Go ahead.
But obviously Jesus was God incarnate, and we're operating under His authority. And I think He will give us conviction, and we will be able to make a righteous judgment to discern. But I think the judgment of value, being able to say, "Listen, Christian, not Christian," and you take a stand and you step up, and I think you ultimately, like Paul says in Romans 2, right after the reprobates, the whole thing, he says, like, "And who are you to make the judgment?" Because you're standing above the law and pushing down on people the law that you're literally still breaking. And so I would default to say, no, you should not judge. But then there's things like, okay, what's healthy for me? Should my daughter or son go to this school? And those are judgments that you're making, but ultimately it's for the benefit of the person versus the outcome of trying to judge the person and shame them.
How do you know if a person's a Christian?
You can't. Only the Word does. I think you can observe their works. James 2:24 talks about, faith is accompanied by works. And
what if they just tell you they're not?
They tell you they're not a Christian, and you would preach the gospel to them. That's your responsibility.
You would assume that they're not.
What's up?
You would assume that they're not.
Honestly, I assume a lot of people don't know the Lord, and if they do, it's just a healthy surprise.
Yeah, I know, but if they tell you that they're not, are you making a judgment that, okay, I'm going to believe you?
I'll take them at their word, and I'll
take them at their word, right? So, in other words, if people tell you what they are and who they are, believe them.
Sure.
Right. So if they tell you that they're a horrible fucking monster, you should probably believe them, right? If they tell you that they have no remorse whatsoever for any of the things that they've done, in fact, they recommend other people do them.
Yeah.
I should take them at their word.
Sure. And then
but how is that?
You're circling back to the point.
But how is that judging their soul or judging their salvation, taking them at their word that they believe the things that they believe? Why would that be a judgment or a value assessment that you yourself wouldn't hold?
Because I just don't feel comfortable doing it. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been on both sides where you tell people that they aren't saved. And for me, personally, when I do talk to people, I just always point them back to Scripture, and I let the Holy Spirit, He says He comes to convict of sin, righteousness, and judgment. And I do believe that the Word is living, and I think especially when mixed with faith, when you point someone to what the standard is for what salvation is, you save yourself a lot of trouble when you're just trying to tell people that they are or are not saved. 1 John was written.
Yeah, you say you don't feel comfortable with it, but why wouldn't you take them at their word? That's what I don't get.
Because I think that's only what their words are saying, and I think the intentions of the heart are different.
Yeah, but you have no way to assess that other than with their words. And most of the time, with their words, wouldn't your value judgment be correct? If somebody tells you, for instance, I went out and did all these crimes, right? Wouldn't your value judgment of believing that they did probably steer you the right way into solving crimes? Right? Like, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would. I think we're confusing general judgment with salvific judgment.
Well, okay. If somebody tells you they're not saved,
yeah.
How are we confusing anything?
Yeah, then you would probably agree with them. You say, you know what, listen, you're confessing that your heart, you revealed the fact that your heart is far from the Word, and now we're going to work to reconcile that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that you shouldn't. I'm not saying that you should judge a person's salvation.
Yeah.
Just saying the only means for which you would have to make these assessments
is the words they're communicating.
Is the words and the things that they do.
Yeah.
So obviously, if a woman is literally telling you, okay, last night I was engaged in a multitude 5-man gangbang, okay, or I went up to Australia and fucked 500 virgin men, right? Do you think that maybe it's okay for me to make the claim, maybe your idea of what Christian is not what Christian is? Don't you think that that's a totally fair assessment?
I think it's a fair assessment. Do you have weak moments in your faith?
Not where I go fuck 500 virgins, no.
Okay.
No.
I'll just say that I've largely reaped a lot of negative fruit from making those quality and value judgments on people. And it's usually, I mean, Christ says, like, the people that have forgiven much will love him the most.
Sure.
And so I think with those...
But how do you forgive people who don't want forgiveness? How does he forgive people who don't want forgiveness? He doesn't. He doesn't.
You present the kindness of the Lord.
He says, no, if you don't come to me, right, and proclaim that I'm the way, the truth, and the life, there is no forgiveness for you. You have to request it.
No longer
so if somebody's unrepentant, like this Australian chick, I remember who was here, who said that she went and took like 300 or 500 men's virginity over a weekend. You believe what you want, and I'll believe what I want.
Yeah.
You're really telling me you think it's inappropriate to make the value assessment at that point? You are not a Christian, and you should not say that you are, because you're not.
I think I wouldn't want to make that value judgment. I would want to stand on what the Word says, and I would say...
The Word tells you that wouldn't be a Christian. That's why you have all that criteria there.
They're not walking according to the Scripture, and so, yeah, my inclination would be, this person probably does not have the Holy Spirit convicting them of sin. This person has not come to Christ. They actually haven't repented of their sin in the first place. But I don't want to say...
What would it take? Like, if they were on a stage, like just slicing up a live baby in front of you and saying, I love Jesus, though.
Yeah.
Like, would that be enough?
Yeah, that would be enough.
Okay.
You need to stop.
Right, you need to stop because, no, that, and you would say they weren't a Christian, right? Wait, I just want to make sure, if they're slicing up a live baby, you can say at that point, you're not a Christian.
And this is where I think we disagree on a lot of things. I'm coming from a place of personal conviction based off of anecdotes I've seen of people that have made those value judgments about close friends and other people based on their actions and moment of weakness.
You think that it would be a moment of weakness that they were up there slicing up a baby in front of people?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, oops.
I think generally speaking, yeah, slicing up a baby, probably not someone who's operating under the conviction of the Holy Spirit, and they're not born again.
Yeah, and if they were up there saying I'm a Christian, would you correct it?
Yeah, I would step up and say, listen, this is what the Word says. I would not say, oh, listen, like, you know, I'm now going to decide your eternal fate based on one action.
You should condemn that. You're instructed to condemn it. You're instructed to say you're not a Christian. This is not Christianity. This is all wrong. They're slicing up a live baby. Totally immoral.
Yes, we're called
right?
to stand up and say it, but also there's usually a lot of women that actually have abortions do realize the depth of their sin and they come to Christ following that.
When the Catholic Church was burning witches who were giving out abortions, were they wrong?
I think that's out of my scope.
Why?
I would need more details.
Was it moral or immoral?
Were they giving them a chance to repent?
No. Well, this was now a crime. You gave an abortion. That's it.
Yeah.
Death penalty.
I mean, they're going eye for eye on that, yeah.
Was it eye for eye?
I mean, they're killing someone else, they get killed themselves, right?
Yeah, is that, or is it you're such a greater threat to society that we can't let you get back out and kill other people?
I'm still reading scripture. I have friends that are, anti-death penalty, pro-death penalty. I think Christ's commands are along the lines of, love your enemies, pray for those that persecute you. And I think, usually, historically, every time the church takes the sword, usually doesn't hate both.
I don't know, St. Olga went and, took out an entire, people. They took out really an entire people in a massive town. Killed them all for the sake of revenge. Saint.
And I don't think it does it.
Well, who declares him a saint?
Well, the church. The church declares him a saint. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, saint. Saint Olga. Look her up. by the way, Saints have killed more people than you could ever imagine, and done it for all sorts of really, really sound reasons. There's like idea of hippie Jesus, sissy Christianity. This is like a new kind of idea which comes from a feminized arm of humanity, and I literally see it as part of gynocentrism. Because when I look at church history, here's what I see. I see things like the best way to deal with a heretic is a sword through his neck. I see Saint Olga. I see this over and over and over and over, where it's like, look, there is a time even for the pushback, right? There is a time even for us to hit back, and in order to do that, I would have to identify who is or who is not the thing. So that's all I'm saying.
That's fair. I would like to learn more about that. Obviously, I'll be writing on researching St.
Yeah, DM my wife, Rachel. She'll give you tons and tons.
Do you have scripture too on death penalty?
Of course.
Fantastic.
The Orthodox view, the Orthodox view and the Catholic view on the death penalty is mixed. I'm not for the death penalty, by the way. Me personally, I'm not. So it's like the one progressive view maybe I hold.
We got a chat here from Sean, $100 super chat. Really appreciate it, Sean. Won't let me send in a TTS. I don't know why, but seems like this guy is mad because his girl couldn't hold her worldview. Just seeing a little of this debate, but what Andrew is saying is the truth, and it looks like he maybe wanted to come in on something not related to the super chat. Go ahead.
I mean, responding to that, no, I don't think. Yeah, sure. Maybe part of me is mad that I think she did hold her worldview pretty well, but I think it was a conviction of the conscience, and I think I stand behind her conviction.
Yeah, that was the chick sitting next to you, right?
Yeah.
She was a nice chick. I didn't have any issues with her.
I think the only thing we tangled on was the bowing.
Yeah.
I think that was it, which is pretty milquetoast conversation to begin with.
Really? That triggered you bad enough to send all that in?
No.
Like, yeah, it wasn't even that bad of a...
That wasn't.
I don't think it was that.
It was the treatment of Nicola, and largely, I mean, if you want me to come fully clean, exactly why I'm here, because I feel like this is a platform and an opportunity to preach the gospel to a generation that's lost and been sold false goods on what love is and what Christ is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, great. That's fine. So you are using this platform, taking advantage for your own gain.
Not my own gain.
Right. Because you believe that doing cost-benefit analysis, right, that the benefit of this is worth the cost. Yeah, that's the same exact argument that I just used against you, same exact argument he just used against you, same exact argument everybody would use against you. Yes, I'm here because I do the same thing, the cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah.
Destroying your worldviews, you fucking feminists, you crazies, you lunatics. The cost of doing that is great, but the benefit of it is way better.
Yeah. I think the highest gain and the highest goal you could achieve is preaching the gospel and laying down your life in service for others from a place of love.
Yeah, but I'm going to take you back to your own view on Paul. When you said that Paul says, okay, in this case we do not want to offend the conscience, meaning from your view, from the way that you explain this to me, that you think he means while you're in the engagement of sin, you actually will offend their conscience by reading them the gospel at that time. So, yeah, that's what you're saying there, man.
I don't remember saying
Well,
that.
then why can't they eat the meat? Why not go to them with the sin while they're eating the meat? Why?
Because Paul's saying he doesn't want to offend their conscience.
Right. That's it, right? Because Paul's saying you don't want to offend their conscience, so don't come to them with what the word is while you're engaging in this.
Don't suggest or invite them.
Right. So this is your own worldview here.
Yeah.
Right? It's just not being consistently applied.
Yeah.
You know who is consistently applying it? Me. Because I'm not doing the exact same thing that you just said you shouldn't do, which is while we're in the middle of engaging in this argument, right? The worst time in the world, at least according to you, would be right then to pull out that Bible.
I think it depends on how you go there.
I agree. Context is key. There could be times, right? But that wasn't it. At least not from my view.
All right, couple things here before we wrap up. We will do roast session. What do you think, Andrew?
Of course.
10-minute roast session. TTS has been lowered to $20 and up if you want to get a little.
Got to send those super chats in, boys, so we can keep hosting these great debates right here in studio. Got to get them in.
There you go. Really quick, we're going to read this from Pelagic. Pelagic, thank you for all the super chats tonight, man. Good to see you in the chat. Really appreciate it. He says, "Judge not that ye be not judged, for with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye meet." Did I say that right?
Yep.
Meet. It shall be measured to you again. Matthew 7:1-2. Pelagic, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. We have one from Sean here. And Brian, I'm a fan of your show and the Crucible.
The Crucible.
That's like the gay version of the Crucible.
That's
you know like how gay men like cruise and stuff.
no.
You don't know.
Well, that's not like CREW, right?
No, like to cruise. You know how like gay guys cruise? Like this is the gay You should release the gay version of the Crucible.
Brian.
But you, Brian, sorry, you need to start trying to lose weight, bro. Better yourself. But you're right. Hey, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Boys.
Brian's weight loss is bugged, boys. It's bugged.
By the way, I'm pretty sure the Crucible meme it's now a meme.
It's now a meme.
Sean, really appreciate the super chat.
Counter meme.
And then we will let the TTSs come through. So we have. Sorry, I had to pause it temporarily to get through a couple things. We'll do a couple announcements, then we'll do the show. Darren Jones, thank you.
Senior underscore donated $100. Did this boy's girlfriend's bull give him permission to be here today?
Do you want to respond to that, Luke?
No.
Okay. All right. Senius, appreciate the TTS. Appreciate it. Actually, really quick before I allow the last of the messages to come through, $20 TTS, just a reminder. Austin, really quick, let's do Twitch, Discord, and Debate U, please.
By the way, you guys gotta get over to Debate University. You gotta pick up the course today. We're gonna be adding a bunch to it soon. We have some content we're gonna be releasing towards the end of this month. You gotta get over there and get it, guys.
Yeah, we'll pull it up here in just a sec. Austin, pull it back up, please, if you can get the... All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub. It's been 3 minutes since we last had a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys. I think it's bugged. Let's see. And yeah, follow Prime Sub over on Twitch. Also, guys, we have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If you guys, hey, Joe Brogan, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Discord.gg/whatever. We post a bunch of really cool stuff on there. BTS. I've been starting to post all the hate mail I've gotten. There's some crazy stuff on there. They come for me, come for Andrew. We're posting a lot of the BTS on there. That's discord.gg/whatever. And also, guys, go to debateuniversity.com. We're going to get that pulled up here in just a moment. So, debateuniversity.com. The course is verbal combat. Now, guys, October's almost here. Thanksgiving, Christmas, it's around the corner. If you want to dominate your liberal family members at the dinner table...
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
And I suppose liberals can also use this course too if they want some Trump.
Just conservatives.
Okay.
Just conservatives.
You got to go to debateuniversity.com if you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew. You want to learn how to think, debate, and craft arguments. You want to be able to debate like Andrew Wilson. You need to get the course, Verbal Combat, 6 hours of instruction, 80 plus different educational videos. You can find it at debateuniversity.com.
With even more being released, the Hidden Rachel content coming soon. Been looking forward to that, and also in the next couple of months we're going to make some additional addendums. We're just always going to keep kind of working on this as we go, guys.
Perfect. Cool. And again, that is Debate University. That is debateuniversity.com if you guys would like to check that out. I'm trying to think if there's... I think closing... Would you guys like closing statements?
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead.
And then we'll let the messages come
This
through.
is like a quick question for the closing statement. I asked this, I'm not trying to judge. I asked someone, have you felt conviction about cussing or coarse joking or filthiness in your
Yeah,
speech?
so just so you know, here's my view on this. Intentionality is the borrower of the offense. So if a guy snubs his toe and he says, oh shit, this does not give offense, in my view, to God. What gives offense in what is foul or evil language is based around the intentionality of that language. So if you say like, what the fuck are you talking about to your best friend, right? Who are you offending here? Like where's the offense, right?
I read Matthew 12:36 where he says that you will give an account for every idle word you utter. And that made me realize that there are words that are insinuating things that I know the Lord does not approve of.
Yeah, but no, that's not what it's saying.
Okay.
If you're giving an account for every idle word you said, then give the account. But what if the account has no offense?
Do you want to stand before the Word and say that insinuating marriage? And
Well, what is an idle? What is an idle word?
By your speech.
What is an idle word?
It's an idle word that you're uttering without thinking about it.
Yeah, so that's you know what I do all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, I walk around my house all the time muttering to myself. Are those idle words?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah,
Well, then how do we, if we have no standard to which to use here to kind of make these assessments on what we should be doing, then I don't even know how to respond to that. Like, what is an idle word?
I mostly just asked about your conviction. I was curious.
Yeah, I don't think it comports to reason to say that if a man stubs his toe and says, "Oh shit," that this is giving offense to the Lord. For instance, if somebody else, let's say an immigrant got here, here's my demonstration to you. Got here, had no idea what shit meant.
Yeah.
But he heard a guy say, "Hand me that shit."
Yeah.
So he goes over to somebody and he says to him in broken English, "Hand me that shit."
Yeah.
Do you think that that's different?
Do I think that that's different? No, because I don't think he knows what the word means.
So the intentionality?
Maybe, but I think you know what the words mean.
Yeah, I know, but what about the intentionality? Like, shit only means what you want shit to mean. Same thing with, like, here, let me give you an example. Pack up that shit, right? Move that shit, right? This shit sucks. There's like 1,000,001 different uses for this word that has nothing to do with human excrement. Zero. That's like, yeah, I don't think, I've never really had a very convincing argument on this from any side. Do I think that if you're a representative of the church, for instance, right, probably not a good idea. Yeah. But I am most certainly not that.
Why?
Because I think that through the cultural taboo of the usage of certain words and language, that you can draw people away.
What was that?
From the church, but that doesn't mean that you're actually doing anything wrong or risking
offense.
offense.
The impact is even greater than the intent, even if the priest didn't mean it. The impact.
I'm only saying it goes to the idea of everything could be that way. So it's possible that yes, that would do that.
The impact is greater than the intent.
It could be.
Okay. Do you think?
But that's everything. Just so you know, that's everything I can think of.
Do you think yourself? Do you view yourself? You subscribe to Eastern Orthodoxy as a representative?
I am not a representative of the Eastern
super
Orthodox.
loud, right?
Not at all.
Do you think yourself as a representative of Christ?
Again, this is kind of loaded. Yeah, sure.
I'm just curious.
I guess in like the best way that I can to understand what you mean by that, then I would just concede yes, right? But I also think, like, what about this? Like, just kind of turn this around a little bit. If I'm on a construction yard, right, and I go in and I like have a little mouse voice and I'm all prim and proper, and I'm like, well, now listen, gentlemen, you really shouldn't be blah, 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 blah. And instead I come in and I kind of talk like they do, and I'm a little gruff like they are, and this and that. Wouldn't they actually respond better?
To what end?
To the end of moving them towards the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Sure, all things to all people.
Yes, that's like, so this is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways.
Not short of sin, and I think as Christians you're called to be holy and set aside. Those that call upon the name of the Lord are supposed to depart from iniquity, and we're also supposed to be above reproach.
What is a den of vipers? Is that a swear?
I don't think so. I don't know the context.
But what is a swear? Calling a person a viper and condemning him to hell? Is that swearing at him?
I will say general principles extracted from James. He says that if you cannot control your tongue, your religion is worthless.
Yeah, that's true, but he's not talking about cuss words.
In 3, he starts talking about what's true and what's untrue, and then
but these aren't references to cuss words. These are references to the idea of what's defensible.
From my personal reading in Ephesians 5, he talks about the things that you don't want to be speaking of and not even be named among you. And the reason why is because they're insinuating things that the world would normally just consider base, and things that I think Christians can easily ask the Lord for help and self-control in and be above reproach.
Yeah, but again,
and you acknowledge
it's
that
back to my personal
good to be a greater representation of Christ and the church when you do clean up your speech based off of the perceived impact.
You also agreed that that's true with literally everything on planet Earth. Why aren't you in a suit right now?
Sorry, I won't explain what I'm doing.
Don't you think that would be the most bestest way that you could possibly convict the most people? You have a greater impact.
I don't think a suit.
What about that stash? A lot of people aren't going to like that stash. Don't you think that you should do a bunch of poll research to determine whether or not you should shave that stash before you go on a show like this?
I don't think my shirt and my suit insinuate the base things that Ephesians 5 is talking about.
And I don't think saying the word shit when you snub your toe is either. So,
well, why don't we do this before we didn't really even get to closing statements.
I can do a quick one if you want.
Why don't we let some chats through, and then we'll get to
Giovanni
closing
J. He
statements.
donated $20. Well-meaning young man who seems convinced. Problem is if he goes home to his GF and says Andrew made me think, then he's toxic and she leaves. Regardless, he needs to do it. Palpatine voice.
By the way, these are going to
Yes,
come in
okay,
one
I'll do
after
the Palpatine voice. I'll do the Palpatine voice. Come to the dark side.
Paul Glanos donated $20. You can't meet the delusional in their space to discuss reality as it is lost in translation. Gotta shake the tree a bit to jog their worldview.
Right, I completely agree with this.
Thank you, Paul.
100% true. You have to break the delusion first.
Joe Bergen, thank you for the gifted 5 subs, and these are going to come through pretty much one right after the other, just letting you guys know.
And by the way, your way is not wrong.
$50. Great debate, guys.
Thank you, Noah.
We learned that buying is misogyny. Brian needs to lose weight, and refreshments are from the devil himself. Thanks, gentlemen.
Speaking of which, beer.
Beer me. Rem, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it.
Senius _ donated $20. Andrew, you are the inspiration that all young men should look up to. The world would be a much better place. Fuck the libtards that have turned society into a beta soy hellscape.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hashtag Andrew for president.
I agree with the...
Tay Nublet donated $20.
Thank you, Nublet.
This guy wants to appeal to the Bible, yet has repeatedly shown that he will disregard even what Jesus commanded because he feels it's wrong. Submit to the husband. How does that make sense? Smoking Patriot donated $25. Andrew, would you let this man into your roving post-apocalyptic war band? Seems like the kind that would be good bait.
He can come. He can come.
He can come?
Yeah, he can come. You know, with...
Paddocks with Principles donated $20.
Thank you, Paddocks.
The only thing that would make this better would be if Rachel was there. I'm not sure how much this guy thinks can be accomplished in one podcast. Keep up the good work, Andrew and Brian.
Hey, Paddocks, thank you. Appreciate it, man.
GMD Jim donated $20.
Good to see you, Jim.
I was going to give the W to Andrew, but when I see two men debating Christianity in this fallen world, the W and glory goes to the Lord God and his only begotten Son Jesus. Big W.
Amen. Thank you, Jim.
Anon donated $20. When will you get a proper atheist debater on to challenge Andrew? This cuck raising another man's children only argues from a base that God exists he would get teared up by any non-of-girl/20 years kid.
Well, it's a good thing I've debated with the best of them in the world and won, but okay. You keep on with your delusions, bro.
Destiny.
Destiny, Matt Dillahunty, the best of the best of the best that you guys have fought, all of them. I've taken them all on multiple times, wrecked them multiple times. You can go watch it on the Crucible.video for yourself.
There you have it. We have Truff. Bro's wrong, but he's man enough to show up. God bless.
Much respect.
To you on
Much
that,
respect for that, yeah.
Thank you, Truff, for the soup chats. Spyro, Floropolis, Canadian 20. Luke, when Jesus drove out the tax collectors with literally whips, do you think there was an element of shame there? Might he have possibly used offensive language or swearing at the time while very angry? And then we have, do you want to respond really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sean, Crucible, sorry, auto-spell, but I support you both.
Ha! The meme's destroyed.
Oh, I mean, I knew that's what he was trying to say. But the Crucible.
The Crucible.
The Crucible. It's the alphabet version of the Crucible.
I want to address the shame question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I
Thank you,
think,
Sean.
good question, obviously. I think the character of Christ, especially when he does split.
Senius _ donated $20.
After this one, my
Andrew, I saw you shaking your head at me calling you a role model. Don't be so humble. You may have flaws, but you're very close to the ideal man for a thriving society.
My flaws are overwhelming, bro. Honestly. They're overwhelming. Model yourself after, like, any man in the world who has accomplished kind of these great feats, you know what I mean? I'm not that. I'm just some guy who argues on the internet. That's it.
Follow Christ. You wanted to respond to one of the
Yeah, no, definitely. As when it comes to the judgment and the shame that Christ was using when he was driving the tax collectors out, you know, I think we were obviously given a narrative account. I don't think we can give the full insight to what he was doing and how he was saying the things. But I do think it's important too. With the definition of shame, I realize that with the loaded terms, obviously can mean different things.
Yeah.
I think shame pushes people down a road of saying you have to fix yourself. And I think genuine, a call to repentance, maybe there is some shame involved, but it's the action item of, listen, you are wrong, here's the confrontation and the path to being correct. And before you jump in,
I'm actually just going to agree and split the difference. What if we just split the difference?
Yeah, there we go.
What if we just say it can lead to bad?
Yeah.
And it can also lead to good.
Yes.
That both tactics can work and do work.
Sure.
Can we just agree to that?
That's what
And if we can agree to that, I'll just concede that that's true.
Okay. Yeah, I would take that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we get closing statements from both of you? Then we'll let the last few remaining chats come in. So I think we do closing statement for you first, right? Since he went first
since
initially.
he went first,
you go.
He can close last.
Does
So
that
he gets
sound
the
good?
last word? Yeah. So first, Luke, thanks for coming in. Yeah, it really was, and I really enjoyed kind of the spirited back and forth.
Yeah.
As I told you before, I don't hold any grudges. I think that conversations like this are necessary. I will say that some of the criticisms I think came from a place of serious emotion with a lack of information, right? It's really easy when you're looking through the prism of a screen to make tons of assumptions, especially about the people who are behind it, until you kind of have more knowledge or you get to even meet the people or things like this. There are conspiracy theories about me abound everywhere, right? And Brian too. And anybody who's a prominent internet personality, there's all sorts of wild shit that's out there. And like 99% of it is completely false for almost all of these different personalities. I think that the criticisms which were the weakest that you had were like the substance abuse was a really bad one. The idea of social trafficking was really untenable there. Especially when we got into it and you basically conceded, look, if they're here of their own free will and you're there of your own free will, the criticism both way kind of negates itself. I think that you made some pretty good points when it came to shame, but ultimately ended up kind of agreeing on the spanking argument, and then I think ultimately the two of us could just agree that the outcome either way could be good or bad, but that both are legitimate tactics when it comes to either preaching the gospel or arguing either direction, right? So ultimately, I'm actually going to end this with some build-ups, right? Tell you all the things that I think you did really good at. Okay, you did pull off the mustache, barely. Okay, barely, but he did kind of pull off the mustache here, right? He did pull off the mustache. You came in super prepared. I see all the little sticky notes in the Bible, and I actually saw you out front writing, right? Just like prepping for this debate. That I have a lot of appreciation for, right? So many times I get in debates with people who do no prep, no nothing. They just think this is the easiest thing in the world to do, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I also appreciated the kind of cost-benefit analysis that you did, where you said my conviction is worth more than the blowback. That's why any of us who are in this field who believe in what we're doing, do it, right? So my hat's kind of off to you for all of those things. I thought your arguments weren't great, and you had to retract a bunch of them. As well, you deserve. One of them I wasn't charitable to, but for the rest of it, kind of my proverbial hat's off to you.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead with yours.
Yeah, thank you for arriving in person. Thank you for pointing me back to the Word in areas where I was definitely still under-experienced and looking for more insight and providing wisdom that has been from the church. And obviously, ideally, my entire life is dedicated to serving Christ and what He looked like and what He acted like here on this earth. And I would hope to model that in my character. And obviously, some of that is influenced by my anecdotes and the people I've interacted with and my own personal testimony. And obviously, some of that will have to come in alignment with the truth. But I do believe, too, when it comes to, if you talk to people that were saved in the book of Acts, they all had a different story of how they came to repentance in Christ. It obviously was all submitted under the total truth of who He was, but the way that He worked to produce repentance in people's lives differed according to their story. And some people already acknowledged it when they came in, and some people, like I said, He had to afflict the comfortable. And so, and then, yeah, like I haven't been personally led to use shame yet, but I'll look into the Word, I'll look into the understanding and understanding the gospel too. Like, yeah, it should produce godly sorrow, it should produce an understanding that your identity is wrapped up in your action, but at the same time too, it should be pointing, like we agreed, pointing to an action versus just turning to a corner and, you know, dunking on yourself over and over again because you keep giving into the action. James says, humble yourself in the sight of the Lord and He will exalt you. And so
my last thing I want to ask, if we can just do one challenge for you. Would you be willing to go to one Divine Liturgy in an Orthodox Church? Just one.
Sure.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
You know that there's a great one right here in Santa Barbara?
I've heard.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Really good. So you promise one?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. We have a couple super chats and a couple messages too loud to come through. We have Alex.
Yeah.
You and your husband.
So we're not taking another walk, right? We're both gonna walk.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate
Why
it.
would we take
That
another
was
walk,
in
Smitty?
reference to a debate, not to you.
We already walked.
We have
Okay,
John
just making
Gedda,
sure
the
before I
quote
help you.
Feminism, the
Sorry,
Secret
that was a
History of
silly
Women's
I can
Liberation
do later.
by Andrew's wife, Rachel Wilson. Do it.
Get the book.
we have Marley, but as a Christian, shouldn't we be an example to others?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this is in reference, John, if any of you want to.
Maybe swearing or church or
Possibly, yeah. All right, thank you, Marley. Darian Murphy, some Christians mix the faith with feminism. When such Christians talk about judgment, you never mention how Christ spoke to the Pharisees. W. Andrew, W. Crucible, W. whatever. Darian Murphy, thank you very much. And we have Sean here. Come on, it's the goose mustache from Top Gun.
It is. Yes.
Still cool.
Come on, this guy nailed it. That is the goose mustache
He's got
from
the
Top
goose.
Gun.
Didn't he die?
Can we get the zoom on the goose?
I don't know if we can.
Yeah,
I don't
there we
think
go.
we're allowed
Hang on,
to
it's
wear
like
it.
right at the camera.
Look,
this,
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, is the goose mustache. It's true.
What was like a quote from that movie that Goose said?
What was it? Turn and burn? Was it? Was he turn and burn? What was his? I don't remember.
He just died.
Yeah, because he died.
Is that
He
right?
died in the movie too.
Right. Oh. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. And then I'm going to let some of the chats through. Guys, just a reminder, TTS is $20 if you want to get the last one in, and then we're going to wrap the show. Thank you, guys. Keep kicking ass. I'm assuming it's ass boys. Feminism sucks. Long live the patriarchy. Soy boy porn stash is weak. Do you want to respond to?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the message. I applaud them for coming on the show.
Christian
and talking about this.
Questions donated $20. Genuine question from my own conviction. How does smoking not violate 1 Corinthians 3:17?
Really quick.
How does eating a donut not?
Oh, just really quick before I have you guys jump in. And also to the last TTS. You said he's weak. I mean, I actually want to really applaud you for coming in and having this discussion. We have a lot of people who will DM us, often with much more aggressive or insulting or negative. Actually, posted on our Discord, we had.
What's your deal?
In the,
I can shut if you can't.
Discord.gg.
No, I was. I thought I
We
did
had this
walk up
woman
the
say
gate
that she was
by
going.
Oh, okay.
Personally attacked me. Personally attacked Andrew. She said that she wanted to come on and destroy. She would absolutely destroy us, and that we would be too pussy to have a conversation with this woman. I offered to fly this woman out at my expense to come on the show, and then she ends up blocking us, totally ducks. So credit to you, because most people who DM us and say, I'd love to have this conversation, and you did so actually, even though I disagreed with some of your assertions, you did so relatively politely.
Yeah, and also, I think respect is always given to people who have criticisms, but take those criticisms directly to those who they're criticizing, so that that person can give an account and a defense for themselves. Yeah. And that I have a lot of respect for, because it's rare.
Now, really quickly, the smoking thing, can we...
Yeah, I just said, how does it not apply to eating a jelly donut? It's the same application.
I would comment on that not being given to things. Paul says that all things are edifying, or all things are permissible, but not all things are.
Anon donated $20.
Thank you, Anon.
Lamar Destiny. He's some libtard leftist. If you think he's the best, you're sorely mistaken. Still seen you argue one person who would be above room temperature IQ, including today.
We should do it.
Debate Sam Harris.
I'm happy to do it.
Let's do it. Have you ever spoken with Sam Harris?
No, but I'm sure we could get him on whatever.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And also, really quick on that, I think we've put out an open challenge to any feminists, any atheists who want to come on and debate Andrew. If you want to come on and debate Andrew in this sort of similar format, we'll host it. We'll try to make it work. We're flexible schedule-wise, so. But a lot of people, even with these open invitations, they don't take it up.
Well, the thing is we would like to keep it around still the ideas and the themes that are talked about on the show. And so the one thing I never wanted to do was insert too much religiosity into whatever. And the reason is because it turns a lot of people away from moving into what the content is about. And so it slipped in where it slipped in, and I think that that's good. Though I wouldn't be opposed to having some religious debates, I'm okay with that. I think it's still better to keep things around kind of normative politics, feminisms, things like that, rather than kind of making too much of a primary around religious debates. That's not really the format for this channel. The Crucible, on the other hand, might be a better place for those. I would keep this kind of in the realm. If you're a feminist, you're an egalitarian, you want to do political debates, I'm happy to do those. Kind of bogging the channel down with with kind of the open religious stuff, I think would not be good for whatever ultimately.
Okay, all right. Let's see, we'll let the last ones come through.
Mecha Win Zero donated $20. What is this guy's explanation of 1 Peter 3:1? This verse does not support the idea that husbands have to earn submission from their wives.
Quick response.
Yeah, read it. Hang on, read it out loud. Read out.
Wives likewise be submissive to your own husbands, that even if some do not obey the word, they without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. When they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear, do not let your adornment be merely outwards, arranging the hair and jewelry.
So that means even if he's telling you to do shit you don't want to do, by doing it, you're able to convince him better to stay within the confines of what the Lord is commanding.
And I think that's in 1 Corinthians as well, too. Yeah, no, good point. I definitely was not thinking of that scripture when I was coming here with my opinion, and I was mostly coming from an anecdotal conviction from my girlfriend, so I am emotionally implicated in that as well. I will recognize, but I will say that Anthony Edwards isn't dead. Sorry.
Okay, I'll read these. Okay. Max Soames, hi Brian and Andrew. Andrew, you're very smart and well-spoken. One question, can I be on the show and you don't have to pay me? Lol. Love from Australia.
Well, you're not even from a real place, so the answer is no.
There you have it, Andrew. Andrew has spoken. Anthony Edwards isn't dead. From John Mayer. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I don't know what this is in reference to, but thank you, man. All right, let me allow these to all go through, guys. Last call, $20 for
Brian's
TTS.
number one simp donated $20. W. Brian.
Thank you very
W.
much.
Andrew.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for all the show support today, guys. That's what keeps the lights on here and allows Brian to have me out. So
Thank you, guys. That man is a better Christian than you, Andrew. He forgave the blank girlfriend who got more red flags than the Chinese parade. Cast not stones when he never came
back from getting the Newports.
All right.
Leave my fictitious black ex-wife alone.
Black wife.
Senior _Cordo donated $20. Andrew, all I'm saying is when, not if, society crumbles to the liberal apocalypse that has been manifesting for the last 10 years, I want to be in your corner fighting to rebuild an ideal civilization.
I don't know if I can make it without the Marlboros,
Paddocks
bro.
with Principles donated $20.
Thank you, Paddocks.
I appreciated how respectful this was. BTW, I've seen his wife Rachel talk about women from the show coming to Andrew afterward, much more open to change because of his skill. Food for thought.
And I try not... Yeah.
Senior _Cordo donated $20. Today Andrew set this boy on the path to becoming a man. I hope if there were any other boys watching they learned something.
Seniors, thank you for the TTS. Really appreciate it.
But you recently finished your degree, right?
GMD Jim donated $20.
Thank you, Jim.
Trust in the Lord and the Holy Spirit will convict you of the correct tactics to use in any situation. Big W to the Lord and to all of my Christian brothers and sisters. Giovanni J. He donated $20.
Thank you, Giovanni. Appreciate it.
What happened then, on whatever they say, that the Wilson's small heart grew 3 sizes that day Luke's a nice young man. God bless. Quit being a prop girl.
Thank you, Giovanni.
I've donated $20. I thought this guy was going to be another Kuma Gremlin. He turned out to be okay. I want a refund.
Hey, look, they can't all be horrible abominations, okay?
Thank you, Ad. Really appreciate the message. Thank you so much. Spyro, thank you for becoming a member.
Six-Pack Chat donated $19.99. Goose, you conducted yourself better than the vast majority of the people who appear. Props to you. Andrew's black ex-wife would approve.
It's true.
Wicked Wally donated $20. Brian, you might like to know the term vile strumpet is used repeatedly to address a queen in the new Elden Ring expansion. I'll hand it to my good pal Andrew to cope about how the game is too hard.
Shut up, Wally. Shut up, Wally.
Thank you, Wally. Appreciate it. I actually heard the term strumpet in this TV show, The Tudors, and his, I forgot the guy's name.
By the way, I hear that Wicked Wally is now a 5-time champion on verbal combat.
Really?
Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Good job, Wally.
LOL Paladins donated $20. Haven't seen any of the show today, but I just watched the first few minutes and I assume it's almost over. I'm sorry I didn't watch this dumb ass get school to live.
LOL Paladins, thank
Beaten
you.
Cheeks donated $21.
Thank you, man.
Andrew, I am so glad I taught you well in debate. You are my best Padawan. Glad those Destiny courses helped you out.
Thank you, Master. Thank you,
Cheeks.
Master. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Cheeks. Good to see you in the chat, man. But, I forgot to mention, we are streaming tonight. We're doing a little special something little IRL stream tonight.
Lum donated $20. How is it the same as a donut if you use smoking as an escape?
You can use
I
donut
guess
as
that you
escape.
can eat donuts and they are bad, but I think by smoking, don't we idolize the substance?
There's no idolatry. So the idolatry would be replacing God.
Seniors underscore donated $20. I'd love to see Andrew debate Richard Dawkins.
Isn't he dead now? Am I
Richard
crazy?
Dawkins? I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Are you thinking of Christopher Hitchens?
That's too bad.
Oh wow, okay. Huh.
Yeah. No, I'd love.
Yeah. Would you be
on Evolution? That would be really fun.
I actually have had some interesting people contacting me recently. We'll talk after the show about some. Let's see, we got.
Duran, you donated $20.
Hey, thank you, man.
Good show tonight, boys. Cheers.
Thank you, Duran. He's a big supporter.
By the way, guys, can we get the hats off for Brian? Excellent moderator.
Yeah.
Considering how, especially this had a lot to do with Brian, he really moderated this quite well.
Frequency donated $20. Andrew, I'm fairly certain the term you were referring to is confirmation bias, not affirmation bias.
No.
Thanks for the show.
No, I think I was talking about affirmation bias specifically, honestly.
Lum donated $20.
Thank you.
Much love, great convo. Thank you for the amazing content.
Hey, appreciate the support. Thank you so much, Lund. Lund. Are you Swedish or something? We have Shredface Andrew. What do you think of husbands that push their wives to the brink of suicide with verbal and manipulative abuse?
Yeah, so what you're looking at there is the same idea that we agreed upon, which is that this does not comport with reason, and our standard for what reason is sin, coming from the idea of the Logi and the nature of God and Jesus Christ, the Holy Trinity. So, no, that would be bad, right? That would be bad to push your wife to the brink of suicide, verbal, manipulative abuse. That would be bad. Nobody would ever disagree that that was bad. That's not even, we weren't even in that universe of talking about that. So.
And then last super chat, Darian Murphy, the reason Andrew's approach of destroying the secular worldview through secular means before sharing the gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 2:14. Thank you, Darian Murphy, for the super chat. Really appreciate it, guys. Okay, that's, we have another one from Sean. Sean, thank you, man. Sean, love both your shows. Wish you all the best and God bless. Are you talking about the Crucible?
The Crucible.
The Crucible. The Crucible. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate all the support, man. Thank you so much for the
by the way,
super chat.
Sweatshirt. Pretty nice sweatshirt.
I like the sweatshirt, man.
It's pretty nice.
Good merch.
I brought one for Brian. I brought one for Brian.
Oh, I did. By the way, Andrew claims he lost his whatever cup. I mean, just be honest, Andrew. You just want a second cup.
I just want a second cup. I wanted to say Rachel.
$20.
We'll give it to you.
Andrew, could we keep the continuity of these crazy IRL debates if he shows you his ass like Desiree?
What? Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it, man.
Madis Fry Chair donated $20. Long time watcher, first time TTS. This was great. Brixton, please have more male guests.
Yeah, I thought it was very good. Actually, about a month ago, Andrew, we did a 2v2 debate, although I didn't say much.
You did? Yeah, you did.
But
and that 2v2 with those two guys?
Yeah, the two guys.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great show.
If you like this one, then you'll certainly like that one. It was about a month ago. Just look under the live tab. Andrew Wilson, me versus two male feminists. Been a lot of viral clips going from that.
That was a brutal slugfest debate too. So that's for those of you who haven't seen it, go watch it. It was good.
Say so. NZ donated $20. Would love to see Andrew debate someone intelligent. I don't know if he is a good debater or not, because honestly, I have never seen him debate someone intelligent and have watched every single one.
Well, who the fuck are all these intelligent people? How are the best left-wing debaters not intelligent? Just like it's just like nobody Andrew debates is intelligent, which either tells me that maybe people are way stupider than I thought, or I'm way smarter than I think. I don't know. It's like,
also, like this. Are you familiar with the term pub stomp? You've never heard pub stomping? So pub stomping is like in a video game term where you know how there'll be matchmaking where as you like kind of rank up in the game, it'll start matching you with people of similar skill.
Yeah.
So what a pub stomp would be is like you essentially recreate your account. You still have the same skill, but you're going to get matched with newbies, and you just go in there and stomp them. Pub stomp. So we have an open invitation. We've posted on Twitter, we've posted in streams of if you're competent, you want to come on and debate, we'll have you. It's not like In fact, the debates where your opponents give you pushback are better.
Yeah.
So it's not like we just want to pub stomp people. It's just we find people perhaps hesitant to come on and debate Andrew because of his he's gonna spank him anyways. I don't know.
Though you can find debates with some of the most prolific of the at least internet personalities that I'm aware of. Right on the Crucible.video, and we have had great debates on whatever. And by the way, I just want to point this out, that some of what you consider to be like smarter leftist debaters, many times the kind of like poli-sci graduate, psychology graduate, OnlyFans girls, often they give better debates than some of these kind of like prolific personalities. So make of that what you will.
And I'm trying to think, what was the other thing here? Oh, well, I'll just read the chat. No, I fixed it from Autospell so Bricks can just lose weight. Oh, okay. Thank you, man. Working on it. It's in the works. We have Silent Zero. Please bring Jim Bob and Andrew on a 2v2 on Evolution.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely down for that. And Sean, thank you for that.
Yeah, Jim Bob said he would definitely come out to Santa Barbara to do a 2v2. I'd like... Did you get Parker and Dean, the two of them, to come down against me and Jim Bob? Hilarious.
Well, we have some debates scheduled in the coming week or so. I'm speaking with Parker. I'll talk to you after the show about that. But I would like to get you. Parker's very sharp. Parker's very sharp.
You say so.
Well, okay. I thought he did quite well against Charlie.
Charlie's not a debater.
Fair enough.
I tangled with Parker before. He just didn't know it was me. It wasn't great for Parker.
And we have this coming through. Oh, Say So NZ. Come on, look at this guy today. He's maybe 80 IQ on his best day. Destiny's even lower. Debating OnlyFans girls and these leftist porn stars and Twitch streamers like Destiny is not some big win.
Well, who? Like, was Matt Dillahunty? Like who? Who?
We'll host it. I'm open to hosting it. I don't. So, anyways, let's see. I think we're all caught up.
How about you? You should come in and do a debate and just watch you like petrified on the other side.
Let's see. What else do we have here? We are doing a IRL stream tonight. That should be live at about 10 p.m. Pacific. Are you coming for that, Andrew? Or we'll talk after the show and see. We'll figure out. In any case, we are doing an IRL stream. We've been doing this new format, these IRL streams out on the street. Madison's kind of been taking the charge on those. I have the link for that in the description. We're going to do a redirect to that, so you guys can be sure to tune in. I think that's it for all the TTSs. I don't see any other supers that came in. So I guess final thing, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And guys, it's been 7 minutes since we last got a Prime. If you're watching over there on Twitch, drop us a follow. If you have a Prime sub available, maybe just check and see if you can drop us one. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We have our Discord, discord.gg/whatever, where we post a lot of cool stuff. We post some BTS stuff. This crazy guy's been messing with our IRL streams. So be sure to check out the BTS tab over on our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. And also Debate University, final shout out on this. Guys, go to debateuniversity.com. Get the course Verbal Combat. It's if you want to learn how to become a master debater, you've got to be sure to check out the course. And yeah, guys. So, could you click the link for it? DebateUniversity.com, guys. DebateUniversity.com if you want to check that out. All right. I'm pretty sure that's closing statement. Oh, did we not do the closing statement?
You started.
No, we did.
No, I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
You did, right?
I feel like you said he was going to start, and I don't feel like I got to finish because we jumped into a question on swearing.
No, I think I went through, gave you a whole bunch of like compliments, feedback, and then I think you did do yours.
Okay.
If you want to add a final point,
sure.
The title said I was what?
Angry boyfriend. Hold on, let me. My computer just turned off. It actually did, by the way.
White. Massage. No.
Well, you are white, but it was White Knight.
Okay.
Yeah, White Knight.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair character.
Yeah, it is a fair characterization.
Also,
angry boyfriend, White Knight. Yep.
Male feminist.
No, I'm male, but I'm not a feminist. Only the first two waves.
Okay. Well, then that's feminism.
No, the third wave is
still a feminist.
The third wave took him out of the home.
Yeah,
Lob
first grade was
Paladins
still bad.
donated $20. Left winger that I'd like to see, but would probably never happen, would be Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, that would be
So
fun.
close to being smart, but held back by his cultural indoctrination.
I've reached out a couple times to Michaela and Jordan. I've not. I'd love to have them on. Just
I think Michaela would come on and do one.
but haven't been able to.
I've gone back and forth with her a bunch of times on X.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The
I was just
title.
gonna say, the whole reason. Like
Hey,
I
we
said,
gotta have good titles. We gotta have good titles, you know.
It's good for clicks, but the whole reason behind my.
You seemed a little
as I
angry.
said-
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
The whole reason, like I was saying, was with Nicolette and with the other situations was presenting Christ, and so I'd be remiss if I didn't say very quickly, Christ came to save sinners, of whom I am chief, and most importantly, the Bible says that He's pleading on our behalf, actually through us, be reconciled to Christ. You will have to give an account for all of the actions, all of the thoughts, all of the intentions of the heart that you have done, and short of Christ, you will fall short. And that's the message, and that's the gospel, and it will change your life because it's changed mine, and Jesus is alive, and He's still saving people today.
All right. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to wrap up the show there. I want to thank both of you so much for coming and doing this
My
debate.
pleasure.
It was great to have you guys in the studio, and it was thought it was a wonderful debate. So, guys, we are doing an IRL stream later tonight. We'll be live 10 p.m. Pacific. With that, my laptop just died, so I don't have my notes here, but I do want to say thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to everybody who so generously supported the chat. If you guys can like the video on the way out, it would really just, I guess, helps us out in the algorithm. Really appreciate all the support again. We have Andrew in studio for Dating Talks the next week or two. We've got debates scheduled, so stay tuned for a great 1 to 2 weeks of some what should be.
And Jake Rattlesnake will be here too.
Jake will be here too, so that'll
First
be
time
good.
in person for the two of us.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, so we got some great content coming up for you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching tonight. I hope you guys have a great night. Tune in to the IRL stream tonight, 10 p.m. Pacific. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a great night, and we'll see you later tonight. Good night, guys.
happens. If Andrew thinks somebody is open and he can pull them over, he'll be very, very nice. I have a harder time when I see men who think, talk, and act like women. It does something to some part of my brain, and I just go feral, and I can't stop myself from freaking out a little bit. So I'm not gonna freak out, but it's like, okay, let's go over a couple of things. So the guy came in with this email he had written, which was a strongly worded letter to a manager. Right? He was very like, I do not like the tone, and my girlfriend was very upset. And when my girlfriend is upset, I don't get my num nums, and when I don't get my num nums, I become very cross. So I'm writing you this email because I am very upset with the tone that you took with these miladies. Okay, let's just talk a minute about. He used the words broken, wounded, and hurt more times than I can count. So I've said this forever. When men fuck up and do fucked up shit, when men do evil, wicked things, everyone says that man is wicked and evil. He's wicked, he's evil, he should go to jail, he should get the death penalty, whatever it is, right? Nobody hesitates. But when a woman is wicked, like openly, forcefully, knowingly wicked, evil, nasty, degenerate, what is the reaction from these people? Oh, she's just broken. Someone hurt her. She's what's the other one? She's wounded. She's speaking from a place of being wounded. Oh, see, this is how these people think. This fella, we're gonna call him. What are we calling him? What's the Top Gun guy? What are we calling him? Mustache
Goose.
man. Okay.
You call him Goose or what?
Goose. Okay, so Goose thinks that when men are born, they are born in the fires of Mordor like a evil, awful creature, like one of the icky creatures in Lord of the Rings. And that when women are born, they're little angels. Angels that drop down from the heavens.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Exactly, and the stork brings them down, and it's soft, and it's fluffy, and they're sweet, and they're kind, and they're all that is good until some evil, awful man comes and corrupts them, and wounds them, and breaks them, and hurts them. And that's the only reason a woman would ever do anything wicked. That's the only reason a woman would do OnlyFans, steal a man's money, steal a man's children, lie, manipulate, cheat, steal, all sorts of wickedness. This is this man's perception. And this is so many people's perception. And I will go off for a moment, if I may, about this, because the Bible, this is how I know these people don't actually read their Bible, okay? Protestants will lose their mind all the time that they think Orthodox don't read the Bible. First of all, go to a liturgy and see how much scripture is in the liturgy. It's tons. It's way more than in any Protestant service I've ever been in my first 40 years of being Protestant. But what the problem is that the Bible will call these women all kinds of things. The Bible will call them harlots. It will call them whores. It will call them worse things than Andrew's ever called anyone. Like, the Bible goes hard on 304s. The Bible goes hard on manipulative women who use their sexuality to lure and ensnare men. Like, when I went off on the Patriot Barbie girls on my channel, go watch that video. I cite the actual Bible verses. I have clips explaining where in the Bible that God goes really hard on these women. The Lord is not kindly to women who are manipulative, sneaky little snakes and vipers, okay? The Bible calls them harlots. It warns you to stay away from them. It says don't go anywhere near them. It tells you all about how they will have poison dripping from their tongue and they will ensnare you and entrap you. The Bible in no way has this perception that women are angelic beings who would only ever do something naughty if the man makes them. That is not biblical. That is not Christian. It is not of the kingdom, okay? So stop with this bullshit of women being sweet little angels who come down from heaven and only men can do wickedness. Absolutely not. And in fact, the very first time the word shame comes up in the Bible is in Genesis when Eve tempts Adam to eat the fruit with her, and they realize that they are naked and they are ashamed. Okay? So let's stop with this bullshit of women are perfect, innocent, sweet angels who could do no wrong unless it was because of a man, and men are the only ones capable of wickedness and evil. It's probably the biggest reason we're in all the fuckery that we're in these days right now. Okay? Because women can do the most horrible shit, and people like this man, Mr. Mustache, will come on and go, no, that's not very nice to Milady. Okay, I do not appreciate the tone that you're taking with Milady. You should be preaching the gospel to her. You should be bringing her to repentance. You should be quoting the scriptures, and she will come to the Lord. And that is fucking not true. I hate to tell you this. You're wrong.
Yeah, the simpery is like next level simpery, and it's like toxic simpery. It's bad.
And here's what I'll say. Most people will see a guy like this, including my husband, my wonderful, sweet, amazing husband who is so much nicer than me, and they will believe that this man is sincere, that he has only the best interests in his heart, he has only pure intentions, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is a hot take, I don't fucking believe that for 1 second. I think that this guy with the mustache is a snake, a manipulator. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. That whole first chunk where you guys saw him blushing and smiling, and he was just like, you know, he's saying combative things and then smiling while he's saying it, that fake, phony smile he had. No. This is the type of man that when I was young would have been friend-zoned by most of the girls he knew. And what they will do is they'll lie in wait until your boyfriend dumps you or you dump your boyfriend. They will take their first chance to, oh, sweetie, did you go through a breakup? Let me get you a bottle of wine. Let me come comfort you, right? And then gets her a little soft, makes his move. She turns him down. And then he's like, you're a slut. I never liked you. I hated you, blah, 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 blah. These are the men you want to watch out for, not Andrew. Andrew is not the one you need to worry about. You know exactly who he is. You know exactly what he's about right out of the gate. But men like Goose here, Mr. Mustache, are the ones who, their whole personality, and he told us this in the beginning. I used to be, what do you say, corn addict. He had all kinds of problems. He was all messed up. He had body dysmorphia, by the way. If it's a man with body dysmorphia, huge red flag. But then he came to Christ, and now he...
The young guys are calling, like, guys who work out having body dysmorphia as well. They're like, oh, the body is... I'm fighting demons in the gym equals my body of dysmorphia. I don't understand what it means. It's...
No.
Like,
no,
your eyes are broken? You think you look different than you actually do? Like, what? I don't know.
It's usually... Well, like, in men who do this, like, if you do this shit where you come to... Like, oh, I was this horrible sinner and I had all these problems and I was... So if a guy is super into porn and body dysmorphia and all these other things... That's like big red flags for me of like some kind of personality disorder, some kind of like narcissistic weird. And I don't drop that phrase lightly. I'm not one of those women that runs around calling all the men narcissistic. These are the men who actually are. That's what you need to understand. These men who act like they're here to defend a lady, and their virtue. His whole personality is a virtue signal. His whole personality is, well, friend, have you heard the gospel? Because I'm chief of sinners, and I just want you to know that the Lord loves you, and I'm not here to judge you. All that shit. Trust me on this. It's cover. It's virtue signaling. It's a disguise so that you don't see that he is the wolf in sheep's clothing. Andrew is the guy that you know exactly who he's about from the beginning. This dude is the type that's all still fucked up. Okay, maybe he's coming to Christ. Maybe he's trying. But he's still all fucked up. And his whole reason for coming in and doing, well, you did not treat the lady well, and you offered her a substance, and I just don't take kindly to the tone that you used, and I don't know why you didn't quote the scriptures. That's all bullshit, you guys. That's not a sincere person. That's a person who wants to convince you at any cost that they are the virtuous one, that they are the one who knows the truth. that they're the one who knows the Lord, and that you are the bad guy because you are a meanie. You're just mean to my lady. That is
Yes.
manipulation.
Someone in chat was saying that he was sounding a lot like RC, the right corner that was on complaining about the way Andrew
Same.
Talks to him.
Yep, same kind of guy. And by the way, right corner made this huge stink about I'm gonna quit the internet. I'm gonna quit the internet because it's so toxic and it's so awful and it's so mean and I'm just too good to be here. He quit for what? 3 weeks? Came right back. Doing the same shit he was doing before. They're full of it. You have to learn to discern between people who know how to sound nice and how to put all this facade out there to make you convinced that they're like nice and virtuous and that they're so pure that they can't even conceive that other people might be wicked or have bad intentions. That's all lies. That's smoke and mirrors. It's bullshit. It's manipulation. So that's the first thing I would say about him. Now, I don't think that that means that he can't be saved. And I think Andrew sensed something in him that Andrew is like, okay, this guy's full of shit, clearly, but maybe I can reach him and drag him over here and get something sincere out of him. Maybe I can actually get him to understand like the sincerity of real Christianity where you understand, because when you really understand that you are first among sinners, you never run around virtue signaling to everyone else and telling them, oh, I don't like your smoking and I don't like the tone and why did you say that swear word? You don't do that. The saints didn't do that, right? In fact, they say don't do that. So, and when people say Andrew for president, Andrew's the guy, we should all follow him. He really actually doesn't like that. You can physically see him kind of like shrink down because he's like, no, I've got a lot to work on. I've got a lot to work on. Please don't put me there. Follow Father Josiah Trenum. Follow Father Spiridon Bailey. Follow anybody but me because I've still got a lot of work to do. That's like the real actual person who's sincere. So that's, I don't want to belabor that point, but when I see a guy like this, I know immediately. I'm like, snake in the grass, don't trust. I don't trust him one bit. And the whole, men are evil when they do wickedness, but when women do wickedness, it's just because they're hurt and they're wounded. And he used so much female psychobabble, all the psychology terms that women use. I circled a bunch of them in my notes. Broken, wounded, hurt, a personal conviction. Okay, that's another one. When they don't know why the fuck they believe something and they can't justify to you why they're saying something, oh, it's just my personal conviction.
It's the male version of My Journey.
It is. It's my journey. It's my personal conviction. And the other one is my testimony, right? My testimony. Yeah, we all
Which
have
is
a
literally My
testimony.
Journey. Yeah, My Journey.
It is. We all have a testimony. We've all fallen short. People have been through all of it. It's the human experience. We go through terrible things. We fuck things up. We look back and we're ashamed and we go, why did I do that? How could I do that? That's a universal experience. You don't need to convince us. Listen to me, son, because God is what fuck, I'm fine. I'm so scared to talk to you. I'm not friendly. It's like, that doesn't permeate for most people. For most people, they're calling people consensual. And I think that's why Andrew, without trying to, without intentionally, doing apologetics, he doesn't want to have a ministry. Like, he's always like, no, I'm not worthy of any of that. And the last person that should be doing it, he tends to bring people to the faith for that reason, that he's not the legislator's type. So, this guy was just talking about, like, oh, we shouldn't shame and we can't judge. Again, that's bullshit. We absolutely should have judgment and discernment if someone is acting wickedly, if somebody is manipulating, if somebody is taking advantage, if somebody is exploiting others. We have to have discernment and judgment because otherwise you would just say to children to like have a sleepover with that person, right? Well, you're not going to do that because you're using judgment and discernment as you should. Doesn't mean we're making salvific claims about where that person's soul is going to end up when they die. But you absolutely should be judging and discerning. And this whole nonsense about swear words, too. I've gone off about this before, but just real quickly, swear words like fuck, shit, damn, whatever, those are cultural and linguistic words that maybe they're coarse. Maybe you find them uncouth. Maybe you wouldn't say them in front of your grandma, and that's fine. But that does not equate to them being like sinful, awful. When the Bible talks about how you speak, it means more like don't curse people. Don't like put a curse upon someone's family and say I'm cursing your family into the next several generations, or I hope horrible things happen to you, or I wish, evil upon you. That's what it means. It doesn't mean don't say the word shit.
The words of curse.
Yeah, the word poop is the same as the word shit. There is literally no difference between those words. It's just a cultural thing. So they're conflating those things. Now, I'm not saying we should intentionally be coarse and offensive as Christians. Sure, we shouldn't. But in our language, there are words we use for like impact, for entertainment purposes, to get the idea across. That doesn't necessarily mean it's sinful. Just saying. Anything else I've got here? And the other thing, when he was talking about the woman at the well is Saint Fotini, okay? And she's a saint in the Orthodox Church. And when Christ saw her at the well, he said, "Why do you have 5 husbands?" And it didn't mean she had actually gone through the sacrament of marriage with these people. It meant you're sleeping with 5 different dudes. He was like, "Why are you doing that?" He literally like took her to task on it, just like Andrew does. "Why are you doing that?" Meaning, you're not supposed to do that. Why are you doing that? She didn't have too much to say for herself, so the Lord told her, "Stop it. Stop doing that. Put that all aside and follow me." That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to go, "Well, if you feel comfortable with it, m'lady, I think that's just fine. And I'm sure that in time you'll come to see that whoring isn't good for you." This whole, like, don't judge and all that. That is not the Bible. God, and by the way, Christ is the Old Testament God, if you weren't aware of that. He flooded the earth. He burned whole cities. He smited people where they stood. There was plenty of times that God had to lay down punishment, and not just for like vengeful reasons, but for the good of the people, right? Like, things get so wicked at times that the Lord has to put a stop to things. So this idea that we must let all level of unholiness and wickedness just unfold before our eyes, and that we can't judge, we can't be mean, we can't say anything, that's bullshit. And I take great personal offense to it, because that's the world that I have to live in, and my children and grandchildren have to live in. And I do want a world where people like Andrew go, "Hey lady, maybe you should stop whoring and stealing money from men. Maybe you should stop doing that shit."
Jesus would be fine with that. Judge him.
Yeah, he'd be like, "Well, I don't want to offend you. I mean, if that's what's good for you, no, that's baloney." Those are my thoughts, kind of. I mean, obviously Andrew wrecked him in the nicest way possible, and I think that's good for him to do from time to time. We here at the Crucible, we love ruthless Andrew. We love when he goes in and tears people apart and just gets them. But sometimes it takes like a little more delicate approach, because he can pull a lot of people over that way, and it is up to him. Like, he's in the room, he's talking to the guy before the show. He knows what his purpose is for why he's handling it that way, and I don't question it. So I'm sure that how Andrew handled it was the best way to handle it. He still wrecked the guy, like.
I just pulled this up because it was on topic, right? The genuine question: if cussing is just linguistics, would it be right to use said words while praying, or if you were in the presence of Christ? And there's a whole other part of like reverence that comes in. Like there's a reason that you don't say fucking shit around your grandma, because
Right.
you're being. It's like a matter of respect, right?
Right.
You speak like
It's
the same
always
reason you drive slower when your grandma's in the back seat. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's about.
It's all intent, and it depends on the context of the situation. When Andrew's on a show with girls, and this is what drives me crazy, because these girls will give him shit for like 4 or 5 hours straight, where they'll be sassy, they'll be rude, they'll be mean, they'll be nasty to him. For 5 straight hours, they'll be like, "Oh, and they'll like insult him, be rude, be nasty, take jabs, they'll insult him. Finally, after 5 hours of it, he'll finally go, "You have a gunt, and I'm not going to take any shit from a woman with a gunt. Shut up." Right? There's nothing wrong with that. That is a proper rebuke. That is a proper proper rebuke of a woman who needs to be told, you shut your fucking mouth.
And it's funny, this guy's basically just agreeing with you. Jason Wall sends in $10 to agree with the thing that Rachel just said is intention matters. And I found it funny here in chat where it's moving a little fast here, but we got one guy, or Aaron, grandma would make you go to kind of switch. The very next comment, my grandma said all the fuck shits. You know what I mean? So, again.
My grandma, who I've been taking care of all week, because she's 98 years old and she's been sick, and so I've been driving an hour back and forth every day to take care of her. She didn't use coarse language often, okay? She really didn't, but there was a couple of times where, like, my sister or different people would be acting really out of pocket, and my grandma would be like, you know what? I hate to say it, but she's just acting like a bitch. And if grandma said that, you knew shit was serious. So, like, I think it was good because she would say those words, but only when they were, like, really warranted, so they had, like, extra punch. You know what I mean? Like, if grandma's calling you a bitch, you a bitch.
Yeah, they lose the punch after if you overuse them.
Yeah.
And, like, to respond to Roman King said, oh, they're trashy, trailer talk, trailer park, or stop the cap. It's like, you know what, man, it's a time and a place for everything. I'll agree with you. That there's a time and a place for everything, and in professional settings, like when I'm dealing with like business stuff, I don't curse on the phone as much. And then
right, well,
but,
obviously.
Well,
you
it
think
depends.
I go to my priest on Sunday? I'm like, what the fuck's up, Father? Of course I don't. But we're on the Crucible. Okay, this is what you all need to understand. We're on a fucking channel called The Crucible. And every time we have a debate, there's a whole intro that shows fire and like molten metal, and there's like metal music, and there's swords and blood in the chat, and everybody's like, take their heads. You know, it's like, we're in the arena. It's verbal combat. It's like verbal MMA. It's like, you know, so that's the appropriate time to be like, fuck that shit. You're a bitch. You're acting like a pussy. There's nothing wrong with that. Do I say that to my grandma? Of course I don't. Do I talk to like little kids that way? No. So it's like,
quit acting like such a pussy, Grandma.
Why don't you grow up and be an adult and understand that there are contexts behind the words instead of being legalist? It's so legalistic, right? Well, she said a naughty word. I don't like to talk. Fuck you. Get the fuck out then. Go to a different channel. That's what I'll say to you, because there's a time and a place for everything. If you're too dumb to discern that, if you haven't figured that out yet as an adult, then get the fuck out. I'll tell you the same thing Andrew tells you. Get the fuck out. Go watch kitty cat videos. Go watch makeup tutorials or whatever the fuck you like where people don't say fuck. Okay? Go watch that.
Yeah, I was saying a time and a place, and this is the time, and this is the place. Also, no, it's not a metallurgy channel, but I can answer those questions if you have them.
It could be if we Christian. There's no regular Christianity. Other things. So the word Orthodox literally means correct. Orthodox means it's like the original. So the only church who has remained the exact same as it Then they had a corruption, there was kind of a corruption in the Roman Church, which led to the Protestant Reformation. Now the Protestants did talk to the Greek Orthodox, letters and things back and forth, so meant to go back and forth, and they had actually considered rejoining the Greek Orthodox. But they had already, like Martin Luther and some of the others, ideas of whole church were Greek Orthodox. Other things until Protestantism. That's kind of a short timeline of history. Those are the three major types of Christianity. That's how they converted. If you want any further extrapolation on that, go to the Orthodox discourse and watch us from there. They have people who are authorized to teach, and they can give you like reviews of those. I have lots of books and videos I would recommend if you want to take the
I think Rick Sal is one of the funniest fucking stories.
Rick Sal.
Don't get run into more.
I'll tell you what.
It was a nice Whoever's in charge of that damn merch store is getting sick.
Yeah, Pope Francis has done the best of all this for Orthodox. You've heard what he's been saying the last couple of weeks. Sorry for my Roman Catholic Stuart Doxy is one of us. My first date consisted of $2 of wine and a long talk about monarchy. We both very firm in doing that. Oh, that's great. That's very awesome. and then the hair, and the smile. He was just like,
oh shit, no.
That little sideways smirk that he had half the time was kind of getting on my nerves a little bit. But I was chalking it up to nerves. I've been trying to work on being nicer to people, so I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt that it was just nerves.
You're doing a good job, Mystery.
Well, I get a lot nicer when I don't feel very well. My Tommy's upset. It makes me nice.
It doesn't make me nice. I get grumpy. Tyler for $5.
That's probably why I'm
Grift
being
is
extra
real.
careful.
W Crucible Crew. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for contributing to the grift.
How poignant.
Toasted butter for $5. That sounds yummy. I don't know how you toast butter, but it sounds good. So being forced to talk, even though they could leave at any time at all. Yeah. This is like the second or third time that we've gotten this. Brian holds them captive. Fucking. This is something I should tell you guys. So when you go on whatever, even though I know Brian before I went on the show, they send you like a formal email before you go on the show. It tells you like what you should wear, that it can get a little bit hot in the studio, and that if you wear like heavy clothing, you're probably gonna get hot and sweaty. They open all the windows. I don't know if they even have like crappy AC or something. I don't know. But it gets hot, so they tell you that. They say, look, this is a really long show. You might be here really late. So make sure you eat before. Bring beverages with you if you prefer. You can bring snacks. Like, they tell you all of this beforehand. They tell you everything. So none of these women that go on the show don't know this. They've gotten an email that's like 50 pages. It's like a super long email, but it tells you like every little thing of like what they expect, what they won't allow, what they encourage you to do, like what to expect, all that stuff. And it tells you you're going to be there like 7-8 hours and to be prepared. And you can bring snacks, you can bring drinks. So for these women to act like they were held there captive against their will and they couldn't eat, like the Patriot Barbie girls were like, we didn't even get a nap. We couldn't even have nappy time. It's like, are you an adult? So, just don't listen to that silliness.
They wouldn't even give us water, and then like literally post a picture of her drinking water. Like these fucking broads are crazy, dude.
And they don't have out, like when I went out there, I brought my own like White Claws. Look, it's 8 hours. I've got to sit there and talk to bimbos for 8 hours. I'm drinking some booze, okay? But he didn't have anything in the fridge except they had like energy drinks and waters for people who get tired. They didn't have booze. They weren't offering booze. Brian has his own mystery drink. He doesn't tell anyone what it is or share it. The only time they like give you alcohol is if there's a champagne pop and then you get like a Dixie cup with this much in it. Like, go cry about it. You're a bunch of adult. These are all career women. I'm supposed to believe they're all like, I run my OnlyFans myself and I make 6 figures a year and da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, then I guess you can figure out how to navigate a podcast. And then they act like, oh, I was there until midnight. It was midnight. It's like, bitch, you be out at the club until 3 in the morning every weekend, and we all know it. So shut up. You're full of shit. What's next, Mr.
So I wanted to clarify a couple things because I'm not sure at all that his girlfriend was trolling, and I'm like 99% sure that she was. No, this is her. And I don't think she was involved in any form of like sex relations with other consumers. I don't remember her saying anything. I mean, to be honest, after all these episodes, we're kind of blend together. But I remember you referring to Andrew that saying, "Come on."
Yeah, I think what happened is at the beginning of whatever chat was saying that Nicolette was.
Oh no, it's this girl. That's
yeah.
Nicolette. Yeah.
Gut girl is Nicolette. That's not his girlfriend, but at the beginning or whatever chat was saying, oh, Nicolette is Nicolette. Harley, the girl over here on the left side, who barely talks, that was the girl.
Yeah,
and
this is his girlfriend and this is Nicolette Dunford. And in the beginning of the episode, we were mixing these two up. So,
yeah, but
hopefully whoever watched the beginning also watches the end.
But this is the thing about the Protestant women that go on the show. You guys saw me tangle with the girl and I called her a heretic and she started screaming and yelling at me. These Christian Christian girls that go on there to minister to everyone,
Says on
they're
the top,
every bit
read
as
it.
bad. They're every bit. I wish they weren't. I truly, sincerely wish they weren't.
That's what it
But they're
says on the
every
top.
bit as bad. They go home after, like the Patriot Barbie girls, and they're like, I was abused, and the men were so toxic, and they were so misogynistic, and they cry. And so
Did
she
you know
went
the
home and
vacuum was broken?
cried to her boyfriend about how horribly abusive the show is.
yeah,
Mind
you
you,
didn't
I've
tell
been on
me.
it twice.
Cool.
It's not.
What the frick? What
But
happened?
they'll cry about it, right? And so her boyfriend was like, I feel convicted to come on here,
Why would you
friend,
take the filter out?
and share with you the gospel of why I
filter was
think
full?
this show is really toxic and very judgmental, and that you shouldn't be saying these things to my lady. He even said in his letter, my girlfriend
do? Did you bang it or
convicted me
something?
that I should write you a
Then how'd it break?
strongly worded letter because she did not appreciate your tone.
No, you didn't have to though. I told you not to mess
I just
with
wanted
that
to
stuff.
take a minute while he's in chat to wish
I
Matt
said not to do that.
Dillahunty and his husband a
When did this
wonderful night.
Yeah, I hope that Matt and his husband are having a good night.
There we go. Andrew sends in £5 to say this guy makes Destiny look like Rambo.
He kind of
Crack,
did.
yeah, crack him with another £5. You'd have a better chance of teaching Helen Keller than you would the women on whatever. I'm gonna bang through a couple of these because there's a lot to go.
Yeah, go for
And
it. Go for
You
it.
had a lot to say about the last couple, and that's good.
I
It was
did.
very
I'm
good
done.
content.
I'm done. I'll
But I
stop
can
moving
I can
right
see
now.
people wanting to like, oh, we gotta get this. Check his
I
wallet
do.
or his Bible. I bet he has some. Okay, see, this is a little over the line. I'm not gonna put those cast
No,
those aspersions
he's
on
just
him.
a goofus. He's just a virtue.
Yeah. He's just a young guy. Take it easy, guys. Travel fund or ammo. Thank you very much, Chris. Very much appreciated. The reason this guy is, I don't know what he's trying to say there, because he's insane. He thinks he's Jesus. I feel like we kind of got a little bit of that with like right corner, but I don't know if it's that pronounced. Steve Arthur reading into those looks a little.
Never
bit
mind.
there.
No.
I went to the whatever chat at the beginning before, and I said, "Hey, tell that guy to stop looking at my man like that."
A couple days ago, yeah.
What did either of you tell me?
Oh, look, he
I thought
even
you were
answered it.
told me first before you
Wow.
What
Well,
I
it worked, and that was a couple hours ago now.
He goes to you and says to do something with.
If punchable face was a person.
Like, don't just.
Yeah, he definitely did have a punchable face.
I
That's
didn't know it was broken.
Oh, it was so
I
bad.
don't even know how he broke it. He just said he was reaching
Sincere
in.
Hypocrite sends in 10 Australian not real
Where'd the
dollars.
piece go? Like, there's a
Excuse
big
me,
chunk.
have you considered not doing
Like,
porn?
how did you
Women
do that?
can't be blamed for being porn stars because society
Like,
made
how
them
did you
this
do
way.
that?
But also, men are bad even though society made them that way. Well, I believe feminists would probably say something along the lines of, well, men built society and therefore blah 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 blah. It's all men's fault.
Men are born in the pits of Mordor, and women come down from the heavens like little angels.
Anybody who participated in the drink every time he blushes or smirks is now officially passed out. We have at least 557 of these live viewers that are just conked out on Saturday night.
So bad. Thank you, J-Dell. Petrogard, 10 bucks. Andrew, you say the right things, but it's how you say it. Officer tone, mixed dash smile.
Yeah.
That's great, Petrogard. Thank you.
He certainly was. Like, as Sincere Hypocrite says, he's acting like somebody would get guns. Like they have armed guards at the door.
Stuff.
Like,
stay
okay,
out of, like,
give it a
listen,
break.
You're no longer allowed to
Take
vacuum.
it down a notch.
Obviously, you don't know what you're doing. Or you can vacuum, just don't take the thing out. Just let me know and I'll take it out.
I bet she was
I've
in a
never
video
once
called
in my
Top
life
Gun, and this
broken
guy is
that
a
piece. That's
Oh,
okay,
if
wrong
only.
woman, but it's still funny.
Yeah, if only.
What I think actually
Good job,
happened
Bortone.
was you
Good
couldn't-
job.
Yes, there's some guy who's really bad at websites and stuff who's trying to fix the merch. It's actually it's not a hold up on my end. It's not just because I haven't done it. We're trying to get some stuff sorted out with anyway, we're trying to get some stuff sorted out. Be back
Yell
soon.
at Mr. E.
It'll be back. No, don't.
Yell at Mr. E. It's not my fault.
I just like go full screen for that. Like no, not me.
I couldn't say. I'm like, wait.
You don't know what I mean.
This is railing. Luke has got to be trolling, but he's having the World News Challenge in real time, like others that come on the pot. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. I think he's gonna come away from it kind of be like, Maybe he'll go to liturgy on Sunday with Andrew. That'd be amazing. That's
You don't party rubble things.
Hey, maybe.
would be sweet.
Go ahead.
Steve Sandman for $5. The caterpillar under his nose is tickling him, and he can't help but smile. That would explain it.
Yeah, you need to get dressed
I was
straight
gonna say,
away.
I saw in the thumbnail for whatever that
45
Andrew
minutes.
might be doing man on the street stuff with Brian.
Yeah.
Which I've been
So
telling you
that
for like
would actually
weeks.
be a good watch.
Get dressed
Yeah.
straight away. Know what you need to do from now on? Look at me.
For $5, Andrew
Grab the
Wilson
clothes you want to wear,
eventually breaks out
take them in the
correct
bathroom,
scripture
or set them
for my
on the
phone. I
bed in
have
the
Andrew brought
bedroom.
his heavily indexed
As soon as you get out, dry your hair,
That's pretty fun.
put some clothes on. We don't just walk around butt naked. It's weird. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
$2. Rachel, the Crucible crew is digging the hair. Okay.
I've been saying this for weeks to you.
I appreciate you guys. Hope that you like my hair. The Sarcastic Saint for $5. Andrew, do you have any extra alcohol you can share with me? I need some after listening to this fake femboy. Luke reminds me of a creepy uncle. Or Tom for $10.
Can you get stretch marks on your lips? Or what the hell?
You mean him or me?
No, he's saying, I bet this guy's a mustache because he's trying to hide his stretch marks. I don't. Can you get stretch marks on your lips?
If you can, I probably would have them because I have a very Jim Carrey like weird. I'm always making faces. It's the word. It's like the bane of my existence. I try to do like when people are saying something and you know you shouldn't react with your face. I do, and I can't control it. And it's been bad for me.
Yeah, my face gives me away. The eyebrows. I look at people like,
I'm
huh?
always
They can
like-
tell when I'm going. I say, what the fuck with my face, right?
Yeah, my kids will say like I have 4 daughters, right? So they'll be like, "Ugh, you ever try to talk to mom and you're telling her something you know she doesn't like it and she's trying not to the face, but she's like, I'm like, you guys, I'm sorry.
Oh, he was making a gay joke, apparently.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That does make more sense that way.
Rachel, he has a live, laugh, love Eiffel Tower farmers market painting in his studio apartment. You bet your ass he does. It's like, in this house, we live, laugh, love, and praise Jesus, or something like that, right?
No hate in our home.
Sarcastic Saint for $5. Some men go femboy because they can't handle a woman like Rachel, who's a real woman who tells the truth even if it hurts that person. Or you could alternatively phrase it as some men go femboy because they are annoyed by women like Rachel who never stop talking and are always like, causing trouble. Depending on how you look at it. Okay, next one, mystery.
Yeah, look, I'm skipping a
just
couple.
make me sit there uncomfortable for long.
Well, that was good timing, but I'm skipping a couple of the $2 ones and the ones that are just like kind of over the top insulting ones and especially the ones that were like mistaken. No offense to those guys who sent them in. Definitely appreciate the donations, but it's only a couple. There you go.
Jason Wall for $10 says, I told you this guy has a God complex. He's saying he can tap into God to see women's hearts. He has a cult leader aspirations, but no one would ever follow him. Something like that. Like, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Is he just wants to be seen as like, I'm the nice guy. I'm the loving person.
Whoa,
I would never
crap.
say a swear, especially in front of a lady.
Yeah, he did say some like red flag stuff about tapping into gods to see women's hearts. That was some weird stuff.
Oh, thank you. Please
Well,
don't.
we have some chatters who have God speaking through them as well. So go
God is speaking through me now, and he's saying this. I do not claim Luke as one of my children because his femboy ways and that satanic stash. Thank you again, Sarcastic Saint, for another $5. Thanks for all the support. Great.
Wait, I think
tone.
I should read. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Shut up, Rachel. Get back in the kitchen and let Andrew do the talking and make him a sandwich while you're at it. Sorry,
I would.
Sorry,
except
Moss.
He's on the other side of the country, so if I were to make him a sandwich, I don't know who's supposed to eat it. Like, if I'm on the screen, it's because Andrew's not here.
And this is thanks to Stochastic Delay for pointing out who his girlfriend actually was, Carly, in the episode. So thanks for that. We were able to clarify that. I'm going to skip the couple more. Toasted Butter also sent in, letting us know it was Carly. This is like, so you know what I mean? It's funny but wrong girl. Ryan C would like to see you on whatever again. Says you're a real one.
It'll happen.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll happen, and everybody wants us to go on Fresh and Fit. They want us to go on whatever. We will do that. I promise. I promise.
The classic push broom.
Just popped on. What is with this 1960s grape me police mustache? We never figured. He said his friends liked it.
He looks like a cop. It's like a total, like I said, like 60s push broom. I don't think he has. I don't really think he has a face for it. It's like a. It kind of. He's going for Tom Selleck, but he's ended up like Jeff said, looking like Tom Selleck's Skittles son. Thank you very much, Jeff.
He looks like a cop who's pulling over a lady at the beginning of a 70s porno movie.
I don't know what.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you realize how fast you were going back there? Ouch.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
Push broom. I don't know. That's what they call it. Push broom or. What do they call it? I don't know what Joy Junction is.
I don't either.
Dating ourselves here, jeez.
Jason Wall for another $20. The smile is an act. He's trying to project himself as some super Christian to cope with the fact that he's sticking around to be humiliated. So he's coping by acting like him loving her is some divine act of kindness. Yeah, that's basically what I was getting at. Very astute observation. 10 more bucks from Sincere Hypocrite. I hate the nice guy, hippie smoking Jesus stereotype. He literally called women harlots, whores, Pharisees, dens of vipers, and whipped moneylenders in the temple. Love and mercy does not mean nice. Exactly. They're different. They're just different.
I think, did we read? No, that was, he sent another one earlier. Zex Marquise for $9 New Zealand dollars. I'm just waiting for Luke to announce his dodgeball team along with his consigliere. Michelle, the mustache man.
A bun, right?
Printer paper gifted 5 Crucible memberships. Thank you very much. Get some crowns in chat for printer paper. There's John, 10.
John 2029. Sorry for my tardiness. I'm an hour and a half late on Double X Speed. I have no idea what's occurring. Is Mustache Boy just backing from the Blue Oyster Bar, getting those vibes? I think we all got those vibes. Zachary Gelpy for $20. His smug smile is so infuriating. Why do dumb people think that smiling like that gives them an advantage, but it just reveals their ineptitude? See, you guys think I'm drunk because I have to read the super chats, and you guys spell stuff like that. That's why the chat be like, "Oh, is Rachel drunk right now?" Well, if you say, "Why do dumb people think," and I gotta read it, yeah, I'm gonna sound drunk. So, but thank you, Zachary. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Zachary. Oh fuck. What's the next one?
Alfred for $20. Every one of his points comes from a book called Wild at Heart. It's a men's help book which teaches that men need to be doormats for women because it's just their trauma and the masculine thing to do is tolerate it. Couldn't agree more. By the way, he kept talking about servant leadership. The servant leadership model is bullshit that was literally invented in 1970 by a Protestant pastor. It was never taught before that. It's complete horse runky. Don't listen to any of that. If you need sources, just DM me, I guess. The text vet for $10. His friends love the porn stash. Friends meaning the rest of the village people. I know it was weird when he said, "My friends like it." I was like, okay. Zeppler Gaming for $5. The only reason why OnlyFans is in business is because of Twitch simps like this guy.
Yeah, very good point. It is guys like that that empower women to get away with acting that way.
Yeah, because they know that they can just go, "I just was traumatized and I had a wound and I was broken, so I didn't know that sucking 1,000 dicks was bad. Would you marry me?" Yeah. Keith Peterson for $10. Yeah, he told us it was not Trailer Swift as well.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. And then see, we definitely got it clarified. Multiple points through the show.
Yes.
Mr. Beast with another $20.
Is it just me or does this Luke have more makeup on than even with Rachel goes onto the show?
I think he was flush. He was flush, almost like the whole episode.
Yeah. Pano Pasturos, my good friend, for $5. Shame felt when criticized or reprimanded is directly proportional to the level of pride you have. The less pride you have, the less shame you'll feel. That is a very good point, Pano. This is why you're my friend, because you are so wise and intelligent. But no, that's like honestly a really good point. Yep. Kelly Bowen for $5. I'm on the Crucible channel just to hear you. You're awesome. Oh, thank you. I'd love to learn more from you and Andrew. And yes, this guy's a pussy. See, the women know. When we see a guy like that and he's like doing the Ned Flanders routine, our ovaries like shrivel up and retreat into our body further, and we can't find them. That's what happens. So thank you, Kelly. Agent Jeremy for $20. I have to say, it is not a call. It is not a call for spanking. The rod is a shepherd's guiding rod, so really sparing guidance spoils children. Thoughts? I know that spanking is a topic that is a very hot button issue. Andrew and I are not against it, but I will say that we maybe ever out of 5 kids had to spank someone maybe 3 times. It just was not ever really much of an issue because we were always like a really united front, so if the kids got disciplined, there was never any idea that anyone was getting away with shenanigans, so they just didn't try much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm rare, safe, and legal on the spankings as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
It works.
Brian Rickard for $10. This is a young man who doesn't realize just how ignorant he is and that he needs more life experience. I realize now just how dumb I was up through my mid-20s, needs to rid himself of this idealism. I would agree with all that. And I think that's, Andrew, I think, saw that and was trying to do that. That's what I think happened, so. See, he's the nice Wilson. I'm the meanie head. Hector for $20. Thank you, Hector. Me and Andrew have similar stories. I stole candy when I was like 5 and took it out when I was at the parking lot. My mom made me return it to the store. That's funny. Never stole again either. Yeah. I've heard this story. And Andrew's dad is every bit the legend that you guys have heard he is. He's very awesome. The real Mr. Wilson is a pretty based, really kind, awesome dude. I have a great father-in-law, so. I have great in-laws in general. Can't complain at all.
I'm 100% for everybody spanking that like button, so go ahead and all 1,400 of you just go and spank that like button right now.
This stream just got very sexy all of a sudden.
Oh my.
That's what we're about here at the Crucible.
Bow, bow.
Okay, bring up another super chat.
This guy goes to St. Baptist. Wait, my boy Justin Henley. Let's fucking go. Let's chat in the business. And then some flowers for your book.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the book.
Hasbar with the 29-month membership. We actually threw some crowns, but we should hit him again. Crowns in chat.
I think Hasbar was maybe our first ever channel member.
I believe so.
I think he might be. So that's so crazy.
We're gonna have to send
him.
I
Because
I gotta get that merch store up so I can send him a special gift for that.
Yeah, because we started the channel August 5th, I think, of 2022. So he must be like the first. Him and Moon were here. Nico Pluto was here right at the beginning. If I forget anyone else, let me know. But you 3 for sure were here like right at the beginning, right after Politically Provoked. The olden days. I have a funny story about that I'll tell someday.
Yeah, no, we can't see the first members. We can only see the length of time a subscription's been.
Wicked Wally's been here for a really long time too. Pretty close to the beginning, if not the beginning. I don't remember exactly when Wally was around, but he was around way at the beginning too. Nil Dragon for $5. Denying shame is encouraging sinful behavior, plain and simple. No shame in it, no need for repentance. Exactly. Bring back shaming. That's what I say. Sometimes you can feel ashamed.
Shame that dislike button. Spank the
Jason
thumbs
Wall
up.
for $20 more. I hate beating a dead horse here, but this guy's entire persona is a coat. He is saying that his girl, who he came on here to defend, must feel bad about her infidelity, even though she is an internet trick. I don't know that his girl was, but he was defending girls who were, so.
Like I said, I'd have to rewatch the whole episode, but I'm like 90% confident she wasn't involved in any sex work.
Base
Brown-
Dad says
just
he was
based
through,
on
but he
where-
didn't chat much, so thank you, Base Dad.
Yeah, I remember Base Dad.
John 2029, Jessica, I'm having 1 liter of vodka to get through Trash Boys Logic. Enjoy your beer, Mrs. Andrew. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Jessica was like, I shouldn't be drinking the alcohol. And I was like, there's nothing wrong with having a beer.
Oh shit, I missed this.
Read it.
Ace130 sends in $5. Would Andrew like to debate with me on stream? I'm an LGBT drill rapper from Greenville, South Carolina. Feel like it could be a good combo with different viewpoints. That's a fucking weird combinations of words right there, brother, that I've never heard those put together. LGBT drill rapper.
Now though, so you
What
want
is a drill rapper?
So do you know how like rap is like pretty bad? So like imagine that, but like way worse. Right?
Okay.
It's like normal rap, but just way worse. So if you enjoyed like the rhymes and like the kind of like jazzy, kind of funky like beats of hip hop at all, it like doesn't do any of that. Right? They just talk about murdering each other, unaliving each other. I can't imagine.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Sure. Shoot an email to booking@thecrucible.video. We'll see what we can do. Definitely won't put that in the schizo folder.
The Sarcastic Saint for $5. Rachel, grab some more alcohol because we know you need more after listening to this man. Oh, and it's okay to be a lightweight when I'm not a lightweight. I'm just having a good time. If you haven't been here before, this is how I always am. Just saying. 2 White Claws ain't gonna change that. Neil Dragon for $5. Matthew 7:15-20.
And that was about an hour and a half ago. So, so I don't know what he was responding to, but it must have been
Everyone
something in
Google
reference
it
to the
tonight.
stream.
Jason Wall for $5. LOL, I knew Andrew was gonna wear this guy's smile down. It's getting harder and harder for him to keep it up. Yeah, that did happen. His little smirky smile started to... John 2029, Matt Bryant, buy her book. It's very good. Rachel Wilson, Occult Feminism. I bought copies for my nieces at college university. They don't talk to me anymore. Yeah. That's
Wait,
sad, but
hold on.
still buy the book.
What's the order though? Hold on. Did they not talk to you, so you bought them the book, or did you buy them the book and then they stopped talking to you? Because I'm not sure if that's. Because he says I've bought copies for them. It doesn't sound like he's delivered them. I don't know. I could be wrong. And Wilhelm Bones with our favorite super chat says nothing.
Thank you,
very
Wilhelm
much.
Bones.
He's another guy that's been
a long
around.
time too.
Yeah, he's an OG. And then some peer pressure to get you to write a second book from Bravo.
Bravo, Slavican.
Yeah, there you
second
go.
book, look, the second book should have been done by now, but my grandma got sick, my dad got sick, family comes first. It's a lot
Right.
to handle, like,
Couch.
the whole entire medical care of an entire person, let alone 2 people. Plus, there's 2 kids that need to be homeschooled, plus I take care of a lot of what Andrew needs done. As soon as the Lord allows it, is all I can say. Hopefully really soon. Hopefully really soon, because it's, like, really close to being ready to go. But I just don't know, guys. I'm sorry. As soon as I can get it out, I want nothing more than to get the second book out, because it's gonna be
Should I take a shot?
banger. It's
What do
gonna
you
be
mean?
so much better than the first one. But as soon as the Lord allows, that's when it will come out.
And Darth Maul sending in $5. Praise to Senator Palpatine, the 5-star Michelin chef and cooking Simpson strumpets. Carry on, Andrew.
Aw. Neil Dragon for $500. Ephesians 5:25. Husbands love their wives, not submit. Yeah, I've read Ephesians 5 like a million times, and it's like super duper clear. I don't know why people keep trying to twist it into stuff it's not.
Yeah, got this show for y'all. A damn good show. What's going on?
there's no reason for you to do laundry either. Just let me do it. You like put the laundry on mom's bed. Yeah. What was my initial statement? Yeah, there you go. So if mom asks you to, what does it matter if I'm home? Don't do it. Yeah. So next time when I say something like that, what do you say? Perfect. Thank you. I didn't say if your highness pleases. Good Lord. Tricky kids that don't listen.
Everybody loves a good, compelling boss battle, but every so often there's just a dumb, goofy, silly way to defeat some of your biggest foes. We got 20 examples of just silly ways to kill some of the toughest bosses. Let's get started off with number 20. Let's talk Persona 5. Well, exploring mementos, if you spend too long on a single floor, then the Reaper shows up. This devastatingly powerful shadow is ruthless with a bunch of instant kill abilities that can and will mess your party up pretty badly. He's the closest thing the game has to a super boss, but he's got a really goofy weakness. He can catch the flu. I'm not like making a joke like you can poison him or something. His weakness is literally the common flu. There's a particular time of the year in Persona 5 that's literally called flu season in November and December, similar to real life. And among other things, flu season makes it so enemies will randomly have the despair status effect
Your
in
foot?
Mementos,
Yeah.
which makes them die after 3 turns. It affects everything, including the Reaper.
Well, like, you
run
gotta
away
just
and
take your
fight
medicine from now on and not stop taking it. Like, even if you don't think you're gonna get it, like, well, because you can, listen, have I ever not gotten you your medicine? Like,
my toe is not my medicine.
I know, but I think also because it's running out of your system.
Maybe.
You didn't take it for a while, right? You were out of methotrexate for how long?
2 weeks.
Okay, and how long were you at, how long did
I
you not
only
take?
went like 5 days.
Okay,
after.
so from my understanding, speaking to the pharmacist, that's not good.
I know.
So you can say, oh, well, I wasn't on it. It could take a day, and that could throw your body completely off.
I realize that's why, and then my period showed up. So I realize that's why I'm in a lot of pain and sickness right now.
Right, and so it's like, yeah, and the easiest thing to do, I have the phone number, is if the doctor's not getting back to you, even if it's like a month off, SenCal said to give them a call. There's a pharmacy number I have, and they'll get on the phone with everyone for you,
Okay,
if need be.
All right, good. I'm glad we figured that out. So we gotta get it.
And then they'll just call, and you have to just wait on the phone. They'll ask you a few questions, like a 3-way call.
Yeah.
And then you just answer everything.
Okay.
And then they'll get you, like, that's how it was, like, once she taught me how to do it, I was like, oh, okay, so I just get on, da-da-da-da. But she goes, listen, next time you could just call me, and or whomever, we'll take care of it. And it'll just be completely, you just have to sit there and answer the pharmacist or the CHC's questions.
Okay.
Because you cannot call Ipe Shoots.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
And I apply that to men's prisons and women's prisons. It's
Yeah,
less.
sure, but you're deflecting here, aren't you?
I don't. Well, but no, I don't think. And so, but let me go further.
Let me give you the reverse of your argument, right?
No, but I
cops,
wasn't even done.
cops shooting black.
Woke David Pac-Man gets calmly dismantled by.
I'm gonna take a shower.
Who are you talking to?
The kids, if they want to go to the bathroom.
Oh, well, tell them that beforehand. You guys gonna go to the bathroom? Mom just said she was taking a shower. She meant like, hey guys, I'm taking a shower. I'm gonna use the restroom. Say it. No, just next time, just tell the kids that you want to take a shower. So say, hey, I'm gonna take a shower if you guys want to go to the bathroom. Because they don't know what that meant. Sorry. heads up. Something about onion rings, but there's already a bag of onion rings opened. And then so about French toast sticks, and there's already a bag of French toast sticks open.
Okay, well, I'm just getting what they like, so it's okay if there's French.
Okay, I just want just make sure that we're not opening up new.
A new bag. So yeah, that's why I didn't open that bag tonight because I knew there was a bag in there.
Okay.
And the French toast sticks, yeah, the other bag should get eaten before the new bag.
Cool. All right. What?
Well, I went to Walmart for tampons, but it's okay.
And you didn't get tampons?
Nope.
Why?
Because I forgot. Because I was looking for Dodger's toothpaste that he wanted, and then I couldn't find it, and I was thinking of dinner.
Why do we have so much toothpaste down there?
He wants a special
No.
type.
You gotta stop with him with special stuff, dude.
Okay.
He's like getting out of control with this shit.
Yeah.
No, just tell him no. We have toothpaste. That's what you're using. Like, what? Holy crap.
Constantine kissed. What a woman is in this clip from Trigonometry. So let's jump in, folks.
And all the stuff to do with BLM and all of that. And number 3, as of late, these sort of big toxic issues is, of course, the trans issue.
Okay,
I like
so
these ones, thank
sure,
you. I didn't like
those
the
are three
skinny
issues,
jeans.
yes.
Yeah.
But
What skinny jeans?
I was
I mean, like the
going
black
somewhere
pair
with
of,
that. I just
like-
wanted
Oh, that
to
wasn't
get
for you. I
confirmation
thought
that
that was
those
for
are
Ava.
issues that
Sorry.
exist.
Oh, no, those were
Those are
large,
issues
like
that
my
exist.
size.
And what I'm
Wow.
asserting to
Oh.
you is there are quite a lot of people,
You didn't know.
certainly here in the UK.
I don't know what size you are.
Yeah. I'm a large, extra large.
Alright, I'm sorry.
No, the size 10 shorts almost fit, so I just gotta lose some weight. And I'm gonna be doing water aerobics with my mom all week, so hopefully I'll come back slimmer.
Okay.
What a woman is in this clip from Trigonometry. So let's jump in, folks.
And all the stuff to do with BLM and all of that. And number 3, as of late, these sort of big toxic issues is, of course, the trans issue.
Okay, so sure, those are 3 issues, yes.
Yeah, yeah. I was going somewhere with that. I just wanted to get confirmation that
Those
so
are
if-
issues that exist, absolutely.
Those
yes.
are issues that exist, and what I am asserting to you is there are quite a lot of people, certainly here in the UK, and I know that in America it's the same in some circles, that feel very strongly about those issues, and they feel that the mainstream conversation about those issues is dishonest. So if we start in reverse order with the trans thing, can I? It's a dick move to ask you this, but can I ask you to define a woman? Is that okay?
Yeah, so listen, I mean, I did a whole thing with this right-wing guy named Michael Knowles a little while ago,
Okay.
where we were talking about the definition of a woman, and the context was the Ketanji Brown Jackson hearings and her refusal
yeah.
to answer. And there I argued that makes perfect sense because they're asking in a legal context, the question is who can bring a discrimination lawsuit on the basis of gender, and I thought she was right not to answer it. And I made the point that depending on where you're asking the question, the answer could actually be different. Now, I'm glad to give my view of this socially, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course. Go
so
for it.
this is, again, and the problem with this, and I know you guys would never do this because you seem so honest. The problem is that sometimes this question is then used to put someone in a corner. So I will say in advance that the definition I have will not work in every to as a woman. It would be somebody who I identify as deliberately trying to exist in the world as a woman. And so
Okay.
if I see a biological man who, and again, we have to talk about this in candid ways, which some people might not like, but I think it's necessary. If I see me with a wig on, it's not going to be apparent to me that that's someone who is necessarily trying to exist in the world as a woman if they go by the name David and their voice is like mine, and they dress like me. So I'm just going to make the best faith effort I can, where if it's indicated through a number of different cues that someone is trying to exist in the world as a woman, I'll relate to them as a woman. That's fine. It just doesn't bother me.
Oh, sure. And in fact, I am kind of where you are in the sense that we've had a shit ton of trans people on the show, and we call them by whatever name they have and the pronouns that they've chosen, right? I've got no issue with that.
Sure.
However, my issue is that and again, this is me being straight with you. I hope you don't take offense to what I'm saying.
Please.
In your refusal to give a definition that is equally applicable in different circumstances, you're kind of avoiding the difficult elements of this, right?
Well,
it's always so weird when they check someone on trigonometry because, like, you know, Konstantin Kisin is so calm about it. But yeah, like David Pacman doesn't want to give a naked, like, this is what a woman is. Well, it depends. No, like, folks, society can't work that way. You can't pretend someone is someone else in different settings based on, like, no, it doesn't work. Never worked before, not gonna work, and it's just causing chaos for everybody. Like, I'm sorry, like, it's just not gonna work. It's never been done. And David Pacman just will not ever get a straight answer. Like, this is the thing that always kills me about these leftists, progressive even. They won't just answer, like, simple, basic, straight to the point, yes or no. Even a yes or no question, they're gonna make as convoluted as they possibly can and muddy the waters. Why? Because it gives them room to play with. But this is how him, Destiny, other people, this is how they do their arguments. So it gets old. Let me know in the comments what you think, but leave a like. Let's get back in.
The difficult elements are exactly that, which okay, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I know you know where I'm going, but let me just give the example so people know what we're talking about. So we have a number of cases here in the UK, for example, and I know you've had some in the US as well, where a trans woman who still has a male anatomy has been housed in a female prison and has gone on to commit sexual assault against women in prison, right?
Okay.
We obviously have had trans women in female sports, where they, in my opinion, have an unfair advantage. And there are other situations in which our failure to give a clear, like, universal definition means that women, in particular, in this very instance, are suffering the consequences of our social unwillingness to be quite hardline about it. Would you agree with that?
Well, that's what in a court they would say that's a compound question, and we've really got to break down each of those, because whether I agree with everything you said, I don't know. So let's I'm not even sure where to start. So okay, I mean, in prison there was a sexual assault by a biological male housed with women. Okay, I don't know. The story, we have a country of 331 million in the United States, so you can find examples sort of everything. Sexual assault by biological females of other females in American prisons is really common. So for me, what I go to is less about, trans people, I think, are 1/3 of 1% of the population in the US. I may be slightly off about that, but let's use that as a working number. For me, every assault is bad.
Sure.
And the bigger issue is American prisons are terrible at keeping inmates safe. And I apply that to men's prisons and women's prisons. It's
but you're deflecting here, aren't you?
I don't. Well, but no, I don't think. And so, but let me go further.
Let me give you the reverse of your argument, right?
No, but I
cops,
wasn't even done.
Cops shooting black people is bad, but the real problem is something else, and we shouldn't talk about the cops shooting black people.
No,
that's
that's not the argument I'm making whatsoever.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Sorry.
So the point that I'm making is because what you're saying is I guess it depends on what you say the other issue really is. That you didn't get to the end of that, and so I
black
don't know
on black
whether.
crime. That's the right-wing argument. Black on black crime is the real thing. Forget about cops shooting black people.
Right,
it's
but
all
those
about
are
black people
totally
shooting
different
each other.
things. What I'm saying is violence in prison is a major problem, and I don't deny that an added layer of complexity is in which prison should a trans person be. I don't pretend to have the answer in all cases. I don't pretend to have the answer. I'm conceding it's very complicated. But
is it complicated? If you have a penis, should you be in a female prison?
Well, but not everybody who's a trans woman has a penis.
But these people did, and they were in female prisons both in your country and in ours.
I just don't know the case. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Should a person with a penis, though,